Stray Spells by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. When caring for a cat, there are a multitude of things to be on the lookout for. Illness, fleas, and other pests, and the occasional creepy-crawly plaything. Unfortunately, my own feline companion caught something far worse than any of that. An entrepreneurial spirit.
You there in the back. Are you even listening? This is important,
Celine shouted, flicking her tail with a powerful snap to catch the attention of a slightly cockeyed pigeon in the back of the flock. Or fleet? The pigeon flapped its wings, disturbing its neighbors, who trilled their displeasure. Celine? For the last time? The storeroom is not your personal conference room, I growled, my arms wrapped around a large wicker basket filled with assorted candles I needed to mark down. Last time you did this, it took me a week to get all the feathers and bird droppings out of here. Celine, a small blue-gray cat with brilliant sapphire eyes, craned her head around to an alarming degree and glanced up at me, easily matching my irritation.
It's raining outside, Cora.
Her case seemingly closed, she shifted her focus back to her gaggle of feathered associates.
All right, you heard the witch. Time to fly, my pretties.
All she was missing was green-tinged skin and a pointy black hat. The pigeons trilled and cooed in agreement, shuffling to form a line before her. It was a marvel, one I might have appreciated were it not taking place in the storeroom of my enchanted candle shop. A blast of pink sparks shot toward my desk, jammed in between two towering shelving units with backstock. A whoosh of glittering magic levitated a dozen small packages, distributing them neatly, one in front of each bird. Then Celine marched down the line, flicking just the slightest tip of her tail to deliver a puff of magic to tie the twine to each outstretched bird leg.
Good luck out there,
Celine cried, sending a final burst of my magic toward the back door, which blasted open, displaying the drizzly gray conditions outside. The pigeons hopped over the threshold, taking to the skies in an orderly fashion one wouldn't expect from the oft-slighted birds. When the last one was gone, Celine gave a self-satisfied smirk, flashing her dainty white canines as she spun around to face me.
Another record-breaking day of sales. You'd better watch out, Cora. At this rate, I'll outpace Wicked Wicks, and my overhead is way lower, too. I'm telling you, I've got this whole business thing cinched. I don't know why you make it look so complicated.
Frowning, I conjured a gentle pull of air magic and closed the back door before any more chilly early spring air could blow inside. Low overhead, huh? Well, if you keep leaving the door open, I'm going to make you start paying for half of the utilities around here. And a cleaning fee. Look at all of these feathers. Ugh! Celine laughed.
You're just mad because Lily won't let you pay her in birdseed.
Pressure pulsed at my temples. I'm serious about the birds, Celine. I don't want them back here anymore. You need to find another location for this little venture of yours.
Little?
Celine scoffed, her eyes narrowing.
Do you have candle wax in your ears? This is an empire.
She plopped down, lifting one paw to begin grooming her face.
I should have known you'd be jealous,
she said with a sigh. Scowling, I set the basket down on the desk with a tad more force than necessary as I shoved the few remaining packages out of the way. The items were wrapped in clear cellophane bags, which I was almost certain she'd stolen from me, each stamped with a celestial pattern and treated with a generous amount of glitter. A black sticker sealed each bag closed, embossed with a swirling silver script that read, Celine's Sensational Spells. More accurately, they were charms. But she'd really gone all in on the alliteration. She'd taken to selling the enchanted trinkets to folks around Winterspell. And while her operation was only a few months old, she already had a keen eye on expansion. Personally, I blamed Clint. My fiancé was a business consultant from Chicago, and while he'd traded his shiny Italian loafers for a pair of well-worn sneakers and his 5-star client lunches for working out of his car, eating meals passed through a drive-through window several nights a week, he couldn't help but get a little overzealous when it came to discussing potential business plans. Somewhere, in the weeks after Christmas, Celine had gotten her claws into him, and seemingly overnight boxes and packages started arriving in her new business's name. However, as surprised as I'd been, I originally wrote it off as a passing craze, a shiny new obsession that would fade away within a handful of weeks. So far, she'd stuck to her guns and was making my life a waking nightmare because of it. Not that she cared. Who has time to be jealous when there's a back room in need of a thorough bleaching? I growled, sniffing as I glared at the stray feathers and an unfortunate bird dropping left over from Celine's staff meeting. Rounding on the cat, I planted my fists against my hips. Don't they carry all kinds of diseases? I'm pretty sure this is how the bubonic plague got started. Celine scoffed.
Don't be paranoid, Cora. It doesn't suit you.
Work with me, Cat. Otherwise, I'll put a banishment spell on this place and you'll be stuck home all day.
So you'd rather they use your living room to do their birdie business? I know you want a new couch, but personally, that's not the way I'd go about getting Clint to buy you one.
Celine stretched forward, digging her claws into the side of a cardboard box I hadn't yet gotten around to unpacking. Lily, my full-time employee, was on vacation for a few more days, and in her absence, the work was really stacking up. In a few short weeks, I'd need to start placing ads in the Winterspell Gazette to draw in a couple of part-time helpers for the upcoming summer tourist season. The rush would be significantly more than the two of us could handle alone, and Celine certainly would not deign to lend a hand, paw. Clint spent his time ping-ponging between Bellevue and Winterspell, managing the second Wicked Wicks location we'd opened last year. Thanks to a vibrant magic community and the proximity to the University of Washington, the new location was thriving, already staffed with 3 employees, each firmly rooted in their new roles, and excellent salespersons for my brand of magical candles. The bell on the front door chimed, and I narrowed my eyes at my familiar. Behave yourself. I'm busy.
Yeah,
she muttered.
I was about to settle in for a cat nap anyway. Wake me when you have my lunch. I'm thinking tuna today.
No, relish, I shouted, throwing my hands into the air. I know, Celine. How many times have I ordered you? Yoo-hoo! A female voice called from the front of the shop. My heart jumped. I couldn't let Celine distract me from my customers. It would make her far too happy. I jabbed a finger of warning at her and turned, scurrying out to greet the new arrival. A friendly face greeted me, holding 2 paper cups with the Dragon's Gold Coffee Company logo printed on the sleeve. I thought you might need a little pick-me-up, Liana Pritchett said, offering her signature bright and bubbly smile as she approached the front counter. You're an absolute goddess, I exclaimed, sagging forward to brace my elbows on the counter. Liana laughed. It's one of those Mondays, huh? You have no idea. I rolled my eyes before turning to glower at the doorway to the storeroom. Still smiling, Liana placed 1 cup in front of me. I take it Celine's spells is still up and running? Unfortunately. I snagged the cup and lifted it to my lips, the sweet smell of vanilla wafting up to tickle my nose. A lady at work was wearing one of her pendants last week, Liana reported with an almost apologetic look. She was showing it off and seemed pretty happy with it. I grimaced, hoping the cat was out of earshot.
You hear that? Another satisfied customer,
Celine crowed, stalking out to the front of the shop. The soft, fuzzy spot in the center of her chest puffed out just enough to send a fresh flicker of annoyance through me. I drowned the bitter taste with a gulp of vanilla latte. Liana winced and sipped her own drink. "Sorry," she mouthed after a swallow. Celine launched herself onto the counter, her whiskers twitching as she considered the steam vent on my cup. Tugging it away from her nose, I frowned. "Scat, cat." She obliged, jumping to her dedicated perch over my shoulder. Technically, the cubby was meant to hold overstock on my most popular candles, to save me from having to go to the storeroom multiple times a day when things got hectic, and the shelves needed a midday refresh. However, since arriving and claiming me as her guardian, Celine had also laid claim to the perch, and she wasn't interested in giving it up. Eventually, I'd given up on trying to coax her to use the little basket I'd placed near the front window and just let her have it. At least, most days. "Is Clint over in Bellevue today?" Liana asked, glancing past my shoulder, as though expecting him to materialize. I checked the clock on the wall. Yeah, he had a delivery of stock to drop off. He should be heading back soon. "I'm so glad it's such a success. Though, of course, I never doubted it would be." I smiled, offering a slight nod. "Thanks. It's been a bit of a whirlwind, that's for sure." Liana set her coffee down and dug into the large brown leather handbag dangling from the crook of her arm. "Since he's gone, I have something to show you." Bracing myself, I slid a pleading glance towards Celine. She was an expert in squashing any hint of wedding talk. She let out a pretend snore, the tip of her tail twitching as she feigned dreams. Scowling, I decided she was getting nothing but dry kibble for dinner. "I saw this and just thought, oh my goddess, that is so Cora," Liana gushed, presenting the glossy bridal magazine she'd wrenched from the depths of her purse. Half a dozen colorful sticky notes poked out from amongst the pages. "Lee, I told you, I haven't really started planning anything," I protested gently. Undeterred, Liana flipped open to the second sticky and then turned the magazine around to show me. I know, but some of these dresses have to be ordered months and months in advance." She tapped a manicured nail against the page, grinning wildly. The dress was gorgeous, as I knew it would be. Liana had impeccable taste. In fact, there had been more than a few times when I'd considered just turning the full planning process over to her. It would simplify things quite a bit, and the end result would be flawlessly executed, even if not exactly my style. Arching a brow, I glanced up from the sleek gown. "I noticed there isn't a price tag attached. Dare I ask?" Liana laughed and placed the magazine on the counter, the pages spread. "Oh, come on. We both know Clint's good for it. You two could rent out a private island for a week and not make a dent in his inheritance money." Celine cackled, her cover blown. "I thought you were napping," I mumbled to the cat. Liana smiled. "I'm just saying, what's the fun of marrying rich if you're not going to have a big splashy wedding?" "We haven't decided what we want to do," I said, before taking another sip from my cup. "Or when, really." Liana pushed out her lower lip. "It's been 4 months since you got engaged, Cora. How have you not decided on a time frame yet?" I hitched one shoulder, glancing down at the stack of bands on my ring finger. "I know, but I'd be happy running off to the coast for a long weekend. We could just elope, or maybe do something small and rent out a bed and breakfast for our closest friends and family." Liana sighed, but she rallied quickly, her smile rebounding. "Just as long as I'm invited." I laughed. "Of course, you're the maid of honor, regardless of where or when."
"Phew! I was starting to worry you were thinking of stuffing me into something hideous and made of chiffon,"
Celine interjected, wriggling her shoulders in a feigned shudder. I cast a wary glance toward my familiar. "Knowing you, you'd hack up a hairball on my dress and sprinkle catnip up the aisle instead of flower petals." Liana snorted. Your only job will be getting Aunt Lavender to the venue on time, I told the cat.
Piece of cake. Oh, and speaking of, how do you feel about something with a fish oil-based frosting?
Ugh! Liana gagged on her coffee.
Omega-3s are essential for good health, Cora,
Celine interjected.
You'd be doing your guests a favor. And we all know you aren't getting any younger.
My nose scrunched. I'm open to the untraditional, not the revolting.
Humph. To each their own.
Speaking of your aunt, how is she doing? Liana asked. I haven't seen her around town lately. Is she off on some grand adventure? Not that I know of. I glanced up at Celine. Have you seen her this week? Celine yawned widely.
She's holed up in the library, plotting something, you mark my words.
Plotting? I repeated, blinking at the cat. Plotting what, exactly?
I don't know,
Celine replied, her tone a little sharp, as though the question itself vexed her.
She's Checker's problem now, isn't she?
I frowned at her, one eyebrow lifting. She caved.
Okay, fine. I don't know yet. But don't worry, I've got the situation under control.
Somehow the assurance didn't quite put the brakes on the rush of worried thoughts swirling through the back of my mind. Over a year had passed since the whole mess with the Golden Lotus, but I wasn't in any kind of hurry to get tangled up in Aunt Lavender's next treasure hunt. Celine jumped down from the counter and strutted across the shop, toward the front door. Where are you going? I called after her. Without missing a beat in her liquid, smooth stride, she answered.
To see the old bat, like you wanted. But don't think this means I'm doing your bidding, Cora. I'm going purely to satisfy my own curiosity.
Liana snickered into her coffee cup as I rolled my eyes. Message received, I told her. Celine blasted the door open with magic and let herself out.
And Cora, don't forget the snapper.
I thought you said tuna.
I changed my mind.
Scoffing, I shook my head as the door swung closed. Ugh! She might be immortal, but she's going to be the death of me. Chapter 2. Celine hadn't returned by closing time, and I found myself glancing up from my usual tasks, checking to see if she was standing on the other side of the glass front door to the shop. Despite her strengthening magic powers, she couldn't pick locks, a skill set she bemoaned not having mastered many a time. I refused to put a cat flap on the back door, but left the bathroom window unlocked at all times in order for her to slip in and out of the shop when the weather was too cold to permit leaving the back door propped open a crack. It was only the beginning of April, and while there were a handful of days here and there when the goddess-granted Winterspell golden rays of sunshine, most days were damp and chilly, with scattered showers and the occasional downpour. Of course, the rain only made Celine more surly than usual, especially if she got caught outside in it. Somehow it was always my fault whenever her paws got so much as a droplet splashed upon them. Naturally, my offer to buy her some of the doggy rain boots I'd seen for sale in the pet shop window was immediately shot down. And to emphasize her point, my familiar had left a hairball in one of my boots the morning after I'd made the suggestion. I'd just about finished breaking down the till when I glanced up again and smiled to find Clint waiting on the other side of the shop door. He smiled back, broken only for a moment when a fat raindrop smacked his right cheek before sliding off his sharp cheekbone, and held up his hands, a soda cup in either one, while a takeout bag was tucked against the crook of one arm. Laughing, I dropped the bundle of dollar bills I'd rubber-banded together and raced to unlock the door for him. "Hello, my love," he said, stepping in from the rain. The scent of his usual aftershave was lost in the smell of the rain and whatever greasy delights were waiting inside the paper bag under his arm. I stood on my tiptoes to kiss him, just barely able to meet him in the middle as he craned his neck down. I've missed you," I sighed happily, stepping away from him just long enough to lock the door. And what's all this? Clint strode through the shop and unloaded his arms on the front counter, careful not to disturb my counting piles or the stack of receipts I'd already reviewed. Having quit his fancy consulting gig in Chicago, he'd moved full-time to Winterspell and helped me run the business. And while he largely focused on the second location, he'd put in countless hours here at the flagship shop in the 15 months since we'd made our relationship official. I didn't get a chance to eat lunch, he began to explain, already digging inside the bag. He pulled one paper-wrapped bundle out, checked the Sharpie markings across the seam, and set it to the side, then pulled out the second bundle. Here you are, he said, offering it to me. Turkey pesto with provolone and cucumbers. Smiling, I took it, my stomach already rumbling in anticipation. Thank you. I figured we could eat them on our way to town hall, Clint added as he unwrapped his sandwich. The meeting is tonight, isn't it? I'm always getting my days crossed. A furrow tugged my brows together, then relaxed. Oh, I guess it is tonight, I said, recognition dawning. I stepped back into the entry of the storeroom long enough to consult the calendar hanging on the wall. Nodding, I rocked forward again, crossing the threshold between the two spaces. We don't have to go if you don't want to. You just got back into town. And besides, these meetings are all the same. I flapped a hand. It's a bunch of random complaints, most of which can't even be addressed by town council. So it's really just people airing their grievances in public, or using their time at the podium to deliver thinly veiled barbs at their neighbors over fence repairs or barking dogs or overgrown grass. Clint frowned, his face no less handsome even when contorted. I thought there was going to be a vote on the new dock. Wasn't that why you had it on the calendar at home? My eyes squeezed together. Oh, goddess help me. You're right, I completely forgot. Clint was smiling at me when I reopened my eyes. Seems we're both a little scrambled these days, huh? I breathed a hollow laugh and rooted around inside the bag, hoping to find a cardboard sleeve of fries. I'd only just started traveling, thanks to Liana pestering me into a month-long trek through Europe the year before. But I knew I needed to travel no farther than the borders of Winterspell, Washington, to find the world's best fries, courtesy of Whimsy's Deli. That's a good word for it, I agreed, my smile rebounding as my fingertips grazed the still hot payload. I might need to venture over to that new apothecary in town and see what they can give me for memory loss. I swear, most days I have to double and then triple-check my shoes to make sure they match. Clint chuckled. It doesn't help that all of your shoes are the same, except for their color. I hitched one shoulder and popped a fry into my mouth. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Clint took a bite of his toasted sandwich, chewing thoughtfully for a moment as he glanced around the shop. I'd already done most of the cleaning, which was good, as Clint's reminder had prompted me back into action. The monthly town hall meeting would begin promptly at 7 o'clock, and while there was a ways to go before then, the good seats would get snapped up quickly. Even in this golden era of television and movies, there was something alluring about some good old-fashioned gossip and small-town drama. It was a siren song to the people and creatures of Winterspell, and for once, I didn't want to miss out. Voting for the allocation of funds to replace the old worn dock was of the utmost importance for people like me who enjoyed water sports on Winterspell Lake. "Where's the fur ball?" Clint asked, swallowing. "With Aunt Lavender," I replied quickly, snagging one more bite before returning to my counting. "Uh-oh," Clint said, a grin tugging one corner of his mouth upward. "Someone needs to alert the townsfolk." I laughed, nodding in agreement, even as my focus remained on the last of the receipts in my hands. "Sort of a town crier," Clint carried on, "but specific to Celine. Or maybe one of those air horns, like before a tsunami or a tornado." She thinks Aunt Lavender is plotting something. I finished the review, stashed the receipts into the money bag with the morning's deposit, and locked the cash drawer. Clint's expression was wary when I glanced up at him. I don't know anything about it, I added, holding up one hand before he could press for details. Your guess is as good as mine. None of us thought it was a good idea for her to go to Egypt all alone, or rather with Checkers, but that trip turned out great. So, there'll be no stopping her now. Clint sighed heavily and tore off another bite with more vigor than strictly necessary. His silent frustration well matched my own. But what I'd said was true. Aunt Lavender was a grown woman and a little bit of a bloodhound when she got on the trail of something she wanted. All we could do was hope her next treasure wouldn't land us all in mortal peril. Again. We finished closing up and began the short walk to the town hall. The 3-story white limestone building featured a clock tower instead of a steeple, and the doors were painted a deep navy, so dark they almost appeared black. A wide stone walkway led to the front doors, flanked by large ceramic pots, the contents of which changed based on the season. In the winter, they'd each had a miniature Christmas tree, decorated tastefully with white lights and silver ornaments. Now that spring was upon us, someone had replaced the trees with some type of boxwood bush, surrounded by colorful annuals, though the poor little petunias and violets looked all but drowned in excess rain from the afternoon's deluge. We weren't the only ones with food, despite the laminated sign taped to the podium at the front of the room. Technically, it was Walter Peabody's preference that people not eat during the meeting, but it wasn't enforceable, so everyone more or less did as they pleased. No one minded, well, other than Walter Peabody. He'd stare down his narrow little nose, his glasses perched precariously upon the tip, daring anyone to slurp the last bits of soda or coffee from their giant plastic cups. "Cora! Clint!" Turning at the sound of our names, we spotted my mom, Lilac, in the swelling crowd. She waved wildly, gesturing at the seats she'd saved for us with her coat, purse, and bizarrely her sunglasses case. Not that anyone would try to elbow my mom out of the way. She was a lifelong resident of Winterspell, the same as me, and was well-liked and respected by everyone she came across. I spotted a pair of bushy silver eyebrows in my peripheral vision and swallowed hard. Sheriff Templeton stood in the corner, his arms crossed over his generous midsection, and his eyes were narrowed in our direction. He had it out for all 3 of us hearth witches, but perhaps especially my mom, thanks to the verbal battering she'd given him when we'd been in the final days of our hunt for Aunt Lavender. In the year since, he'd neither forgiven nor forgotten, and went out of his way to slap all 3 of us with frivolous parking tickets and noise complaints every chance he got, just to try and prove his point. Mom followed my gaze over to where Templeton stood, holding court with his usual gaggle of fishing buddies and deputies in one corner of the expansive room. Her smile morphed into a scowl, and she waved for me again, this time with more urgency, like a mother hen trying desperately to gather her chicks before a hawk could make a dive at them. "That man," she scoffed as we approached and took the seat she'd saved for us. She made a clucking sound with her tongue, making her matronly chicken impression all the more convincing. "When will he give it up and leave us be?" Exhaling sharply, she twisted around in her seat, not granting him another moment of her attention, even as she fumed. "Don't worry about him," I said, gently squeezing her arm. "How are you? How's my little nephew?" Mom's smile returned, brighter than before. Clint gave me a knowing look. If there was one surefire way to get Mom off topic, it was to bring up my brother Evan's new baby with his wife Cheyenne. "Oh, he's an absolute prince," Mom gushed. "You should have seen him today, Cora. He's just got this look in his eyes, like he's bursting with all these things to say and just waiting for the day when he can tell us all about it."
I find they do that before they fill their diapers.
All three of us jolted at the sudden intrusion and whipped around to find Celine leaping up onto the vacant chairs in front of us. I canted my head, considering my familiar. "There you are."
"Abracadabra,"
she quipped, before zeroing in on the bag in Clint's lap. Her blue eyes glittered.
"What did you bring me?"
I frowned. "Absolutely nothing."
"Killjoy."
She flicked her tail, then craned around to look at the front of the large room. Walter Peabody stood off to one side of the stage, adjusting the knot of his necktie, where it lay nestled between the top button of his sweater vest and the collar of his starched white and blue pinstripe shirt.
"Looks like old Prickly Britches is getting ready to dazzle us with his insightful mutterings," Celine groaned. "Remind me why we come to these things."
"It's our civic duty," I told her, glossing over the fact that until Clint reminded me about the dock, I'd said almost the same thing. She didn't need to know that part.
"Meh. I'd be more inclined to participate if there was, food."
She looked around. The room was almost full, and a middle-aged couple appeared to have Celine's section of chairs in their sights.
"Seriously, would a buffet table kill them? A smoked salmon dip? Some crudités? Ooh, maybe shrimp cocktails with those jumbo prawns like in Vegas."
I laughed. "Dream on, Cat."
"Hey, I pay my taxes."
I cocked a brow. "Since when?" She coughed and muttered something, then scrambled over the back of the chair before the couple could approach and ask her to move.
"Scoot over, Cora," she hissed. "I'm not sitting by strangers. You know they'll try to pet me, and only the goddess knows where their hands have been."
"Shh," I hissed, though it was too late. The man and woman frowned at us before taking their seats. "Nice, Celine," I muttered. She leaned in and stole a bite of Clint's cold cuts, right from between his slices of toasted ciabatta bread. "Hey there," he protested, pulling it out of her reach, though that only served to get her a bigger section of meat. She flashed a triumphant grin as she pulled the deli slice into her mouth.
"Let that be a lesson," she insisted. "Next time, bring me my own meal and you can keep all of yours."
Clint glanced up at me, pleading. All I could do was shrug. I'd lost control of her approximately 3 seconds after sealing the magical familiar bond. As soon as she was no longer at my mercy, she was out of my hands. Now, if only I could get her out of my hair.
"Lilac, what would you say if I needed to crash on your couch tonight?"
Celine asked, leaning past me to look over at my mom. Mom flicked a glance at me, a silent question in her eyes. "Why do you need to stay at her house?" I asked the cat. "You have your own room, practically your own wing of the new house. What is that overpriced memory foam bed you insisted we buy you, just not living up to the hype?" Celine scowled at me, the tip of her tail flailing.
"I'll have you know, my joints alone are older than the three of you combined. That memory foam is the only thing that helps me sleep. And trust me, you do not want to know what I'm like without a solid 13 hours every night."
I rolled my eyes, but all I could see was the glaring price tag on the dang mattress she'd made us buy the day after we got our keys from the real estate agent.
"I'm requesting an alternate place to sleep because the two of you make the most unholy of noises any time that one's been out of town for more than 48 hours.
Celine continued, jabbing at Clint with the tip of her tail to make her point.
"You should consider recording it and uploading it to one of those dirty talk websites."
The couple in front of us peeked over their shoulders, their expressions horror-struck. "Celine!" I yelped, heat flooding my cheeks as my fingers fumbled their hold on my soda cup, almost dropping it to the floor.
"I'm just saying, it would be one heck of a way to pay for that kitchen remodel you're always yammering on about. You know, when you're not upstairs."
Mom slapped a hand over the cat's mouth. To the surprise of all 4 of us, Celine blinked a few times, her eyes wide, as though it took a moment to register what had just happened. "I don't think any of us need to hear more about that," Mom said sharply, before peeling away her fingers one by one. I recognized the look in her eyes, having witnessed it many times in my own childhood, and hoped for Celine's sake she held her peace. The cat's ears flattened against her head, but she didn't carry on where she'd been cut off. Instead, she held her tail aloft and leaped down to the floor.
"Sheesh. What's a cat got to do to get a little hospitality around here?"
she muttered. Then, craning her head up to look at the baffled couple, both of whom looked like they were witnesses to a terrible car crash on the side of the road, she flashed her teeth in a wide, feline grin.
"You two have any extra room? You don't look like the type to go bow chicka wow wow in the middle of the night."
"I'm going to zap her," Mom said, from between gritted teeth. I delivered a blast of wind to the cat's furry backside, skidding her along the parquet floor until she reached the aisleway. My face felt red as a beet as I leaned toward the couple. "I'm so sorry about her. She's just... I trailed off, utterly incapable of finding the right word to define it. But it didn't matter. The couple were already on their feet, tripping over their neighbors to go off in search of alternate seating arrangements. Planting my face in my hands, I muttered to myself, "Someone remind me to pick up some moving boxes and a change of address form on the way home, will you?" Chapter 3. The heat had not fully left my cheeks by the time Walter Peabody took the stage and began his opening address to the packed house. After delivering a scowl to those in the audience who dared to openly snack while he spoke, he rambled on, laying out the agenda for the meeting. Thankfully, the topic quickly shifted to the vote about the funding for the dock, a measure which passed nearly unanimously, then ran along a few other key issues before the microphone was turned over to none other than Sheriff Templeton. Mom and I both gulped, slinking down in our seats a bit as the man stood to one side and waited for Walter to adjust the microphone stand accordingly. A few whispers swirled somewhere over my shoulder. "Thank you, Walter," Sheriff Templeton said, giving the chairman a gracious smile. Or at least what passed for gracious when it came to Sheriff Templeton, meaning little more than a quick twitch of the sliver of lips visible beneath his bushy mustache. Clearing his throat, he turned to face the crowd. "As many of you know, there's been something of a situation at the campgrounds, and I am here to assure you that my department is handling the issue, and..." Whispers turned to rumblings, and even a muttered curse word or two. Frowning, I straightened in my seat, glancing around the hall. What was everyone so upset about? I gave Mom a questioning look, but she shrugged. Though I suppose that was to be expected. She was in full-on grandmother mode these days, and barely had time for anything that didn't directly involve caring for Cheyenne and the new baby. When it came to snuggling her grandson or catching up on the latest edition of the Winterspell Gazette, little Pierce won out every single time. Sheriff Templeton's face reddened at the frustrated murmurings and bubbling hostilities from the crowd. Now, let's all pipe down," he said, raising his voice, which turned to booming thanks to the microphone. The outburst worked, at least momentarily, as the crowd blinked in unison. "My deputies are negotiating with the owner of the strange house and are working to find an alternative location," Templeton continued. A few rows away, a tall man with high cheekbones and a wiry frame shot to his feet. "My brother-in-law was injured in the car accident caused by that monstrosity," he exclaimed, his spindly fingers balling into fists at his sides. Seated in the chair beside him was a woman with red-rimmed eyes and a tissue pressed to her mouth. "He's still in the hospital," the man continued, "and his family is now struggling with the loss of income." You've known about this situation for weeks now. What are you actually doing, Sheriff Templeton? A smattering of applause and encouraging whispers and sentiments swelled as the man glanced around the hall, his fingers unclenching. The woman beside him opened her teary eyes a little wider, taken aback by the sudden show of support from the community. What are they talking about? What strange house? I looked at Clint, but he shook his head, as lost as I was on the matter. It sounds pretty bad, though, he said. Seems like the community should consider putting on a fundraiser or something. At least Sheriff Templeton should suggest it. Might be the only way to win this crowd over. He shifted a wary glance around us. I nodded. It wasn't a bad suggestion from a PR standpoint, but I still wanted to know what everyone was talking about. For once, I wished Celine had stuck around for the rest of the meeting, as she always kept one ear perked to the various goings-on in Winterspell. When she wasn't in the shop heckling me and my customers, she ran around town collecting gossip, the way children collect seashells at the beach. Sheriff Templeton, realizing he was about to lose his crowd to a full mutiny, raised his hands, his cheeks growing red. Walter Peabody swept in, banging his gavel loudly on the podium. That's enough, everyone. Please remain in your seats and have some decorum for this most important of all Winterspell traditions. Mom groaned and rolled her eyes. She wasn't the only one. Thank you, Walter, Sheriff Templeton said, as the man standing beside him narrowed his beady eyes at the anxious crowd. Walter Peabody wasn't an imposing man by any means, but he was the one with the gavel, and for whatever reason, that demanded people to listen to his orders, begrudgingly as they might be to do so. What's all this hubbub about, anyway? An elderly woman in the third row demanded, in a thin but commanding voice, knocking the tip of her cane against the floor to draw everyone's focus. Walter stepped forward again, leering over the podium, and for a moment I thought he might chastise the woman for impersonating his gavel pounding. But instead, he offered a twitch of a polite smile and addressed the crowd. Earlier in the month, it was reported that a woman calling herself Baba Yaga had taken up residence at the abandoned campgrounds in a rather unusual home. I'll say, came a booming male voice from a few rows back. That thing looks like a spacecraft. Someone should call NASA. Is she really Baba Yaga? A frantic-sounding woman asked. Of course she isn't, Sheriff Templeton shouted, leaning into the microphone so it picked up the tail end of his words with thundering emphasis. Walter dug a finger into his ear as he shot Templeton a dark glower. Templeton took a step back, lacing his hands behind him, if only to keep himself from grabbing for the microphone a third time. The strange house is shaped like a metal chicken, and while that is sort of akin to the Slavic legends, there is, of course, no truth to this claimed identity. Kudos to him for having the correct lore, Mom muttered, her brows lifted as she considered Templeton. He also used the word akin, I added, unable to keep myself from snickering. You two are terrible, Clint whispered. Mom and I exchanged a smile, silently figuring we'd earned the right. Or maybe Celine was just rubbing off on us. We all know those are nothing more than fairy tales and stories, Walter interjected, surprisingly amenable to the woman and the demands of the crowd. He was normally merciless toward anyone who interrupted or spoke out of turn, which generally meant for the duration of the entire meeting, seeing as how he preferred to do the bulk of the talking. I think it's alive, a woman said. I saw it blink and move its beak. So wait, the whole house looks like a chicken? Mom said, frowning as she leaned in closer toward me. I shrugged. Celine was really going to regret missing this meeting. A woman living inside a giant chicken at the Winterspell campgrounds? Toss in the bit about the Slavic mythology, and this whole thing was right up her screwball alley. For now, The house has been contained to the campgrounds, so as to avoid any other tragic automobile accidents," Walter said, shifting a glance toward Sheriff Templeton, as though judging whether or not he was fit to resume speaking in front of the microphone without blasting everyone's eardrums a third time. Sheriff Templeton inclined his head, then took a step forward once more. Walter stepped aside, though he kept a tight hold on his gavel. "That's right," Sheriff Templeton said, giving a nod. "The large metal chicken, house, is not fit for the roads in and around Winterspell, and the occupant of said house has been informed that if she tries to take the house or whatever on the road again, she will be severely ticketed." A scoff came from somewhere over my shoulder. "A ticket? Sure, that ought to stop her," the person muttered under their breath, to a handful of murmured agreement. I still had no idea what was going on, but the idea of a large metal chicken running down the road was more than a little terrifying, and I made a mental note to have Celine look into it when she had free time. Sheriff Templeton wasn't in the mood for further questions, and left the podium after telling the crowd about a tip line to call in case the chicken took off again. By the time he resumed his seat, I wondered if I had woken up in some kind of fever dream. Made all the more jarring when Walter took over speaking and returned to the normal, mundane business of the council by providing an update about the temporary changes to the traffic flow near the post office while the roads were being resurfaced. Eventually, the meeting was adjourned, and everyone began filtering out of the hall. Though, judging by the faces of more than a handful of people, it hadn't been the most successful meeting in Winterspell's history. However, on the way to the parking lot, Clint whispered something suggestive in my ear about making up for lost time since Celine would be out of the house, and we quickly said goodbye to Mom and hurried back to where he'd parked his black BMW before heading home for a night in. Just the two of us. "Getting an early start?" Clint asked, as I tossed aside the coverlet, still muttering a string of curses at my alarm clock. Groaning, I pushed myself up to a sitting position and stretched my arms overhead. I still wasn't quite used to waking up in our new home, even though several months had passed since we moved in. The two-story home resided in an established neighborhood, only about a mile from the downtown strip, including Wicked Wicks, and just a short walk from one of the main lake access points. The home was far larger than my previous one, dubbed the Shack by Celine, but wasn't close to the palatial estate Clint's late mother had left to him in her will. While it was taking some getting used to, and would take far longer to properly grow into, I enjoyed waking up in the large primary bedroom, with its expansive vaulted ceiling and the fancy gas fireplace on the wall across from the bed. Down the hall was a large media room, with a huge picture window looking over treetops and the crystal blue waters of Winterspell Lake. The plan was to convert that space into my workshop and excess storage space, but it was a work in progress, much like the rest of the house. Naturally, Celine thought we should have moved into Clint's mother's estate. She saw herself as a queen and found the extravagant home fitting of her station. But Clint and I decided it was far too much home for either of our tastes. Celine still shook her head and scoffed at our stupidity whenever we complained about the laundry list of renovations we needed to make. But the new home had good bones and was a good size for us. Granted, as a product of the late 80s, it needed a facelift, as much of it remained unchanged from the original owners. The rooms were large, but needed new flooring and paint. Most of the rooms had some variation of a floral wallpaper border along the ceiling, which we hoped to eventually trade out for crown molding. Likewise, the bathrooms were outdated and in need of some TLC. Clint had grand plans, and had already hired a contractor to do the bulk of the work. Even still, it would take time to get everything customized. Smiling, I twisted around as far as I could, then rotated the other way, stretching my back before rising from the side of the bed. I adjusted the extra-large t-shirt I'd fallen asleep in the night before as I padded to the attached bathroom. Lily is coming back from her vacation today, so we're officially starting a candle-making boot camp. I tapped on the light switch, cringing slightly at the brass fixtures as I stepped into the illuminated bathroom. As grateful as I was to have such a nice home to live in, it was hard not to fixate on the long list of things we wanted to change, especially when I had no way of knowing when we'd ever get around to any of it. With the second location of the shop and my doubled workload, soon to be tripled with the tourist season about to kick off, it all felt so daunting. Sometimes I longed for my cozy little house across town, where everything was comfortable and familiar, where it felt like home. "What about you?" I called from the bathroom as I turned on the tap to wash my face and brush my teeth. "Are you coming to the shop today?" "If you need me to, I can," Clint replied, his footsteps sounding as he crossed to the opposite side of the room and then to the entry into the walk-in closet. "I've got a meeting with the accounting team this afternoon, but otherwise I'm free. I was going to ask you if you needed help getting the next shipment packed up." I blinked at my reflection, my short pixie-cut waves sticking out at all ends like some kind of fuzzy halo. "Packed? I haven't even made the candles yet. The batch you just dropped off was meant to last 2 weeks. Clint's silence ratcheted up my anxiety until I finally stepped out into the bedroom again. He turned, halfway between the closet and the bathroom, considering 2 different shirts on padded hangers. About that. I may have misjudged how well the BOGO sale would go." "Clint," I groaned, tucking my toothbrush into my cheek. His brow furrowed as he shifted his attention between a periwinkle blue and a salmon-colored shirt. Silently, he held up the selections, and I jabbed a finger at the blue one. "I'm only one witch," I continued, tracking back to the sink to spit out my toothpaste. "What about Lily? You just said she's going to be training to help make the candles. Beyond that, I think we need to talk about getting you another full-time employee here in Winterspell." He hung his chosen shirt on the towel bar, then leaned against the doorframe, watching me in the mirror. Frowning, I worked to smooth down the wild strands of hair. I didn't like using a lot of product in it, as I loathed the feeling of anything sticky or crunchy on my short tresses. I met Clint's eyes in the mirror as I gave in and opened a jar of rose-scented pomade. "It will take time to get Lily up to speed on making the candles. And even then, I'll have to do all of the magic work. Celine could help, but we both know the likelihood of that happening." A smile kicked up the corners of Clint's mouth. "Flying pigs, hell freezing over, all that jazz." "Exactly." I flicked my eyes to the ceiling for a moment before continuing. "Even if we hire another full-time employee, it will be a while before they're trained. Maybe we should have waited a little longer before opening the second location." My teeth worried on my lower lip as I smoothed my fingers through my hair. "It's going to be all right, Cora. Worst comes to worst, we can take orders and fulfill them as you're able. And I can come by the shop more. I don't have all the answers just yet, but I can run the cash register and answer phone calls at the very least." I smiled at him in the reflection and rinsed my hands. "I don't know. Can I afford to pay you?" Clint's eyes sparked, his expression changing from his jovial smile to something more sultry as he came to stand behind me. He wrapped his arms around me and breathed deeply, taking a beat to appreciate the lightly floral scent of my hair before pulling me in tighter against his chest. "I'm sure we can work something out." "Hey, maybe we can just start charging Celine rent," I suggested with a laugh as I leaned against him. "She had her pigeons at the store yesterday." Clint chuckled. We both knew there was a better chance of a unicorn trampling through our backyard with a basket full of kittens in its mouth than there was of Celine agreeing to pay rent. "Speaking of," Clint said, moving to the second sink on the large section of tile counter, "she didn't come home last night." "She didn't?" He shook his head as he wet his own toothbrush. "After you fell asleep, I went downstairs to get a drink, and she wasn't there. Normally, she likes to heckle me and question the caloric density of my midnight snacks. She was probably just in her room, I said with a shrug. You heard what she said about getting her 13 hours. I rolled my eyes. Or maybe she really did go crash at my mom's place. I thought she was kidding about all that, but maybe she wasn't. Let's just hope she was keeping herself out of trouble. Nodding, I stopped to kiss Clint's stubble-riddled cheek before leaving the bathroom. See you at the shop? I'll be there, he said, around a mouth of toothpaste. Love ya. Love you too. Chapter 4. As it turned out, Celine had indeed stayed out all night long, but not at my mom's place, or with the poor couple she'd harassed at the town hall meeting either. Instead, I found her already working away in the storeroom at Wicked Wicks. Judging by the pile of cellophane packages piled up on my desk, and in a large basket by the back door, she'd been at it for quite some time. Frowning, I slid my keys onto their dedicated peg. The small cat had her back turned to me, but there was no way she hadn't heard me come in. What is all of this? I asked, gesturing around. I'm already running low on space. I meant it when I said you need to find another place to work. Why can't you do this at the house? There's an entire bay of the garage that you could use.
What, like some kind of animal?
Celine scoffed, still not bothering to look over her shoulder at me.
Hard pass. It's cold and damp out there.
I pinched the bridge of my nose, silently counting down from 10. Okay. Well, you can't stay here. I need room to work, especially today. Lily is back from her trip today, and as soon as she gets here, I'm going to start teaching her how to make candles.
Teach? What is there to teach? You melt a bunch of wax, pour it into a glass, and say a little incantation. Then bam! Ka-ching! Honestly, Cora, you have to make everything look so difficult. You should try and be more like me, pumping out the products and pumping up the profit.
My eyebrow quirked. Have you been watching those sleazy marketing videos on YouTube? What did I tell you about those? Celine snickered and flicked her tail to zing another package across the room, letting it fall atop the stack by the back door.
There,
she crowed, puffing her chest out as she finally turned to face me. Her dainty white canines flashed in a victorious grin.
Another satisfied customer-to-be. And look at you. You just rolled out of bed, didn't you?
Yes, because, unlike you, some of us prefer to work during the day, not in the dead of night like some kind of bat or hamster. Her eyes narrowed at that.
Did you just call me a hamster?
Maybe, I said with a shrug. Should I get you one of those plastic balls to run around in? That might be kind of fun. Celine flicked her tail.
Only if I can find a way to make it fly. Then I could really show this town who's in charge.
Goddess help us, I muttered, rolling my eyes as I dropped my purse from my shoulder. I crossed the small room and went to put my purse in its normal place on my desk, only to find there was no space available. Packages with Celine's label, likely the ones that were going out for delivery that afternoon, lay in rows across the entire surface. I'd never admit it out loud, but the staggering amount of product she produced in a single night was impressive. Though, it did make me wonder as to the viability of most of her wares. She insisted that each trinket contained its own charm or enchantment, but they were all small spells. A protection charm wouldn't be powerful enough to ward off a mountain lion, but it could repel mosquitoes or keep spiders away. There was a dissolvable powder meant to go in with the laundry, and she claimed it would make the clothing dirt repellent. I'd told her she should work on a variation to keep cat fur away, and I'd be her most loyal customer. A garnet ring promised the wearer their hands would never get cold. Her entire business was based on ridding her customers' lives of small problems and minor inconveniences, which certainly had an appeal, But even still, I failed to see how her business was so booming, especially in such a short span of time. The residents of the magic town had grown used to seeing the talking cat out and about, but it surprised me so many were willing to trust her with their credit card information. Even more puzzling was her self-satisfaction when she'd scoffed at the simple magic in my own enchanted wares. She always said it in a way that made me think such spells were somehow beneath her. Yet here she was, hawking spider protection spells and anti-dust collecting paperweights, all over Winterspell, with the same energy I imagined Alexander the Great carried with him into the Battle of Gaugamela. My sixth sense said there was something more afoot, but I'd been too busy to track down the clues. I was about to start prodding her for answers when a key turned in the back door, moments before it opened, revealing a willowy blonde wrapped in a purple rain jacket. Lily Reed, my superstar employee of every month, grinned as she shook the raindrops from her polka dot umbrella before stepping inside. "Hello! Long time no see." "Lily, you're back." "I'm back. Did you miss me?" "Desperately." I sighed, fully meaning it. "Ah!" She giggled as she stepped fully into the storeroom, carefully navigating around Celine's overstock. A quick furrow gathered between her brows, though it erased when she met my eyes once more. "How's everything with the new shop?" Her long blonde hair swished in a ponytail that fell midway down her back as she slipped out of her coat. The ends were beginning to curl from getting wet on her walk to the shop.
"Business is booming?"
Celine exclaimed, the fuzzy part of her chest puffed out with pride.
"Well, for me anyway. Cora's is the same humdrum as always. Speaking of, I have a meeting to get to."
Before I could correct the cat, not that it would have helped, she made a jaunty exit through the back door, leaving only a shower of pink sparks and the echo of a snicker in her wake. "She's still at it, then?" Lily asked, plucking one of the wrapped trinkets from the selection atop my desk and studying the label. "She's nothing if not persistent," I replied with a shake of my head. "I'd say I can't believe she just left with this mess here, and yet somehow it's the most Celine thing she's done this week. Guess we'll have to do our candle lessons out on the front counter." Lily brightened. "I'm excited to learn, especially now that you're so busy. It will be nice to help get you a little bit unburied. I felt so guilty taking my trip in the middle of this transition." "Oh, don't be." I waved a hand. "I had Clint to help, and other than Celine's nonsense, it's been going pretty smoothly. Though I am very glad you're back now. Clint's actually floating the idea of hiring a second full-time employee here in Winterspell, now that things are running smoothly in Bellevue. What would you say about doing some training? And then maybe switching to production on a more full-time basis once you get caught up to speed?" Lily nodded vigorously, filling my heart with warmth and a glimmer of hope that maybe I'd be able to take my own vacation sooner rather than later. "All right." I clasped my hands together. "Let's get going. Class is officially in session." We'd just gone through the various types of wax and their melting points when a tapping on the back door interrupted. I glanced up from the melted soy wax we'd started to enchant, a crease between my brows. "It's too early for deliveries," I said to Lily, already moving to the doorway of the storeroom. "And I don't think I'm expecting anything today anyway." "I'll keep stirring," Lily called, as I slipped into the back. Marching across the small, cramped space, I carefully opened the back door, peeking to see who was standing on the other side. Blinking, I adjusted my line of sight and realized the pounding had come from the beaks of the small horde of pigeons strutting around the alleyway, clearly having missed the memo that their overlord was out of the office today. "Oh boy," I muttered, shaking my head. Celine appeared to have some way of communicating with the birds, though I wasn't entirely sure what type of magic she was using to do so. Nor did I have any desire to learn it, if that was even an option for me. But, still, it would be nice to get some more of my space back. and the birds seemed to know what to do with the packages. I'd watched Celine load up their little legs dozens of times already over the past few weeks. What harm could it do? I counted 9 pigeons and 1 white bird that was larger than the other birds, but I wasn't sure what species. It looked a bit like a white raven. "Hold on," I told the birds, holding up one finger on the off chance they understood the universal gesture to wait. I considered the packages on the desk, figuring they were the next batch to go out. Gathering them up, I placed them in the alley and waited for the birds to line up. But all they did was fuss and flap their wings when I tried to get close enough to tie the cording to their legs. Frowning, I stared at the agitated birds. "Well, how do you want to do this, then?" "Everything okay?" Lily called from the front. I think so. It's Celine's birds." "Should I even ask?" Lily replied with a laugh. Sighing, I shook my head and spread my hands over the array of wrapped packages. "Well, there you go. Take your pick." Shockingly, each one of them made their selection, and only then did they allow me to tie it to their leg. I had no idea how they knew which package they were intended to take, but I rolled with it, if for no other reason than I wanted them out of my alleyway before they could make a royal mess of it. After the 9th pigeon took to the skies, I looked around for the last package and the white bird, only to find both were missing. The frenzy had been a little hard to follow there for a minute. It was also larger. Perhaps it was able to carry the package on its own, without need of the twine. Shrugging, I pushed to my feet and brushed my hands together, wondering if I should create a mock time card and charge Celine for my time. Chapter 5. A few days passed, each following a familiar rhythm. I taught Lily the basics of candle making for an hour and a half before opening Wicked Wicks, usually crossing paths with Celine as I left the house, just as 2 ships in the night. Clint worked to keep all of the plates spinning as best as he could before leaving for the next supply run to Bellevue. Between worrying about home renovations, pending wedding plans, and making enough candles to stock both locations ahead of the summertime rush, I didn't have time to worry about Celine's extracurriculars. However, when she made an appearance late one afternoon, looking a little less feisty than usual, I cautiously broached the subject. "How's business? You haven't been crowing about your raging success quite as much the past few days," I noted, as I cinched a ribbon tightly around the middle of a thick pillar candle. Holding it up, I looked for nicks in the wax or any other defects, before smiling with approval and nestling it beside the others in the crate set to go to Bellevue with Clint later that evening. He'd decided to leave a little early this week and would only stay one night before coming back on Sunday, in hopes we might enjoy a sliver of the weekend together, though I had my doubts.
"Oh, my business is doing just fine," Celine assured me with a pointed look. "I just stopped rubbing it in your face so you wouldn't feel too badly about yourself." Reaching for another candle and ribbon, I rolled my eyes. "Gee, how gracious and thoughtful you are." Celine snickered. "In fact, it's going so well, I've decided to hire an assistant to help me with deliveries and see to my day-to-day needs, now that you are too busy for me."
Blinking, my finger stilled, the ribbon only halfway wrapped around the candle. "Why does this feel like some kind of trick?" Celine blinked up at me, all innocence and pure sunshine.
"A trick? Now, Cora, be reasonable. Why would I try to trick you?"
Snorting, I tied the bow and pulled it tight. "Who is this mysterious assistant? And do I even want to know how much you've offered to pay them? This isn't the Stone Age, Your Highness. You have to pay your employees fairly and give them time off, regardless of what emergency you find yourself in at the last minute." I slid a wary glance toward my familiar. Personally, I'd rather work for some medieval lordling than for Celine, but I kept that thought to myself.
"I know that,"
Celine muttered.
The pigeons were satisfied with birdseed, but I understand my new protege requires proper compensation. Luckily, business is booming, and I'll hardly even miss her wages from my bottom line."
She puffed out her chest and lifted her chin. I rolled my eyes and moved the next candle to the crate. "Well, then, I'm happy for you. Although that's not going to stop me from starting a pool with Clint, Mom, and Lily to bet on how long she lasts before she justifiably goes running for the hills." Celine glowered at me. Smiling, I chalked one up for myself on my mental scoreboard and snagged another candle and ribbon, flourishing the white fabric and offering a triumphant grin to the disgruntled cat. As I tied the bow, a reminder clawed its way to the front of my mind, and I turned my head. "Hey, I've been meaning to ask you, what do you know about this so-called Baba Yaga living out at the campgrounds? Or have you simply been too busy with your thriving enterprise to keep one ear perked to the local water cooler talk?"
"I don't know what a water cooler has to do with anything, but of course I know what's going on around town, Cora. It's called multitasking."
"Okay, smarty pants. Then tell me what you know. Does she really live inside a metal chicken?"
"Apparently, though I haven't had time to go and see it for myself. I don't know the woman's real name, but she deluded herself into thinking she comes from Baba Yaga's lineage and has styled herself accordingly. I don't know why Templeton hasn't found her a cozy padded cell."
Celine scoffed with a dismissive flick of her tail. "I thought Baba Yaga's house was a normal house, but with the legs of a chicken."
"Yes, well, like I said, I don't think this witch is playing with a full deck."
Celine's eyes caught the movement of a couple walking past the display window. When she looked back at me, her whiskers twitched.
"It's quite something, I'll give her that much,"
she continued, her tone almost bored.
"It's a shiny metal chicken, including a beak and wings that extend and flap. And it can move, true to the legend, which of course is where all the uproar came from. A couple of weeks back, she ran the thing right up the highway, and some of the other drivers didn't quite know what to make of it or got out of the way in time. I'm not quite sure. My sources are still gathering that information for me."
"Sources? Who are these sources? You make it sound like you have a job over at the Gazette."
"Again, Cora, multitasking."
Pausing, she shook her head as if all this was the most natural thing in the world.
"Anyway, I know for a fact she doesn't come from Baba Yaga, because,
of course, you two were close personal friends and had tea every Thursday through the Dark Ages," I interrupted, sighing loudly. Celine scowled.
"No, Cora. She's not Baba Yaga's kin, because the witch simply never existed. Honestly, you will fall for any old fairy tale, won't you? What would you do if I told you King Arthur himself was riding on a white horse down Main Street looking for his next Guinevere? Would you throw yourself into traffic, hoping to catch his favor?"
Slamming the next candle down onto the table with more force than intended, I eyed a chunk of wax chip off the once smooth bottom. I was too annoyed to care, though. I narrowed my eyes and glared at my familiar. "I'm sorry. This is coming from the cat who claims to be on a first-name basis with the boogeyman, insists she's met Medusa, and, supposedly, stole the thread of her 9th life when the fates themselves weren't looking. But somehow, giving credence to the lore of Baba Yaga makes me the ridiculous one?"
"I thought we'd settled the bit about the 9th life,"
Celine insisted with scorn.
"I showed it to you and everything."
I planted my palms against my face and let out a muffled groan. "That's not really the point. You're making it sound like I'm some kind of bubble-headed Alice in Wonderland or something, when in reality, you're the one who's been feeding me all these stories."
"They're not stories, Cora," Celine hissed. "I've merely been sharing my real-life experiences with you. And you're welcome, by the way. I know you don't have much excitement in your life, and I was only trying to give your world a little color."
With that, she lifted her tail aloft and jumped down from the counter. Apparently I was dismissed. Or maybe I was boring her. Goddess forbid.
Just steer clear of the campgrounds until that bird-brained Templeton and his gang can figure out what to do with her,
she called, slinking toward the door. I started to argue, but a customer approached and stepped inside, giving Celine a chance to slither past. So I swallowed the rest of my retort and offered the woman a friendly smile instead, lest she'd think my irritation was her fault. Most people in Winterspell knew about Celine and gave her a wide berth if they saw her coming down the sidewalk, a fact that entertained her to no end. But even still, it wasn't the best look to be chastising one's familiar in front of potential customers. Lily returned from lunch and took over helping customers while I finished packing up the crates bound for Bellevue. Clint came to get everything loaded up and filled me in on the morning's events, which had included placing an official Help Wanted ad in the Winterspell Gazette. He promised he'd handle the screenings and interviews when he got back in town, so as not to add one more duty to my laundry list. While Clint went to fill the van with gas, Lily and I finished out the day and were preparing to close when the twinkling bell on the shop door rang softly, and a young woman with pale skin and a jet-black bob of stick-straight hair approached the counter. I decided that either she was an existing fan of the goth movement or had recently converted after the success of the Netflix adaptation of Wednesday Addams, as she was dressed head to toe in black, with thick black eyeliner and deep mauve lipstick, and didn't so much as twitch the corners of her mouth when she approached the counter. Lily, with her usual grace, smiled widely enough for the two of them as she asked if there was something she could do to help. "I'm Addie, Celine's assistant," the girl explained. I wasn't always the best at judging ages, but I thought she might be somewhere in her early 20s, maybe 22 or 23. Older than college, but still blessed with perfect unlined skin and pores so small they may as well have been invisible. "I'm supposed to pick up a delivery. Is it ready?" Lily and I exchanged a quick glance before I inserted myself into the conversation. "I'm Cora," I said, extending one hand toward the girl. "Celine is my familiar." The girl pumped my hand once, then quickly pocketed her own the moment she snatched it back. I gave her a beat, expecting her to fill it with some small personal detail or perhaps a word or two of introduction. But she stared at me, unblinking, and I took a step back. "Right. I'll just get that delivery for you," I said, stumbling a bit over my words as I backtracked to the storeroom. There were a few more trinkets than before. Altogether, they filled a large moving box I'd picked up at the local self-storage office a few days ago, deciding it was best to keep everything of Celine's in one place. With a grunt, I heaved the box out to the front, unsure how the girl would manage it on her own, as she wasn't all that much taller than me and likely a good 35 pounds lighter. Before I could ask, the girl snapped her fingers and enveloped the large box with a cyclone of air, powerful enough to lift the box but not destructive enough to disturb even the stacked business cards set near the cash register. I blinked. It was impressive control, especially for such a young witch. "You're an air witch, too. We have that in common." The girl just shrugged, barely acknowledging my statement before turning to leave, gesturing with one finger to beckon the wind cyclone to follow. When she was gone, Lily giggled. "Somehow she and Celine are perfect for each other, aren't they?" "She has the same social graces, at least," I muttered. We quickly forgot about the delivery girl and the strange introduction to Celine's assistant and continued our closing routine. Clint came inside a few minutes later, clasping his hands together in the same movement he made when he was eager to leave the house for an appointment or reservation. "Guess I should get going," he said, coming to meet me at the front counter. Lily made herself scarce, silently disappearing into the back room to give us some privacy. "Tell me it won't always be like this," I said, in a halfway sigh as I rounded the counter to embrace him. "It won't always be like this," he said, against the top of my head as he enveloped me with his arms. "We'll find a way to make this all more manageable. I'll look into shipping options and see if we can't find a better system. Give me a few more months, Cora, and things will settle down, I promise. A strangled smile caught my lips as I turned my head and pressed my cheek against his chest. The zipper on his North Face jacket pushed into my skin, but I didn't mind. I just wanted to breathe him in before he left. I'd never been one of those women who always needed attention or even constant companionship. After Roger, I'd gone through a long stretch where I wasn't sure whether I would have a long-term relationship or not. Just left to my own devices, I managed to keep plenty busy between my recreational activities and my business, with Liana and my family there to fill in any gaps that might crop up from time to time. Clint placed his fingertips underneath my chin, tipping my face up to meet his eyes. I'll be back Sunday, and we can have the entire afternoon together. Maybe we can even pin down the top 5 venues and start booking tours. That would be nice, wouldn't it? I swallowed, my throat suddenly tight. Mm-hmm. Clint kissed me once, then pulled me into an embrace and planted another kiss on my forehead. It was a sweet, comforting gesture, and I closed my eyes as his lips lingered there for an extra moment. See you Sunday, he said, stepping back, his arms cupping my shoulders. Sunday, I nodded. But call me as soon as you get to the motel, all right? Of course. I'll talk to you soon. He headed for the door, and my heart twisted. I believed him when he said it wouldn't always be like this. A part of me couldn't help but wonder, what came next? Chapter 6. I expected to wake up to an empty bed the next morning. Instead, I woke up to a face full of cat fur and a pair of glowering blue eyes. Celine, I grumbled, my voice scratchy. Get off of me. She plopped her rear end down in the center of my chest, pushing out the last bit of air with an oof sound.
Not until you tell me where my products went,
she snapped. I blinked a few times and struggled to sit up. For all her bravado, Celine weighed less than 10 pounds soaking wet. At least I assumed. I'd never dreamed of giving her a bath, and while it was tempting to toss her into the lake from time to time, I'd restrained myself thus far. Though that idea was growing more appealing as she dug her claws into my crate and barrel duvet cover. Knock it off, I hissed, fully awake. She retracted her claws one by one, unblinking.
Where are my products, Cora? You know I should have seen this coming. I should have known the green-eyed monster would rear its nasty little head eventually. You're only human, after all.
She sniffed. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and reached for my phone. It was early enough that my alarm clock hadn't gone off yet. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, Celine. Get to the point, or make yourself useful and go put on the coffee. She scoffed.
Don't think you can play innocent with me, missy.
Frowning, I let the phone fall into my lap, giving up on the idea of trying to go back to sleep. Lily would be at the shop in an hour and a half, ready for our next lesson. Saturdays were always busy, tourist season or not, so we'd have to wrap it up early. I needed to make every minute count.
I went to the shop to sort out the weekend deliveries, and to my horror, all of the products were gone. There are no signs of a break-in before you even try blaming me for this. As I've stated repeatedly, the bathroom window is too small for any thief over the age of 10 to wriggle through. So, that places you and Lily atop my suspect list.
Suspect list? Celine, you cannot be serious.
Just admit it, Cora. You're jealous and trying to sabotage me.
A laugh burst from my lips before I could even attempt to rein it back in. The entire idea was so absurd, so utterly over the top.
I'm calling Warden Quinton,
Celine declared, bounding across the bed. She hit the floor with an uncharacteristic thump, then launched herself over the outdated Berber carpeting, out into the hallway, where her back legs skidded momentarily on the faded laminate. Oh, for Merlin's sake, I muttered, pushing off the bed. Celine!
It's too late, Cora. You can't stop me.
I couldn't, but her lack of opposable thumbs very well might. Even with her wealth of magic, touchscreen still largely eluded her control. Which, honestly, good for them. Did you smack your head sometime during the night? I asked, pursuing the cat down the hall, then to the first floor of the house. Scowling, I stalked past the living room and followed her into the kitchen, doing my best to ignore the large rectangular dent in the living room carpet, a relic of the previous owner's large saltwater aquarium. Celine sat on the breakfast nook table, the one I used to use as my dining room table, frantically pawing at the locked screen of Clint's iPad.
Wake up. Samson? Sabrina? Sailor Moon? Oh, what the heck is this dang thing called?
Siri? I said mildly, swooping in to snag the device away. And it can't make phone calls anyway.
Maybe not for you,
Celine retorted as she rounded on me, her eyes brighter than before. In fact, they glowed with a fire I'd not seen in some time, and never directed at me before. She'd honestly forgotten. Setting the tablet out of her reach, I crossed my arms. I sent everything with your new assistant? You remember her, don't you? Celine's tail went still, her eyes widening, even as the disdain flickered. My lips twisted to one side as I considered her, giving it another moment to sink in.
She came to the shop on her own then,
Celine sputtered. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, right before closing. You can ask Lily if you need a second eyewitness account. Celine looked down at the freshly polished surface of the table. This would be the part where you apologize, I prompted, rolling 2 fingers in a mid-air circle.
You should have called me,
Celine said, her head bouncing back up, the spark returning to her eyes. My brows knit together. To say what exactly?
To confirm you gave her the right items. To verify her identity. Did you even ask to see her driver's license?
Ugh! I started to protest, to defend myself and my actions. But it was too late. The tempest was out of the tea kettle, and the cat was out of the house. Celine shot out the cat flap in the back door like a rocket, streaking across the backyard. With an impressive leap, she cleared the fence and disappeared. Oh, it's going to be one of those triple shot kind of days, I muttered, ambling toward the espresso machine. Hey, have you seen Celine today? I asked Lily toward the end of the day, when I finally got a moment to slow down long enough to realize she hadn't come by the shop to do her usual heckling and nagging. Not today, Lily replied from her station behind the cash register. We'd had a steady stream of customers all day, and I'd had to stop my production work a few times to hop in and allow Lily to assist some of the more hands-on types of customers. Even still, I'd finished several batches of the best-selling candles to replace the inventory I'd had to pull from for the Bellevue location at the last minute. There was a ways to go before I'd be completely caught up, but I'd made an impressive dent and felt satisfied with the day's work. Of course, depending on what Celine was up to all day, that feeling could wane quickly. Frowning, I turned and glanced at her usual perch above the counter. It sat empty. For a moment, I considered putting a bundle of candles there, figuring it would work like a beacon to summon her. As with most cats, Celine always wanted to plop her furry hindquarters down right where I needed to place something, or in the seat I'd most recently abandoned, regardless of my intent to return. You don't think she's in trouble, do you? Lily asked, concern knitting across her young face as she watched me. If you ask me, Celine seems more than capable of fending for herself. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what I'm afraid of. Whenever I don't know where she is or what she's up to, I get a little nervous. She was acting really weird this morning, too. How so? Briefly, I filled Lily in on the odd encounter with Celine in the kitchen. Lily listened intently, but offered a slight shrug of her shoulders when I finished. You know how she is. Sometimes she goes out of her way to find things to quibble about. I snorted. Sometimes? Lily giggled. She's probably just upset because you made decisions without consulting her. You know how she loves to be consulted. Is it really consulting when she's already decided on the solution and will pitch a fit if you dare to go against it? Lily laughed again. No, I guess that sounds more like a hostage situation. I nodded. Life with Celine often felt that way. The bell on the door twinkled as a trio of middle-aged women came in, laughing a little too loudly. The tallest of the three swayed a little in place when they stopped to look at the new display in the front window, suggesting they'd come from having a drink or two over at Merlin's well. Lily tapped her hand against the counter as she pushed away, always light on her feet. I can take care of everything here, Cora, if you want to go out and look for Celine. I shook my head. No, you're right. She's probably just off on one of her quests. After all, she can't go too far, can she? Lily smiled, then bustled toward the trio who were giggling and exchanging raised eyebrows over some of the more romance-themed candles in the clearance section, the lingering leftovers from Valentine's Day nearly 2 months ago. Smiling to myself, I returned to the storeroom and finished cleaning up my workspace, already mentally scrolling through the catalog of options for dinner. We'd been so busy lately that the state of affairs in the kitchen was at an all-time low. Most of our meals came from ready-made dishes in the freezer, from a local meal prep company startup, or via a grease-splattered bag from one of the local restaurants. It wasn't the healthiest route, and when combined with the lack of time I'd had to go hiking or out onto the lake, it meant I'd likely have to buy my wedding dress a size larger than I wanted to. But we were in crunch time, leaving us with few options. Clint's promise from the night before echoed through my head, and I drew in a deep breath, reciting it to myself like a mantra as I finished sweeping the floor. It won't always be like this. The tipsy gaggle of women made their purchase, and a rather generous one at that, before sauntering out onto the street, discussing possible ideas for dessert. Lily straightened up the front of the shop while I counted the till and printed the daily sales reports. It was a quiet, familiar routine for the pair of us by now, one I didn't want to give up, even though I knew Clint was probably right in his assessment that it might be time to bring someone else on board. That was a problem for another day. Lily and I said goodnight out on the sidewalk, and after locking up, I wandered down the street a little ways, my heart set on my usual butter chicken from Elephant's Palace. It was likely still a high-calorie meal, but at least not one born of a deep fryer. I took the order to go, hopped in the car, and drove back home. My mind so distracted, I inadvertently started driving in the opposite direction, heading toward my old house. Shaking my head, I mentally chided myself for being so distracted and turned around. Celine wasn't at the house when I arrived. Abandoning my dinner on the island in the kitchen, I moved through the house room by room, floor by floor, before returning for it. Everything looked the same as it had been that morning, and I started to eat my meal alone at the chairs alongside the island with a glass of wine. But before I could even get more than a few bites in, the distraction over where Celine might be grew too pressing. With a sigh, I set my fork down and reached for my phone, quickly dialing my mom's number. She answered on the third ring, a little breathless, and from the wailing cries in the background, I didn't need to ask where she was. "Hello, dear," Mom said. "We were just talking about you." I frowned. I never knew why people used that expression. It always raised more questions than it answered, for me at least. "Oh, yeah?" Mom laughed, realizing where my thoughts were headed. "All good things, of course, Cora. Cheyenne was just asking if there was any movement on the wedding plans." An involuntary sigh slipped from my lips, and I sagged against my elbow braced on the tiled countertop. "Oh, come on now," Mom chided. "It's a wedding, Cora. It's supposed to be a happy thing. The way you act sometimes makes me think you're being asked to plan some type of military invasion. My nose scrunched. I've hardly said anything about the wedding. Exactly. That's my point. Anytime someone mentions it, you get all crabby. I do not. I cut myself off, my eyes squeezing shut. That's not why I was calling. Have you seen Celine today? There was movement in the background, and the sounds of baby Pierce's cries grew further away, suggesting Mom had moved to a quieter part of the house. No small feat, with 6-year-old twin girls and a newborn baby. Celine? No, can't say that I have. Is something the matter? I don't know yet, but she's been acting strange and ran out of the house this morning like her tail was on fire, and then I haven't heard anything since. I just think something's going on with her. But I don't know what, so I was hoping you might have seen her. Sorry, I've been here at Evan and Cheyenne's all day, Mom said. I'll have to send you some pictures as soon as I get a chance. I'm about to get dinner started for everyone. My chest squeezed at the visual image her words painted in my mind. Across Winterspell, Mom and my brother and my sister-in-law and my nieces and baby nephew were all together, about to cook and sit down together. Since Pierce's arrival, our weekly family dinners at Mom's house had turned a little hit or miss. Sometimes I found myself thankful for some of the misses, as they allowed me to squeeze in a few extra hours of work. But now, sitting all alone in this big kitchen with my takeout meal that, while delicious, had nothing on my mom's home cooking, made me miss my family. Well, have fun. Give everyone my love, I said, my voice a little melancholy. I think I'll try Aunt Lavender. She might know what's going on, and I've been meaning to check in on her anyways. Oh? Any specific reason? Mom asked, a note of alarm in the back of her voice. No, I lied, quickly covering my tracks. I haven't seen her in a little bit, that's all. Mom paused, and I could imagine her giving the phone one of her signature looks, the one that made it clear she knew I was lying. But she wasn't going to press me. At least, not yet. We hung up, and I stared at my plate for a long moment before shoving up from my seat and stashing the meal in the fridge. I set my wine on the counter beside the coffee pot, then went to get my coat and car keys. If anyone in this town would know what Celine was up to these days, it would be Aunt Lavender. The challenge would be getting her to tell me. Chapter 7. Aunt Lavender's bungalow remained largely unchanged since she'd returned to it after her abduction, though it looked cheerier now as a result of the freshly planted annuals in the cedar boxes placed around the porch, along with the glazed ceramic pots gathered near the front door, each bursting with colorful petunias and violets. There was something else, too. It seemed her presence alone somehow illuminated the house from within, like a sparkling overlay that brightened up the darkly painted exterior. The inside, however, had also reverted to the way Celine and I found it when we first began our search for her about 15 months ago. Knocking on the door, I shifted my weight from foot to foot, glancing around the nooks and crannies and the sills of the windows stretched along the first floor, hoping for a sign of whiskers or the tip of a dark gray tail. Celine didn't spend as much time with Aunt Lavender as I'd once thought she might, but she still ended up here from time to time. Overall, it seemed the two of them had come to terms with their premature separation, each in their own way, but they'd made peace with it. Of course, it helped that Aunt Lavender was smitten with her new familiar, Checkers, who had been paw-selected by Celine herself. Checkers was a black and white tabby, found as a kitten in one of the many alleyways around Winterspell, and had outperformed all the other cats who'd auditioned for the position. I had to give it to Celine. She'd done a good job when it came to Checkers. He was a perfect match for Aunt Lavender's eccentricities. His exuberance and eagerness to please presented a stark difference to Celine's constant need to be right, Where Celine attempted to be the guardrails for Aunt Lavender's more ambitious plans, Checkers hopped on the back of the runaway car with his tail waving in the air, enjoying the ride. The family was happy the new pairing worked so well, but it did require a bit of long-distance supervision. Aunt Lavender was on to us, though, and I feared her recent withdrawal was due to her planning something she assumed we would try to stamp out. But then I'd been so absent myself, caught up in the busyness of everything, that perhaps my perspective was skewed. After all, my own visits had become infrequent, especially when compared to those first months after returning her safely home. The door swung open, seemingly of its own accord, until I looked down and saw Checkers blinking up at me from the threadbare woven runner. "Cora, I thought it might be you. Come in." Tentatively, I stepped over the threshold, following the cat inside. Checkers was over a year old now, and full-grown at around 15 pounds, but still maintained some of his clumsiness from kittenhood, as though somehow still getting used to his larger size. He'd won Celine's gauntlet challenge, though I suspected his ability to communicate was the deciding factor. According to Celine, she'd cast some sort of spell on all of the cats who'd auditioned for the role of Aunt Lavender's new familiar, enhancing any natural magic they might have. But as Lily and I had observed from the back of my shop, the only one either of us had been able to hear was Checkers. I wasn't sure how it worked, and Celine wasn't patient enough to fill in the gaps of my understanding. None of the other animals in Winterspell could talk, and I'd always thought Celine was something of an anomaly, as she was the only familiar I'd ever met who could speak out loud. And from the looks she garnered around town from the other Winterspell residents, I wasn't alone in my understanding. There was another witch, Rosella Midnight, who was sort of infamous around Winterspell. Some whispered she'd been cursed by a dark sorceress and was able to communicate with animals and even bend their minds into doing her bidding. Celine and I had met Rosella and even worked together for a time last Valentine's Day, and I knew the rumors of her abilities were largely exaggerated and twisted into something malicious, when the witch herself was the furthest thing from malicious. Regardless of the mechanics behind the magic, Celine's spell had worked, and Checkers was able to communicate with Aunt Lavender and other people in town, too. "Have you seen Celine today?" I asked Checkers, tiptoeing into the entryway. Dismay snatched at me with each step, as I did my best to keep from recoiling at the towering piles of what most people would consider trash looming on either side of the front door, with only the small walkway free of clutter. It wasn't quite to the same level as when Celine and I had begun our search, but I gave it another month or two to turn the place back into its borderline hoarder's status. I bit back a pained exclamation, thinking of all the hard work and countless hours Celine and I had put into cleaning and organizing the bungalow. Partially, we'd done so out of necessity, as it was impossible to search for clues to Aunt Lavender's disappearance in such a cluttered environment. And then it turned into something else. We wanted to restore order to the chaotic house and offer the fresh and clean space to Aunt Lavender upon her return. Clearly, those efforts had mostly been to make ourselves feel better, as Aunt Lavender had wasted no time in getting back to her old habits. "Celine," Checkers repeated, shaking his little head. "Lavender, the door!" A gust of magic ricocheted from around the corner, closing the door with a soft thump. The lock clicked back into place automatically. One of Aunt Lavender's charms, no doubt. Understandably, she had taken more care in the home security department since we'd rescued her from Winslow in August. Celine had insisted on locking our place down, too, crafting multiple security wards and enchanting the windows and doors to automatically lock. "She's in the kitchen," Checkers told me, reading my next thought before I could voice it. I stepped over a fallen pile of cardboard boxes, each of them nested inside one another, the way I sometimes did on a delivery day when unpacking new supplies and inventory. The difference was that when I was done, I always took the cardboard to the recycling bins in the alley to clear the clutter, whereas Aunt Lavender would keep the boxes for months, insisting they might come in handy someday. The whistle of a tea kettle heralded my arrival as I stepped into the kitchen. Aunt Lavender dropped the leather-bound book she'd been holding and raced over to turn off the burner. "Hello, dear," she said, not so much as glancing at me as she poured herself a cup of tea. The dining room table was covered in open books, with the bits between tomes littered with sticky tabs and note cards. An assortment of empty teacups and mugs rounded out the mess. Leaning over the table, I noted most of the contents of the mugs looked stale and days old, deep amber rings permanently etching themselves into the ceramic. I slipped my hands in my pockets to keep from gathering the mugs and taking them to the sink for a vigorous scrubbing. Aunt Lavender always took it as a slight whenever anyone tried to clean up after her. Mom was the only one who got away with it. I learned long ago not to even try. Aunt Lavender set the tea kettle aside, then promptly abandoned her cup, scurried back to the table, and jotted down a note on an empty sticky note. Satisfied with her scribbles, she lifted the note and smoothed it to the pages of one of the open books. Straightening, she scratched her head, her silvery hair cut to her shoulders, a departure from the waist-long style she'd maintained for the majority of my life. "Everything all right?" I asked. Muttering something to herself, Aunt Lavender flicked her hand, and a scroll appeared so fast it was almost like she'd conjured it from midair. Clearing her throat, she pushed her spectacles up to the bridge of her nose before unrolling the scroll and reading something in a whisper. Blinking, I slid a glance toward Checkers. I was used to Aunt Lavender being distracted, but this was almost on another level. She barely acknowledged me. An echo of the past nagged at me, and I swallowed hard before trying to shove it down. "How are you doing, Aunt Lavender?" I asked, still looking at Checkers. "Looks like you've been pretty busy, huh?" Aunt Lavender continued reading, her words picking up speed as her eyes flicked furiously over the writing. "Aunt Lavender?" I said, raising my voice a little higher. She blinked, glancing up at me as though she'd already forgotten I was standing there. "Oh, Cora. Right. What brings you by, dear?" I was looking for Celine, but now I'm wondering what you've got going on here. This all looks pretty important." I gestured toward the almost puzzle-like assortment of open books, their spines tucked together like reeds in a woven basket pattern across the table, with only the dirty mugs to break it up. Leaning closer, I searched for any key words, only to find most of them written in strange languages I couldn't decipher. The various maps and illustrations weren't helpful either, but then geography had never been my strong suit. Aunt Lavender absently reached for a mug, raising it to her lips before realizing it was empty. With a frustrated twitch of her nose, she set it aside, though not in the sink or anywhere in its vicinity, and found the cup she'd just filled, sitting near the kettle. She didn't offer me a cup. "Celine? No, not since yesterday. Or was that the day before?" She looked at Checkers, but before he could reply, she shook her head and continued. "No, can't say I have. But then, isn't that just her way? She'll turn up, dear, don't you worry." I wasn't, in fact, worried about Celine. At least not for the moment. Aunt Lavender's elevated level of distraction and the mess across the table seemed far more pressing. "Are you getting ready for a trip?" I asked, continuing to glance over the displayed pages for clues. Aunt Lavender opened her mouth, but only a soft gasp came out, as her eyes widened behind her half-moon spectacles. Setting her tea aside before she'd even taken a drink, she conjured another scroll, scanning hungrily as she unrolled it. My gaze slid to the left. considering the black and white cat who now perched on the corner of a chair, otherwise dominated by a towering stack of books. Reading the spines, my gaze snagged on words I could understand. A Witch's Guide to Atlantis. Atlantis? I blinked. Surely she wasn't. All is well, Cora. You know, you're too young to worry so much. You're beginning to sound like Lilac. Canting my head to one side, I folded my arms. Atlantis? You're looking for the lost kingdom of Atlantis? Aunt Lavender heaved a sigh and dropped the scroll to the pile of books without so much as a second thought. Okay, well, now you sound like Celine. Listen, I'll tell you the same thing I told her. What Checkers and I do is of no concern to you. And I mean that with all the love in the world, you understand. I don't want to keep secrets, but I don't take kindly to this judgmental tone you've taken on lately. She skewered me with a pointed glance. Her eyes so much like my mother's, unblinking and harsh behind her spectacles. We're just worried about you, that's all. Aunt Lavender muttered something that was too soft and unintelligible to my ear. We got it in hand, don't we, boss? Checkers declared, puffing out his chest and lifting his nose. It twitched once, twice. Then he sneezed rather violently, nearly toppling the stack of books beside him. Lavender recoiled from the sneezing cat, twisting around to consider the cup of tea on the counter. Oh, dear. I've done it again, haven't I? She bustled to the mug, quickly dumping the contents in the sink and rinsing it down the drain. Done what again? Checkers sniffled. I'm allergic to peppermint. Wiping one palm across my eyes, I frowned. Then why do you keep peppermint tea in the house? Aunt Lavender whirled around, gesturing wildly with the empty mug. You just worry about your own affairs. What's this I hear about you trying to get out of the wedding? And there was my cue. Hoisting my purse a little further up onto my shoulder, I squared off with my aunt. Celine hasn't been here all day? Aunt Lavender narrowed her eyes. She knew I was trying to throw her off topic, but she also knew I was backing off from asking more questions about her upcoming adventures. She calculated for a moment, then decided to follow my lead. Not today. I'll give you a call if she turns up, or Checkers will. With that, she turned back to the kettle, refilling it with water and relighting the burner. I stayed another moment, watching as she considered the array of tea in the carefully labeled containers, one of the only remnants of Celine's and my organizational efforts, quickly selecting a new blend, though I noted she still didn't remove the box of loose-leaf peppermint. With a sigh, I said goodbye and saw myself out of the bungalow, casting one glance over my shoulder before getting into my car and driving home. Chapter 8. The house was even darker by the time I returned from Aunt Lavender's, and I missed Clint and Celine even more. I'd spent years going home to an empty house, in the handful of years between my divorce and Celine's arrival, but my old home was small and cozy, and didn't take long to fill with light, heat, and music on a night like this one. The new house still had an air of unfamiliarity, and was far too large to make it practical to illuminate every room and turn on a TV or radio to bathe the whole place in soothing background noise. I flipped on the TV while warming up my dinner, and the droning sound of the Winterspell news filled the kitchen. I almost clicked away, but then stayed put, figuring if Celine had gotten herself into trouble, it would cut into the broadcast and alert me that Templeton was likely barreling my way. And boy, wouldn't he just love that opportunity. Sighing, I nibbled my food, suddenly not as hungry as I'd been when I'd placed my order. There was nothing of note in the first 10 minutes of the news, and by the time the anchor, a pretty woman with a dark bob haircut that framed her angled face to perfection, began telling the story of a boy who used quick thinking and his unique magical talents to rescue a group of ducklings from a storm drain, I decided the town was safe. And whatever Celine was up to hadn't put the citizens of Winterspell in danger. At least not yet, anyway. Which circled me back to wondering just what she was doing, and that spilled into wondering why I cared so much. Sure, I didn't want her to get into trouble or, goddess forbid, get hurt. But she was practically ancient, potentially immortal, and definitely able to handle herself in the great big world out there. Besides, didn't I have enough of my own problems to fuss over? Maybe that was the problem. I was fixating on Celine's troublemaking because it provided a handy distraction from my own woes. Frowning at the realization, sometimes self-awareness really wasn't all it was cracked up to be. I pushed aside my meal and placed my fork on the edge of the plate. After tidying up, I turned off the downstairs lights, double and triple-checked the windows and doors, ensuring everything was locked up tight, and then trudged upstairs to put myself to bed. I was drifting in and out of consciousness when I was suddenly jerked from the edges of dreamland by a loud crash and the sound of shattering glass. Bolting upright, my heart catapulted into my throat. I shoved my arms into the silk robe Clint had gifted me for Valentine's Day and cinched the sash tightly around my middle as I scurried down the hallway. A nightlight glowed halfway down, a blown glass seashell, radiating a soft blue pool of light. No one was there. I strained my ears for the sound of footsteps on the carpeted staircase, but heard nothing. I took a few tentative steps, creeping toward the landing. Realizing I'd left my phone beside the bed, I thought about turning back, but decided against it. Time was of the essence here. A tickle of magic whispered against my fingertips as I tiptoed toward the stairs. My air magic wasn't much to brag about, largely because I'd dedicated my life and studies to illusion spells. Still, I'd been known to knock a man off his feet a time or two. Okay, so the man was Clint. And it had technically happened only one time, though I did enjoy reminding him of the occasion when he got grumpy. As I descended the stairs, careful not to make a sound, I coaxed more and more magic from the metaphorical well within me, beckoning it to the surface. A shaft of light spilled into the hallway, coming from the kitchen, and another soft thump sounded, followed by a harshly muttered curse. Relief flooded through me, even as my brows pulled tightly together. My posture changed, my spine straightening as my steps took on a new purpose, and I marched into the kitchen. When I flicked the switch on the wall, the pendant lights hanging over the large island burst to life, and I skewered the subject of my irritation with a piercing glare. "Celine!" I barked. The cat jolted, her back arching as her paws glued to the Corian countertop, and she was put under the spotlight. Relaxing a bit, she froze, her mouth midway to the spout of the sink. Rounding the island, I found the source of the original sound. The shattered remnants of a glass vase and the scattered stems of a dozen pink and white roses strewn across the kitchen floor. My molars ground together as I snapped my attention back to the pint-sized cat.
Technically, that was your fault,
she said, before using a flick of magic to ever so slightly nudge the cold tap until a trickle poured from the spout. She took a few casual licks at the stream, her eyes not blinking, then turned it off and sat down to groom her face. "My fault?" I stammered. Crossing my arms over my chest, I rocked my weight back onto my heels. The mess of glass and soggy flowers could wait.
"For starters, you didn't bother leaving a light on for me,"
Celine said, gliding her paw along one side of her whiskers, the nearly translucent strands snapping back into place when she set her paw down and peered up at me.
"And secondly, it was a silly place to put a vase. I could have cut my paws."
My teeth started grinding again.
"And lastly, I wouldn't have needed to climb on the counter in the first place if one of you peons had thought to replace the water in my bowl."
Temporarily glossing over her use of the word peon, I flicked a glance at the hand-thrown ceramic bowl near the arched entryway into the kitchen and found it filled nearly to the brim. I opened my mouth to protest, but Celine got there first.
"That is yesterday's water," she sniffed. "Don't think I can't tell."
My lips clamped together, mostly to keep myself from screaming loud enough for the neighbors to call the cops. Then, silently, I turned about face and marched myself back to bed. It was a good thing she was immortal. Otherwise, I very well might have created a second mess to clean up come morning. I was so angry, I forgot to ask her where she'd been. Celine and I remained largely at odds following her midnight antics. She was salty at me for what she called interfering with her business, and I was grumpy with her for her extra snarky tone and increased caginess. Clint arrived home to find us locked in an icy silence, only occasionally shooting each other dirty looks when we crossed paths in the house. When he thought Celine was out of earshot, he had the audacity to suggest that maybe, just maybe, there was a part of me that was upset because I missed her being around the way she used to. I leveled him with a death glare and put an end to that theory right quick. We took advantage of the early spring sunshine and went for a long walk around the lake, and then enjoyed a nice evening out on the town. By the time we went to bed, I'd forgiven Celine and largely pushed her from my thoughts. So, when she showed up at Wicked Wicks the following afternoon, lazily strolling into the shop the way she used to, and hopped into her usual perch without so much as a hello, I briefly wondered if Clint had given her a lecture over a midnight snack after I fell asleep. Lily caught my eye from her place across the shop, where she was restocking the window display following an unusually busy morning. I shrugged, then glanced over my shoulder at the cat. The register drawer opened, bumping into my stomach, and I exhaled a soft oof and cursed my own inattention. "Slow day, Celine?" Lily asked, a pot-stirring grin tugging at her lips. She had a near-angelic face, like that of a fairy from some mystical painting of an enchanted woods. But my unofficial apprentice had a streak of mischief to her, too. "It's been crazy busy here." Thumbing through a stack of dollar bills, I couldn't help but slide a glance up to the cubby, waiting for my familiar's reaction. "I'm going to the bank to get some change," I said. "Do you need any? How are you taking payments, anyway?" A blue-gray face poked out from the shadowed interior, and a pair of brilliant blue eyes zeroed in on me.
"I have it handled. Thank you very much, Cora."
I bit back a smirk and continued my counting. "Okay," I said, sliding the bills back into place. "If you say so."
"I do."
A beat passed as I jotted down a note for myself of what I needed from the bank. Then I banded together a $50 bill along with a handful of 20s and slipped it all into my rose-pink leather money bag. A faded sticker decorated the old bag, a gift from Mom on opening day of Wicked Wicks. The sticker featured the shop's old logo, but it held nostalgic value, and though it was faded and starting to crack along the edges, I couldn't bring myself to remove or replace it. When I looked up, my lips parted to find a cluster of 7 customers, all filing through the door. Most of them were regulars, though a few were new faces. Lily pressed her back against the wall as 4 of them stampeded past her, and the energy was so frantic and frenzied, I had a brief moment of panic, thinking some sort of flash mob had stumbled inside my shop. Or maybe the regular mob? Was that even a thing in Winterspell? "I need the dream candles," a woman nearly shouted at Lily, her expression tense, her face marked with deep lines. "Please." Lily, cloaking herself with her usual grace, recovered quickly and plastered on her customer service smile. "Right this way, ma'am." 2 middle-aged women approached me, bearing the same pained expression and dark circles under their eyes. "That's what we need, too," the taller of them said, as the other nervously fiddled with the rust-colored curls bouncing along the collar of her coat. Celine poked her nose back out of the cubby as I stashed the cash bag out of sight and gestured for the women to follow me. A flurry of questions and sales followed, and before we managed to get the first group out the door, another one came spilling inside, all wanting the same thing: dream candles. "There's another box in the back," I told Lily, as our supply on the shelves and displays diminished. Someone even tried pocketing the tester candles I kept by the register for demonstrations. With a nod, she ducked into the storeroom, and I finished saying goodbye to the last of the flood of customers, finally coming up for air. Luckily, most of them had paid with a credit card, but even still, I needed to get to the bank, stat. As I dug for the cash bag, Celine poured from her cubby, bonelessly, as though made of liquid silver. She silently hit the floor and slunk low, her belly nearly dragging as she tried to follow Lily into the storeroom. My sixth sense tingled, and I sent out a flurry of wind, creating a barricade. Technically, she could pass through, but her fur would get mussed, and she hated that. "Stop right there," I snapped, zipping the cash bag closed again with a little more vigor than necessary. "What do you know?"
No.
She blinked up at me. Pure innocence, unicorns, and rainbows.
That's a rather silly question, Cora. I know all sorts of things. Try to be more specific, like perhaps you'd like my thoughts on the new visitor information placard down by the lake? The fleur-de-lis seems a bit pretentious, but overall...
I narrowed my eyes. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. See, here's where your insistence on being the smartest one in the room comes back to bite you, Missy. You can't play dumb with me. Why did half of Winterspell just trample through here in a dream candle buying frenzy?"
How should I know? Though it's best not to look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say.
Did you just stammer? My eyes widened, my pulse thrumming all the louder in my ears. If Celine was rattled, that could only mean something really, really bad was about to hit the fan. Celine darted her glance to the right, mapping out an alternate escape route. "Don't even think about it," I warned her. With an exhale, she plopped down on her hindquarters and peered up at me.
"Okay, fine. I'll tell you. But you have to promise you won't be mad."
"No dice." Her tail twitched as she reconsidered.
"All right. Well, at the very least, you have to promise that what I tell you won't directly impact my food rations. Paltry as they already are, I can't take a deeper cut."
"Dr. Kiki said you have a small frame and you need to shave off 1/2 pound, I replied. "And that's not the matter at hand." The cat held her ground.
"Promise me, Cora."
Throwing my hands into the air, I caught a flicker of movement and noticed a trio of people crossing the street, making a beeline for the shop's front door. "All right, fine, but talk fast." Celine swallowed hard.
"I might have made a teensy little mistake with one of my spells."
Oh, goddess save us all. Chapter 9. "All right, Cat, start talking," I snapped, yanking the open sign away from the front door, flipping it around to closed. Then, whirling around, I crossed my arms and pinned the pint-sized feline in my crosshairs. Celine fidgeted, her whiskers and tail twitching as she looked side to side. But between me and Lily, she was boxed in. Before the cat could attempt an escape or start her confession, the back door opened and closed, momentarily snatching my attention. Clint appeared in the archway between the retail space and the storeroom, wearing a jovial smile, even as his damp hair and rain-splattered jacket told the tale of being caught in the sudden afternoon downpour. "How was the day?" he asked, his smile slipping as he finished the question. His brow creased. "Everything all right?" I don't know yet, I replied, shifting my narrowed gaze back to my familiar. Celine was just filling us in on some upsetting news regarding one of her charms. Clint's mouth formed an O. Weren't you, Celine? I prompted, taking a step forward. What happened with the spell? And what does it have to do with all these customers flooding in here like their lives depend on it? She'd had several minutes now to come up with the best way to spin her story, yet somehow remained speechless. This was bad, whatever it was. Celine was never speechless. After another long beat, she scoffed.
Fine, I'll just tell you.
Clint came to stand beside me. Do I need to call our lawyer? Celine ignored him as she continued.
In the interest of widening my product line, I've been trying some new spells over the past few weeks. I've had decades to dream up inventive new enchantments and charms, and now I finally have a way to use all the vast knowledge I've gathered.
I cocked a brow. Can we do this with a little less self-indulgence? Celine's eyes narrowed for a moment, but she took the hint.
I made an enchanted sleep mask. You know, the silky kind rich people wear in movies.
What kind of enchantment? Lily piped in from her place guarding the front door.
I've dubbed it the Sleep Mask of Melanoi, the Greek goddess of nightmares and spirits. In theory, whoever wore the sleep mask would slide into the shadow realm and have terrible, vivid nightmares.
Her bright eyes glowed brilliantly as she spoke, clearly getting high on her own supply. Celine, that's awful. Why would anyone want something like that, let alone pay money for it? I interjected. The flash in her eyes turned stormy as she flicked an irritated glance toward me.
It's not awful, Cora. It's wonderful. Lavender thought so, too.
She puffed out her chest, as though that last statement was the final line in her closing argument. I don't doubt it, I muttered. Aunt Lavender also liked rooting around in old mummy-infested tombs, and had once kept a scorpion as a pet, with a leash and everything. The needle on her acceptability meter was a little bent, in my humble opinion.
Not everyone likes the idea of dreaming about running through fields of sunflowers or bathing in the basin of some pristine waterfall,
Celine continued, giving the depleted dream candle section a cursory glance.
Some people want to live life a little more on the edge, and that includes their time spent in dreamland.
Clint's expression morphed as he studied the cat. I knew that look. He'd wriggled free of guard duty long enough to put his business idea hat on. I stepped forward, and the movement snapped him to attention for a moment. Maybe sunflowers and waterfalls aren't for everyone, but I can't imagine anyone wants to go to bed and dream of being chased through an abandoned slaughterhouse by a masked man wielding a chainsaw. Clint tapped a finger against his lips. I don't know, Cora. The horror market is nothing to sneeze at. Think of those haunted houses or Fright Night attractions that crop up around Halloween. There are plenty of people who like the surge of adrenaline and the perceived risk. And just like with a haunted house, a dream is safe, and the customers would know they could wake up and banish it all back to the shadows. Celine flashed her dainty white canines in triumph. I hope you know you're sleeping on the couch tonight, I told him out of the corner of my mouth. Celine snickered. Clint gave me a sheepish grin and spread his arms out, hands open. Sorry, I can't help but see it through a marketing lens. I'm with you, Cora, Lily interjected, shuddering her slim shoulders. I wouldn't want to be scared when I sleep. Give me waterfalls and butterfly fields any day. Celine rolled her eyes.
Of course.
Lily frowned at the back of the cat's head. I'm not a wuss. I'll watch the occasional horror flick during the spooky season, and I've gone to a haunted corn maze even. But an immersive dream where it all feels real? No thanks, not for me. I raised my hand. We're getting off track. None of this explains what the mistake is or why people are running into my shop in droves. Celine's smile dropped off, her chin lowering ever so slightly.
Right. Well, it was all experimental. I didn't have a way to test it out. Not fully. And then the mask was stolen before I could.
Stolen? From where? Here in the shop? Celine's whiskers twitched, an edge of a glower returning to her eyes.
No, Cora. By that sticky-fingered girl I hired as an assistant. You let her walk off with the mask, and she saw fit to take it for herself.
I blinked. Wait, what? How do you know any of that?
It's fairly simple, but I'll go slowly so you can keep up.
I frowned, my arms digging into my chest as I tensed.
The mask was here with my orders,
Celine said, stretching the words out.
And someone threw it in a basket and let my assistant walk out the door with it. Now, the mask and the girl are gone, and half the town is having nightmares. Does that clear it up?
Clint, Lily, and I all exchanged a glance. No, actually, Lily replied, shaking her head. It doesn't. Why would half the town be having nightmares? Wasn't there just the one enchanted/cursed sleep mask? I added. Clint nodded, silently seconding our inquiries. Celine sighed heavily.
Because, as I said, I didn't fully get to test the mask, and there was a slight chance the usage of it would kind of, unlock the door between the shadow realm and reality.
She said the last part in a speedy muttering, but the words hit me like a cannonball to the chest. Celine, I whispered, the full weight sinking into my gut. What does that mean? Clint asked, ping-ponging a look between me and Lily. What's in the shadow realm? Sometimes I forgot how little my fiancé knew about the magical world. He'd grown up in it, but spent the majority of his adult life in the non-magical world. And what little magic he possessed hadn't made much of a lasting impression on him. I'd offered to teach him the basics again, to see if his natural inclinations could spark, but he'd declined. He was content to live in and around magic without needing to personally use it for himself. The shadow realm is where spirits go when they're caught between this realm and the Stardust realm, I explained. Sort of a limbo state. Clint's eyes widened for a moment, even as the corners of his mouth turned downward, the lines on either side deepening. That's where Seth is, huh? I winced. Yes, at least where he was. He may have moved on once his murder was solved. After Clint was accused of murdering his brother, Celine and I performed a ritual spell to commune with Seth, in hopes of clearing Clint's name and finding the true killer. He'd spoken to us in my kitchen, though he remained pinned in the shadow realm, unable to cross over.
Ghosts live there, as do other things of nightmares,
Celine said, her tone almost regretful.
As I said, the mask called to the goddess of nightmares and spirit.
Melinoi, I said, testing out the name. Celine nodded. So, your theory is that the effects of the mask spread somehow from the original wearer to the rest of Winterspell? I asked, my brow furrowed. There was still something missing in her explanation, some detail she was holding back.
The mask was meant to thin the veil, so to speak, between reality and shadow, Celine replied. In theory, it should be contained to the mask, and therefore to the one wearing it. But it was just a theory. A hypothesis, really. I'd not had a chance to test it out.
Frowning, I canted my head. And how were you going to test it? Celine's eyes sparked.
I was going to give it to Lily as a birthday gift.
Lily's mouth dropped open, and the cat wheezed a laugh.
You need a little excitement in your life, Blondie.
Scowling at Celine's backside, Lily crossed her arms over her chest. And you need a kennel. Amen, I muttered, dragging my hands through my short waves.
I would have been there the whole time,
Celine said with a scoff, rounding on Lily.
I would have watched you sleep and been able to see if the magic was contained or if any of it seeped out.
'Cause that makes it better, Lily muttered. Celine ignored her.
If it started to spread, I would have thrown some water on you to wake you up and called the whole thing off before it could get out of control.
Lily seethed. My hand slid down my face, my fingertips stopping when they reached my chin. And now you think your assistant...
Ex-assistant,
Celine interjected, turning back to face me. Fine, you think your ex-assistant took the mask and wore it herself? And now the shadow magic is spreading all through town.
That's the gist of it.
Well, how do we stop it from spreading? Clint asked.
See, that's the tricky part,
Celine said, sending my heart plummeting to the pit of my stomach faster than an elevator with its cable snapped. If anyone finds out about this, I'll be the one they lock away in some order correction facility, I said. You're my familiar, which means any crimes committed by you will be pinned on me.
Oof, and you really don't look good in orange,
Celine said, giving me a pitying once-over. Celine?
Relax, Cora. We'll figure this out. It's not the first time something like this has happened. I reckon we can get the mask back from that snake-in-the-grass assistant, destroy it, and the magic will dissipate.
We don't even know she was the one who took it, I reminded my familiar.
Who else could it be? We don't need to call Matlock to figure this one out.
Celine lowered herself down, her shoulders set and ready to pounce.
Oh, good. Right on time for her own execution.
Turning, I spotted the young woman on the other side of the window as she peered inside. Keep your claws and hexes to yourself, I warned Celine. I'm already going to be on the hook for this nightmare curse. I don't need you adding a homicide charge to the equation. I shot the cat another firm look as I unlocked the front door. Celine rose up from her spring-loaded position, and I took that as a begrudging acquiescence. Hello, Addie, I said, offering the young woman a pleasant smile, though it felt a little strangled, all things considered. Come on in. We had a couple of questions for you.
I should have brought my thumb screws,
Celine muttered. Ignore her, I said, a little too sharply. What's going on? Addie asked, looking around at the four of us, her eyes wary. I thought I was here to pick up the next batch of deliveries. But now this is feeling like that joke of an intervention my parents tried to hold after my second DUI. Well, I guess that answered the question I'd been meaning to ask Celine regarding a background check. Clint coughed into his fist, no doubt to cover the loud brand risk management alarms ringing inside his head. Right, I said slowly, turning to position myself facing halfway between Celine and Addie, needing to keep an eye on both of them. About the deliveries you took the other day?
Where's the mask, thief? I know you took it, so don't bother lying to me,
Celine interrupted, a flash of pink sparks exploding in the air as she snapped her tail. Addie didn't so much as blink. What mask? I scrambled closer to Celine, magic dancing at my fingertips in case I needed to contain her. Maybe Lily was right. A kennel would come in handy in times like this. It would look like a sleep mask, like for traveling. It might have been mixed up with the other orders, but it wouldn't have been listed on the spreadsheet, so we thought maybe you took it home with you thinking it was an extra, which is fine. Celine hissed, and I blew her fur up with a puff of air. We just really need it back. Addie hitched her shoulders in a half-hearted shrug. I don't have it. Nothing was left over after the deliveries.
Oh, come on, Celine scoffed. You're going to have to try a little harder than that.
Addie's dark eyes narrowed. Didn't you say you're like 1,000 years old? Maybe you're losing your hearing. I said I didn't see it.
Cora, step aside, Celine growled. I've got a special little hex all cooked up here.
Knock it off, Celine. Cringing, I turned to Addie. If she says she didn't see it,
It had to be her,
Celine interrupted, pouncing down onto the floor and lunging for Addie's ankles. The girl took a sidestep out of Celine's warpath, just as I repelled the cat back with a blast of reversed wind, using it like a vacuum cleaner to tug my familiar. She put up one heck of a fight, I'll give her that. But the spell was too powerful, and she was dragged backward, managing to gouge claw marks in the wood floors. Nice. Celine, stop. There's something you should know. My familiar glared at me.
What?
Well, before I knew you hired someone to do your deliveries, I saw a few birds in the alley and I sent a handful of items with them. For all we know, the mask was in the batch of items the birds took. Celine blinked.
Is there a punchline here, Cora? Because I'm missing the joke.
Sighing, I gave Addie an apologetic look. I'm really sorry. This has all just been a big misunderstanding, I think.
Unbelievable,
Celine muttered, then sat up straight, raising a paw to casually swipe over her face as she considered Addie in a new light.
Well, in that case, be here tomorrow at 8:30, and bring me a breakfast sandwich from Whimsy's. Swap out the cheddar cheese for Swiss, and make sure there isn't too much grease on the sausage.
Addie snorted. Yeah, right. You can get your own sandwich. I don't like delivering pizza, but at least Papa Stefano doesn't accuse me of stealing from him. Before Celine could stammer out a reply, Addie turned on the heel of her black Doc Marten boots and stormed out of the shop. Chapter 10. The following day, Celine left the house before I woke up, presumably on her way to track down the errant pigeons I'd sent with the misplaced sleep mask. She was still furious with me over my quote-unquote interference with her business, so I wasn't upset at the prospect of heading to work solo, as it meant avoiding her irritated scoffs and muttered complaints. Lily was coming down the opposite side of the sidewalk when I managed to find a parking space. It was early enough there shouldn't have been much traffic, yet I needed to circle the block in order to find a space, nearly 2 blocks down from my normal options. As a tourist-driven town, Winterspell had a fair amount of street parking, especially on the main road through town where the majority of the shops resided, Wicked Wicks being among them. As I turned the corner and saw Lily, I realized why parking had been so scarce. A mob of people stood gathered in front of Wicked Wicks, some of them pressing their noses against the glass, their hands cupped to either side of their faces as they tried to peek inside the darkened storefront. Lily and I both froze at our respective ends of the sidewalk, neither prepared for the sight of the agitated crowd. My eyes flitted from person to person, taking a rough head count in the back of my mind. 26. How could there possibly be 26 customers when there was nearly an hour left before opening? Were they really that desperate? With a quick gesture, Lily and I communicated, and both went around the building to go in through the back door before anyone could see us. I locked the back door as soon as she slipped inside, then turned and leaned heavily against the cool metal. Oh my goddess, what are we going to do? I breathed, my eyes wide. There's no way we can handle a crowd like that on our own. Where is Celine? Lily asked, looking around the room as though expecting her to materialize, which, to be fair, wasn't that crazy of a thought. The cat often liked to hide in tight spaces and jump out at Lily's ankles at the most inopportune time. I'd gotten after her about it on more than one occasion, especially after Celine's attack led to Lily dropping a very expensive pair of crystal candlesticks. But, as usual, Celine heard what she wanted to hear when I spoke. I think she's out trying to track down the pigeons who took the orders the other day, I said, shrugging out of my coat, fighting the urge to zip it up and run back outside. Hiding at home wasn't an option, but it was tempting nonetheless. What should we do? Lily asked, leaning back just long enough to peek into the darkened retail space. Should we put a sign up? You know, one of those limit per customer type of deals? She winced. I think there are even more people out there now. What kind of magic is this? I muttered, cursing Celine's 6 Ways to Sunday. What was she even thinking? My pulse thundered in my ears, making it almost impossible to think. What were we going to do? We'd be out of stock before lunch at this rate. And while the crowd didn't seem violent, desperation had a way of making people do crazy things. And I, for one, didn't want to find out what would happen next. Not to mention, if we sold out here in Winterspell, it would take us all the longer to replenish stock for the second location. The Bellevue store was new enough that everything needed to go off without a hitch. A week or two with low inventory could very well sink a burgeoning franchise. A limit per customer isn't a bad idea, I said, gathering what I could of my scattered thoughts. My eyes slid closed, and I gave a nod as I drew in an anchoring breath. I don't think we have any art supplies back here, so just do what you can with the Sharpies and printer paper, I guess. I'll round up the back stock and break down the gift basket sets so we can sell those candles individually. At some point I can go to the house and get whatever stock I can find in the workshop space. Clint is still renovating it, so I haven't unpacked everything. There might be a few boxes of leftovers from Christmas that didn't sell. No one is really clamoring to dream about Santa visiting or sugar plums, but I suppose in a pinch it'll do. Lily nodded. On it. With a battle plan in place, we raced around, doing our best to prepare for the onslaught. Lily posted a makeshift sign in the window, to the groans and protests of the crowd, and another one near the cash register, in case we needed to reference it for any particularly stubborn customers. I piled dream candles into baskets, making it easier to dispense them to people as they walked through the doors. Then, we muttered a little prayer to whichever goddess might have her ear bent our way, unlocked the door, and greeted the horde. We sold out by 1:30. The addition of last season's Christmas candles held us over the lunch hour, but eventually, there were no more dream candles, and the steady stream of customers began to grow increasingly irritated at my suggestion of some of the less powerful meditation candles. They insisted that their neighbor or their brother or their second cousin twice removed had told them it had to be a dream candle. It was the only thing to keep the nightmares from coming. Throughout the day, Lily and I gathered as much information as we could about what was happening. We only got a chance to compare notes once we'd finally made the decision to close up early, putting another handwritten sign in the window, apologizing for the inconvenience, and explaining that we would do our best to have more inventory available the following morning, but noted it would be on a first-come, first-served basis. I was already dreading it. Did anyone tell you what the nightmares were about? I mean, are they all the same nightmare, or is it different from person to person? I asked Lily, as I worked on counting down the till. The printer beside me was whirring as pages upon pages spit out, listing off the day's sales. We'd done nearly twice the volume as my most successful Black Friday, as even the old Christmas candles were snatched up at full retail price. I don't think it's all the same, Lily said, working to straighten up what had been disrupted throughout the day, as eager patrons grabbed desperately for various candles, only to find they weren't the right ones. One lady said something about a two-headed monster with green scales and a pink tongue. Another mentioned a pack of rabid dogs, or werewolves, maybe. A lot of clown stories. She shuddered before continuing. I also overheard 2 people talking, comparing notes on something that sounded like the plot of a really terrible horror movie. Her delicate face crumpled. Lily's empathetic heart had been through the ringer over the course of the day, especially after we'd had to start turning people away, telling them we couldn't do anything to help. It all sounds so awful. I don't understand how this could all be coming from one curse. Yeah, well, when Celine does anything, it's go big or go home. I shook my head as the printer spat out its last 2 pages and fell silent, almost as if it, too, was relieved to be done. It was ironic to have such a successful sales day be tinged with so much guilt. I didn't feel good about taking people's money when I, by way of my familiar, was responsible for why everyone needed my candles in the first place. At the same time, I couldn't just give them out for free. There were costs to cover, especially now, and putting them on any type of promotion would likely only increase the crushing throng of eager shoppers. I made a mental note to make a big donation to a charity when this was all over, if only to assuage my own guilt. As though summoned by my own grumpy thoughts, a bang in the storeroom alerted me to my familiar's presence, and a moment later, the cat leaped over a stack of empty cardboard boxes I hadn't yet been able to break down. Her whiskers twitched as she looked around.
"What in all of Hades happened here?"
she asked, looking at the obliterated inventory, messed up shelves, and the toppled stack of shopping baskets I'd not yet moved to the front of the store. Narrowing my eyes, I rounded on the cat. "You happened. We just sold out all of our candles and had to close the store early. I realized we were exaggerating yesterday, but now it appears that it is indeed half the town having these nightmares. People are convinced that my dream candles are the only thing keeping them safe, and now I don't have any left. We even sold out the Christmas ones that didn't sell in December." Celine's nose twitched.
"I was wondering why it smelled like a gingerbread factory in here. Cora, how many times have I told you that you put way too much cinnamon in those things?"
"Not the point," I ground out between clenched teeth. Celine, nonplussed, held her tail aloft and strode further into the retail space, still considering everything with a curious eye.
"You know, Cora, I think you should be thanking me. After all, when was the last time this place was so popular? I've been telling you I have a real knack for this business stuff. You really should have let me help you sooner."
I threw my arms into the air. "You cannot be serious right now. You're traumatizing half the town, and you're convinced it's a good thing?"
"Traumatizing?"
She twitched her nose.
"That's a strong word. These are just a few nightmares. In a couple of days, no one will even remember them. But judging by the stack of that sales report you've got there, your bank account will remember. I think you should give me a cut. You know, sort of like a sales commission. Or, if you'd rather keep your books clean, you could just take me out for a nice fish dinner. Every night. For a month. That should do it, don't you think?"
Lily's mouth dropped open in horror as she considered the cat. Over the course of Lily's employment, I'd tried everything I could to convince her that the cat was deranged at best. But my hopelessly optimistic assistant refused to believe that something so cute could be so evil. Apparently, recognition was finally dawning. "Celine, you can't mean that," she gasped. "Oh, believe me, she does," I muttered, before Celine could say anything. Lily had been through enough today. "Enough about all this, anyway. What happened with the birds? You said people would forget about this in a couple of days. Does that mean you found the mask?" Celine's cheery disposition finally slipped.
"I talked to the pigeons. But what you didn't tell me was there was another bird there that day. And apparently, no one knows where it went or what it took."
She shook her head, scoffing to herself.
Bird-brained idiots weren't paying attention. But I suppose this is what you get when you hire pigeons. If only this town had more falcons or ravens. Now those birds could handle some serious business.
"Another bird?" I blinked. "Oh, there was another bird. Sort of an all-white pigeon. I kind of thought it was an albino." Celine flicked her tail, her expression unimpressed. "What? Is that not a thing?" She didn't dignify it with a response. She just gave me one of her signature scathing looks and stalked to the other end of the shop to peer out the window. A few people came up to the sign on the door, their expressions a mix of frustration and desperation. One man knocked on the glass, trying to get Lily's attention, but she shook her head and mouthed the word, "Sorry." How did word get out so fast anyway? How did people figure out that the dream candles keep the nightmares away?
It's a small town, Cora. People talk. If every house on the block has these nightmares, but the one who happened to be burning one of your candles doesn't, it's not super hard to put two and two together. And it's a simple hypothesis to test. The next night, everybody on the block burns one of your candles. They compare notes, word starts to spread, yada, yada, yada.
I nodded. In theory, it made sense, though it still struck me as rather quick work, even for the Winterspell grapevine. Well, it's only a matter of time before Sheriff Templeton comes around the way he did when those cursed candles started putting people into a coma a year ago. We can't take that kind of bad publicity again. It would be the end of us.
Well, then it's a good thing you have that fancy new Bellevue location,
Celine said, wholly unconcerned.
Although I won't be moving with you to Bellevue if that's the case.
I frowned at her. First of all, that's not happening. But even if it did, you wouldn't have a choice but to come with me, and you know it. You'd either come with me or stay here and wither away the way you would have if we hadn't done the bonding spell after Aunt Lavender went missing. Silently, the cat stalked around the perimeter of the shop, giving everything an appraising glance, as though it was the first time she was truly seeing any of it. My eyes narrowed. We had been bonded as witch and familiar long enough for me to know when she was up to no good, which was almost always. What are you doing? Celine considered a shelving display for another moment, and then lazily finished her lap before responding.
What's the square footage of this place?
She asked, peering up at me with those bright blue eyes. Why would you need to know the square footage of my shop?
Well, as you just said, it might not be your shop for all that long. And as it turns out, I'm in need of a retail space for my own booming business, she replied.
You cannot be serious right now.
That's the second time you've said that since I came in here. I assure you, Cora, I am in fact serious. This whole mess with the Mask of Melinoy has convinced me that I need a dedicated retail space to service my customers. I can't rely on pigeons or other unreliable aids.
Scoffing, I shook my head, silently ending the conversation as I took the sales reports to the back. Chapter 11. Lily and I spent the rest of the afternoon working our hardest to replenish the depleted stock, so we had something to offer customers the next morning. Celine wasn't any help, too busy perusing a virtual catalog of furniture options on my iPad, muttering curses when her paw wouldn't hit the screen enough to get the page to turn. Still, by the end of the day, she'd managed to pick out a chaise longue and the color of bookshelves she preferred. The whole thing annoyed me to no end, but there was too much work to be done to spend time arguing with her about the future of the leased retail space. Luckily, over the last year, I'd reluctantly agreed to let Celine offer suggestions about my curing process, and how to incorporate my air magic into the process for the sake of speeding things along, which, in a time like this, was rather helpful. Not that I was going to give her any credit, though. By dinner time, we'd crafted a few dozen candles, each one enchanted with my most basic dream spell, which had very little illusion, but in theory would do the trick when it came to driving nightmares away. Normally, I would have continued working all night, but it was Tuesday night, and one of the rare Tuesday nights when the family was gathering for what used to be our normal routine, and I didn't want to miss it. So, after pulling Celine away from her virtual interior decorating, we said goodbyes to Lily and piled into the car and drove across town to Mom's house, where Evan, Cheyenne, and all three of their kids were already gathered.
Is Lavender coming tonight?
Celine asked, not 2 steps into the living room after Mom opened the front door for us. Mom smiled at the cat, offering a soft laugh. Nice to see you too, Celine. And yes, she's on her way with checkers.
Excellent. I have a few questions for that furball.
She wandered off before I could ask what kind of question she needed to ask Aunt Lavender's new familiar. As she'd hand-picked the young cat to take over her duties, She tended to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring he was doing things the way she preferred. I tried to tell her that it wasn't her place and that Checkers wasn't her familiar, but again, selective hearing. Clint arrived a few minutes after Celine and I did, with Aunt Lavender and Checkers breezing in 10 minutes after him. Not quite on time, but in the minute or two before Mom declared dinner was ready. Aunt Lavender had much improved upon her punctuality in the year since her ordeal at the hands of Winslow in August, but her old tendencies tended to creep in from time to time. Mom dished up her famous chicken and dumplings casserole, alongside a big salad and roasted garlic asparagus. As we filled our plates and passed dishes around the table, she promised there was even a lemon blueberry pound cake to follow, if we had room for it. Even knowing there would be dessert, I couldn't help but pile an extra-large serving on my plate. In all the chaos of the day, neither Lily or I had taken a proper lunch break, instead scarfing down packets of peanut butter cracker sandwiches and a couple of iced teas we kept in the small fridge I'd purchased for the back room. A home-cooked meal, especially Mom's, was exactly what I needed after the taxing day.
Whoa there, Cora. If you keep eating like that, people are going to start expecting you to have one of those little fuss budgets on the way, Celine commented, giving the bassinet on the other side of the room a wary glance. My baby nephew Pierce had passed out promptly following his feeding. "Did she talk like this when she was with you?" I asked Aunt Lavender, scowling at the cat.
Celine snorted.
Who would think Aunt Lavender was pregnant? Honestly, Cora, do you ever think about the things you say before they leave your mouth?
My fingers gripped my fork hard enough that if it were anything less than sterling, it might have bent into an arc. "I'm halfway starved thanks to your antics. Or were you hoping I didn't bring that up in front of everyone?" Aunt Lavender perked up. I hadn't seen where Checkers had darted off to, but when food was being served, he tended to hang out under the chairs, swirling around various ankles in hopes of someone slipping him a treat. Celine told him not to act like a desperate mongrel, but the young cat marched to the beat of his own drum. "What's this? What has Celine done now?" Celine's head lowered, her eyes narrowing slightly as she glowered at me from across the table. The corners of my lips twitched up in a brief moment of victory, and my fingers loosened their death grip on my silverware. Celine went and cursed half the town with nightmares, leading to a run on my dream candles to the point where I had to close 4 hours early or risk having a full ride on my hands. Aunt Lavender tilted her head to one side, her fork stilled over the golden perfection of one of the dumplings nestled in the creamy casserole. "Are things so dire? What with that big house and all that you had to have Celine take over the marketing? If you had come to me, dear, I would have told you that was a bad idea." My mouth dropped open. Celine snickered. "No," I exclaimed. "This wasn't intentional. I didn't tell her to do this. I don't really tell her to do anything because I find it's about as helpful as telling a rock to roll out of my shoe." Mom took a drink from her water glass, eyeing the unfolding scene over its rim. Cheyenne gave the baby cradle a nervous glance, and I realized I'd raised my voice too loudly. Clint placed a supportive hand over mine on the table. "Sorry." I gave my head a slight shake. It's just that she's so frustrating." "Slow down," Mom said gently. "Tell us what happened from the beginning." I did. And as the tale unfolded, my words were laced with more and more vitriol, unearthing emotions I'd not slowed down long enough to indulge. The truth of it was laid bare. Celine's burgeoning business bothered me a lot more than I'd been willing to let on, and the emotion in my voice made it clear. Painfully clear. "You shouldn't be messing around with that kind of magic," Aunt Lavender admonished the cat. I blinked, having expected Aunt Lavender to take Celine's side. After all, she wasn't one to quibble about the more gray areas of magic. She had a moral code, of course, but it had more flexibility when it came to uncovering new and potentially dangerous expeditions or spells than your average everyday witch.
"You don't know what you're talking about, you old bird," Celine scoffed.
though a flicker of expression gave away the momentary sting of the admonishment. She relished in her independence with a devil-may-care attitude, but when it came to Aunt Lavender, her skin was thinner.
Everything would have been fine had Cora not interfered, Celine continued. I would have tested it as intended, realized the problem, and either found a way to fix it, or I would have destroyed it before it could get out to the grubby little hands of the general public.
I frowned. I didn't have much of an argument against her points. It wasn't worth getting into a petty back and forth about my aggravation over her intrusion into my limited storage space, or the fact that she'd felt the need to start her own business in the first place. It seems to me it doesn't much matter how this started, Mom interjected, using her signature cool-headedness to intervene before things got too heated. What matters now is how to stop it, especially before anything worse than nightmares crosses over. Clint blinked. What does that mean? The nightmares are something of a byproduct of the beasts that rule over the Shadow Realm, Aunt Lavender explained. If one of them were able to slip through the veil between this realm and that of Shadow, well, that would be quite extraordinary. Aunt Lavender's eyes glittered. Sounds scary if you ask me, came a small voice from under the table. Maybe to smaller cats and creatures. Checkers hurriedly amended, lest his bravery be called into question. Scary indeed, Mom agreed. They might be made of shadow, but they could do quite a bit of damage if they were to find their way here to Winterspell. There was a moment of silence as the statement hung suspended in the air, thick with the heat remaining from the preparation of the meal.
I'm working on it, Celine sniffed. So unless you know where I might find a white pigeon, I think I'll be taking care of it on my own.
A white pigeon? Aunt Lavender stared at her former familiar.
That's Cora. She says that's what ran off with the mask.
Mom shifted a glance toward me, her expression softening. In the meantime, do you need help at the shop? It sounds pretty dire. I shook my head. I think Lily and I can handle it. It's just going to be a matter of time before we can restock fully. I know you've been busy watching baby Pierce, and I wouldn't want to take you away from that. Across the table, Evan cleared his throat. Cheyenne looked at him, but neither of them spoke. Between them sat the twins, Emmy and Ruby, and it was a true testament to my mother's cooking that both of them were so engrossed with their meal that they weren't interrupting to ask a million questions, as 6-year-olds are wont to do. The conversation dwindled as we returned to our individual meals, eventually moving on to other topics. It wasn't until afterward, when Aunt Lavender and Mom were in the kitchen, discussing the latest episode of some criminal investigation show they both like to watch, that Evan grabbed me by the elbow and tugged me into the hallway leading toward the powder room and Mom's divination study near the staircase. Geez, Evan, I said, yanking my elbow out of his grip. What's gotten into you? My brother towered over me. Not that it was hard to do. And when he leaned down, the full desperation in his face became evident. Dropping my arm to my side, I frowned. What's wrong? You've got to take her off our hands, Cora. She's driving Cheyenne crazy. Always hovering around, snatching up dishes before Cheyenne can barely finish eating, and fawning and fussing over the baby every time he so much as burps or farts. She literally ran out of storage space on her phone because she has to document and coo over every single thing. Recognition dawned, and I couldn't help but smile. The same thing had happened when Emmy and Ruby were born, though enough time had passed that I'd nearly forgotten. Back then, things had been a little different. For starters, they were Evan and Cheyenne's first children, and as there were 2 infants, the extra set of hands was a more welcomed addition. On top of that, Cheyenne had still been working full-time, and when her maternity leave ran out, she was all too grateful to have Mom's help. Of course, back then, Mom had also still maintained a part-time job to supplement her retirement income and didn't have as much time to hover. It was more weekly drop-ins and meal deliveries than nonstop helicopter grandma. What do you want me to do with her, Evan? You just said it. You need help at the shop, right? I know she can't do all the spells, but surely she could do something. She could ring up purchases, schmooze customers, or answer the phone. I chewed at the corner of my lip, my gaze dragging toward the kitchen where the faint voices of Mom and Lavender arguing over some finer point of the last investigation could be heard. I could use the extra help. Please, Cora, Evan pleaded, his hands pressing together in front of him like a prayer. On one condition, I said, dragging my attention back to him. Anything. I smiled. Chapter 12. Okay, now a little to the left, I called out, directing Evan and Clint as they maneuvered a long work table into place. The renovations of my second-floor workshop were officially being put onto the front burner, even if that required using my brother for the bulk of the grunt work. Before leaving Mom's, Evan and I brokered a deal. He would help get my workshop set up, a task Clint had promised to work on but had lost track of amidst the shuffle, and in exchange, I would keep Mom busy for the foreseeable future, thus allowing his wife to have some peace and quiet to enjoy her new baby without interference. Truthfully, I was getting the far better end of the deal, and judging by the amount of sweat pooling on Evan's brow, he might have been feeling the same way. But he didn't complain, as he worked alongside Clint, putting together self-assembly bookshelves, the kind where the instruction manual, if the two men even bothered consulting it, came with helpful little pictures of stick figures and labeled bits and bobs. Mom and Aunt Lavender helped unpack my boxes of overstock supplies, filling the cubbies and baskets on the shelves nearly as quickly as Evan and Clint were able to construct them. Celine and Checkers were mysteriously absent from the work party, but no one complained, as it allowed for a relatively quiet and stress-free experience. Two words that were not often used in the same sentence when speaking about anything involving my familiar. I think that's it, I said, clapping my hands together in front of me. Sure, the walls would eventually need to be painted and the floors would need to be replaced, but it was hard to notice any of that, with a large picture window set along one wall, overlooking the mountains and a sliver of the lake in the distance. Of course, it was too dark to see any of that now, but it was easy to envision, as I'd been dreaming about it since the day Clint and I signed the papers to buy the house. Mom brushed her hands together before planting her fists on her hips and taking a good gander around the room. She offered an approving nod, then smiled at me. She knew just how much this all meant. It's more than fine, Cora. It's a beautiful workshop. Think of all the wonderful things you'll make within these walls. It's practically vibrating with potential. She gave a little shimmy of her shoulders, her eyes gleaming. Okay, Lilac, let's not get too carried away. You know I don't like all that woo-woo stuff. Lavender complained, shaking her head. Mom and I exchanged a secret smile. Evan wiped his brow, then checked the digital watch on his wrist. Wow, it's getting pretty late. Go on, get out of here, Mom told him, making a shooing motion with her hands. Oh, and do tell Cheyenne that if she needs anything tomorrow, she only has to... She'll be fine, Mom. You have fun with Cora for the next few days. We'll manage. Mom nodded, though a lingering twinkle of worry hesitated in her eyes as she shifted her attention out the window. With her back turned, Evan darted a glance at me, then mouthed the words, "Thank you." He gave Aunt Lavender a quick hug, something she was getting used to whether she liked it or not, then made his way downstairs, his heavy footsteps sounding on the stairs and eventually the floors below. I don't suppose anyone knows where the cats are. I posed the question to the group. Clint and Mom glanced around, as though only just noticing. That's odd. Aunt Lavender cocked a brow. They're plotting something. I can feel it. Mom laughed. Now who's sounding all woo-woo? Aunt Lavender scoffed. There's a world of difference between a premonition and an aura reading, Lilac. You of all people should know that. Mom rolled her eyes, but her smile remained in place. What time should we get here in the morning, dear? She asked me. As early as you want, really. I'll be up with the sun. Breakfast is on us, Clint said, coming to stand beside me. I smiled as the weight of his arm settled on my shoulders. Definitely. Aunt Lavender gave a satisfied nod, picking her way to the door. Checkers and I will be here. If nothing else, perhaps he can keep Celine occupied so we can get some real work done. We laughed as I escorted them downstairs, and we found Celine and Checkers sitting near the fireplace in the formal living room. The gas-fueled flames weren't as satisfying to me as a proper fire, but they did a fair job keeping the place warm, especially the stones on the surround where the cats were gathered. I folded my arms over my chest and gave them a wary glance. And just what are you two talking about? Or do we not want to know? Celine looked up at me, the ends of her whiskers twitching slightly, as though perturbed by the interruption.
We were exchanging chocolate chip cookie recipes, of course.
Checkers snickered, giving away their flimsy cover. Is that your next venture, then? You're giving up the charms business and going into the bakery business? I, for one, would prefer it. Just be sure to keep any cursed chocolate chips out of the batter. Celine's eyes narrowed.
Cookies have dough, not batter, Cora.
I shrugged. Forgive me. Sure, she hadn't meant any of this to happen. But for someone who is nearly as old as the dirt in the little potted plant sitting not 2 feet from her, she should have known better. Playing with dangerous magic was always a gamble, no matter how careful or knowledgeable one was. The fact that I'd be the one to shrivel away in jail for her crimes clearly didn't go far enough to make her second-guess her life choices, which was not a comforting thought, especially considering her amount of knowledge and free time. Maybe getting her interested in learning how to bake wasn't such a bad idea after all. Celine hopped down from her spot in front of the fireplace and stalked across the room, pausing to stretch midway, as though she didn't have a care in the world. She was doing it on purpose. Thanks again for all of your help, I said pointedly to Mom and Aunt Lavender in turn, before shooting Celine a glare. I'll see you both in the morning. You two, Checkers. Maybe you can help run supplies back and forth. Checkers looked crestfallen, his fuzzy little chin dropping to his even fuzzier little chest. Are you sure I can't help with the ribbons? That's my favorite part. A smile kicked up one side of my mouth. Maybe when we're done for the day, you can play with the leftovers. But I think we all learned our lesson last time about not giving you a full spool. But I didn't mean to, he insisted, lifting his golden eyes to mine. Honest, I didn't. It just sort of got away from me. I smiled at the memory and nodded. I'll think about it. How's that? Celine scoffed something that sounded a lot like the word softy or sucker. Ignoring her, I ushered Mom, Aunt Lavender, and Checkers outside. Clint waited by the window until they'd driven out of sight before heading into the kitchen for a close-to-midnight snack, while I went into the living room to see if I could needle information out of Celine before going to bed. She wasn't in a chatty mood, retiring to her own room not long after everyone was gone. The curiosity over what she and Checkers had been so dutifully discussing itched at me as I made my way upstairs after locking all the doors and windows.
Still no luck with the pigeons,
Celine declared when she wandered into the workshop just after 10 o'clock in the morning. Mom, Aunt Lavender, and Checkers had arrived at the house not too long after sunup, and in the space of a few short hours, we'd made quite a bit of progress. Down the hill, Lily was bravely holding down the fort at Wicked Wicks, with Clint serving as an intermediary between the two locations. He mainly stayed at the shop, helping Lily with the restless customers, but I texted him as soon as a new bundle of candles was ready for pickup. I'd wanted to go personally, but Mom stopped me, rightly pointing out that if I were to go to the shop, I'd insist on staying to help Lily myself. And like it or not, we all knew I was best used at home, enchanting the candles Mom and Aunt Lavender were working to create. Glancing up from curing a batch of taper candles, I eyed my familiar. Maybe we should ask Rosella Midnight for help, I suggested. It was something I'd been thinking about for the better part of the last hour, as I'd waited for Celine to return with word from her adventure. She'd gone out not long after breakfast, intent on tracking down whichever one of her bird-brained associates, her words, not mine, had run off with the sleep mask, and finding out where they'd taken it. I know you can communicate with the pigeons, though I'm still a little fuzzy on the details as to how. But Rosella can talk to all of the animals in and around Winterspell. Maybe she could put out some kind of furry and feathered neighborhood watch for us. Unless you have some kind of delivery bird bat signal you haven't told us about yet. Thanks to Celine's keenness and her use of the term proprietary information, thank you, Clint, she hadn't shared where she'd recruited her delivery birds in the first place, or explained how and when she communicated with them to show up for delivery runs nearly every day over the past few weeks. Likewise, she hadn't explained how they all knew exactly where to go, or why they'd suddenly stopped. What's going on with your business now, anyway? Have you decided to put things on hold until you track down the sleep mask? Why haven't there been any birds showing up at the shop the past few days? I could almost feel her thinking the words, proprietary information, before she spoke, and I narrowed my eyes, letting her know I wasn't taking a brush off. Not when the stakes were this high.
Okay, fine. I may have had a little help from Rosella. She helped me recruit the birds and explained what they were supposed to do and when they were supposed to show up. After I hired Addie, fat lot of good that did me, I told Rosella I didn't need the birds anymore, and she said she'd put the word out. I don't know how some of them got their signals mixed up and ended up showing up that morning, but perhaps they didn't get the message in time. Or maybe they had a short attention span.
How did you get Rosella to agree to help you? The last time we all worked together, you weren't exactly going out of your way to make friends with her. The three of us had teamed up on Valentine's Day the year before, after I'd partnered with Rosella's family bakery, Sugar Shack, on a Valentine's Day special. A series of thieves made off with our combined gift baskets, and the three of us had teamed up to get them back again.
I made a trade,
Celine informed me, her tail stiff.
The details don't matter, Cora. All you need to know is she's aware of the pigeon situation, and there's nothing more she can do.
I sighed, taking a beat to collect my thoughts as I moved the batch of candles into a cardboard box by the workspace door. Maybe it's time to consider the possibility that this wasn't a delivery mix-up, Mom interjected. Isn't it just as possible that someone broke in and stole the sleep mask for themselves? Celine opened her mouth, as though preparing to object, only to fall silent. I shifted my weight and considered my familiar. Who all knew about the sleep mask? It's not something valuable, at least not on its face. If someone broke into Wicked Wicks, it seems more likely they would have tried to get into the safe, or at the very least taken the petty cash from the register. There's also the glass display case with the more expensive candle holders and accessories, gold and silver and such. Surely thieves would have been far more interested in those.
It's impossible they could have known about the mask,
Celine said, finally finding her voice.
The only person who knew about that was me.
From across the room came a snort. We all looked in Aunt Lavender's direction and found her shaking her head, softly laughing to herself as she poured soy wax flakes into a warmer.
You got something to say over there?
Celine snapped, her blue eyes narrowing in her former guardian's direction. Aunt Lavender took no offense at Celine's edgy tone, still smiling as she looked up. You're starting to lose your memory, Cat. You told Checkers and me all about this so-called masterpiece of yours the other day, when you found us at the used bookstore in town.
Or don't you remember that?
Celine sputtered, starting to object, but then stopped, her tiny mouth closing tightly enough that her whiskers twitched. Celine, you can't really be losing your mind, can you? Now there was a terrifying thought. As it was, she had a myriad of excuses for her bad behavior. If she truly started to lose her mental faculties, there was no telling what she'd be up to.
Of course not. I remember all about the bookstore. You and Checkers were so busy talking about Atlantis that you didn't even listen to me when I told you about my invention. I probably forgot about it because the entire conversation was one-sided and worthless.
Aunt Lavender gave an unapologetic shrug and began stirring the wax flakes. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Okay, so, if you told Aunt Lavender and Checkers, could you have forgotten telling someone else? Or was there anyone at the bookstore that might have overheard you? Celine looked up at me, perturbed, and maybe a slight bit embarrassed.
Oh, sure, Cora. You know how wild the used bookstore gets on a Thursday night. Watch out, party time ahead. It's like Cabo during spring break, minus the wet t-shirt contests.
Don't get cranky with me. None of this is my fault. Let's circle back to Cora's original idea, Mom interjected, about speaking with Rosella. Maybe one of the animals in the area saw something that night. Winterspell isn't a hotbed of criminal activity, so it seems that if something was amiss, someone or something would have noticed. I agree. Plus, we can ask about the pigeons. There are a lot of them, especially here on the main strip through town, thanks to people tossing them little bits of scones and cookies or French fries. It seems like it would be pretty easy for them to track down that white one. Oh, about that, Aunt Lavender said, not looking up from her stirring. It's not a pigeon, but Mystic May keeps a white kestrel as a familiar. 3 pairs of eyes swiveled toward her, holding our peace to give her room to carry on. When she didn't, Celine cleared her throat loudly, halfway to hacking up a hairball, if history taught me anything.
Mystic who, now?
Aunt Lavender looked up, blinking when she found the 3 of us staring back at her. Mystic May? She took over the psychic shop after you 3 ran Hannah Snowberry out of town. I sighed. No one ran her out of town. August Nell paid her quite handsomely after he changed her back from being a boulder. She took the money and ran, saying something about always wanting to go to Reno. Aunt Lavender offered a half-hearted shrug and continued stirring the melted soy wax. Well, Mystic May is the new psychic in town, and she set up shop right where Hannah left off. Her bird sounds like what you've described, Cora.
Why didn't you say something last night? Celine exclaimed.
I did. Mom, Celine, and I exchanged a glance. Then all 3 shook our heads. No, you didn't, Mom said, her tone gentle, but the look on her face left her sister no room for argument. Aunt Lavender scoffed and flapped a hand. You 3 never listen anyway. Blinking, I stammered a few times, unable to figure out quite what I meant to say. Instead, I shifted my attention back to Celine. Any chance this Mystic May could have overheard you talking about the mask? Celine narrowed her eyes at me, her claws digging into the carpet. I started to scold her, but the carpeting needed to be replaced anyway, and scolding her usually had the opposite intended effect.
I didn't even know there was a new psychic in town until now, she said, her words slow as though explaining it to a particularly stupid person. So how could I have told her about the sleep mask?
Maybe she was at the bookstore, I exclaimed, tossing my hands into the air. Or maybe you quote-unquote forgot about bragging to someone else in town who might have told her. I don't know. Cora, deep breaths, Mom said. Exhaling, I reeled in my wild thoughts and focused. We'll go and find out for sure, just as soon as we finish up here. Celine was already headed for the door. Celine! I set my candle aside. "You'd better go with her, dear," Mom said. "Otherwise, I think we all know what will happen next." Heaving a reluctant sigh, I untied the strings of my apron and hurried out the door after my familiar, hoping that involving a psychic would lead to a better outcome this time around. Chapter 13. "All right, but this time I'm doing the talking," I told Celine as we approached Mystic May's psychic shop. Celine frowned up at me, skepticism written all over her furry face.
"Why should I agree to that? We both know you're too soft for interrogation work of any kind."
"This might surprise you, but I actually consider that a good thing." I shook my head, scoffing under my breath as I hurried to keep up with my familiar. Though she was only a fraction of my size, her 4 legs afforded her a speed I could only dream of. Granted, I was used to falling behind, whether it be walking with Clint, whose height and long legs I could not compete with, or Aunt Lavender, who wasn't all that much taller than I was, but always seemed spurred on by some internal driving force that propelled her along far quicker than even my most frantic pace. "Interrogation isn't what we're going for here," I continued, my breathing a little ragged. "If there's one thing you should have learned from the fiasco with Aunt Lavender, it's that going in guns blazing doesn't always get the job done."
"When would I have learned that? If anything, we would have solved the case sooner if you'd let me do things my way."
"Oh, really? And what would that plan have entailed? Burning down the whole of Winterspell?" I shook my head, too winded and exasperated to find the energy to protest further. Celine jumped onto a metal Winterspell Gazette depository box, then pranced along a bus stop bench before leaping back down to the pavement again. "Okay, now you're just showing off," I muttered under my breath. Celine turned her head, flashing her tiny white canines.
"See? I can walk and talk circles around you, Cora."
My teeth ground together. "All I'm saying is this could simply be a misunderstanding. We don't know for sure that this Mystic May or her bird took the sleeping mask. If you didn't tell anyone besides Aunt Lavender, then how would this woman even know of the mask's existence, let alone about its unique power?"
"I'd think the answer is pretty obvious, Cora,"
Celine scoffed. When I didn't reply, she flourished her tail in annoyance.
"She's a psychic."
Before I could argue, Celine stopped in her tracks, her whiskers twitching in the early spring breeze. She backtracked and ran a circle around the base of a street lamp, then skittered down the sidewalk, her nose pointed in the air as she followed it to a trash can outside the sweets shop. "What is it, lassie? Did Timmy fall down a well?" I rolled my eyes, but turned around and followed her to the trash can, knowing that if I didn't indulge her curiosity, I'd be hearing about it for the rest of the afternoon.
"What is that smell?"
Celine asked, bracing her front paws on the decorative metal slats surrounding the plastic can. My nose wrinkled as I peered in at the mix of refuse. Without dumpster diving, it's hard to say, but maybe it's this pretzel? Or taffy? When Celine didn't respond, I glanced up to find my familiar with her nose pressed against the door of the sweets shop.
"Wait a dang minute. When did they start selling bagels?"
I came to stand beside her, looking at the sign in the door advertising bagels and lox. "Celine, we don't have time for this. We need to get back to the house and keep working."
"Well, you should have thought about that when you forgot to feed me a proper breakfast then."
"What are you talking about? I fed you breakfast." Celine scoffed.
"I said a proper breakfast, Cora. Not that diet kibble you've been shoving at me for the past 2 weeks."
"First of all, it's not kibble. It's freeze-dried raw chicken. And secondly, that's what Dr. Kiki recommended." A patron exited the sweets shop, and Celine snaked her way past the man's ankles, bolting inside before I could go over the parameters of her diet for the billionth time. "Okay," I sighed. "Guess we're making a pit stop." Minutes later, We exited the shop with a white paper bag containing a bagel for myself and a small container of smoked salmon spread for Celine. "You're lucky I empathize with the sentiment that diets suck," I muttered to the cat as we headed down the sidewalk again. "Next time we go and see Dr. Kiki, just know that I'm blaming any weight gain on you."
"I can live with that."
The cat flicked her tail.
"Now hurry and dish it up."
She wove around my ankles, nearly sending me face first into the pavement, and I swore darkly under my breath. "You do realize how much more difficult your life will be if both of my arms end up broken, don't you?"
Yeah, just give me the fish."
Shaking my head, I stopped at one of the bus stop benches, sitting down long enough to feed her a few bites. Nothing worse than a hungry familiar, especially one named Celine. I took a few bites of my bagel, sighing happily at the high-carb treat. "All right, you'll get the rest if you behave yourself at the psychic shop," I said, placing the small plastic lid back on the container of locks. "Otherwise, I'll leave it out for the raccoons or something." Celine gaped up at me in horror.
"You wouldn't."
"Oh, yes, I would." That did the trick. She dutifully followed me to Hannah Snowberry's old shop, not even complaining when a light drizzle started to rain down from the dark gray clouds. The store had been rebranded since our last visit, now called Mystic May's Marvelous Mind's Eye. "Yeesh, try putting all that on a business card," I muttered, staring up at the front of the double doors. Celine pushed her paws against the glass, ignoring the sign that stated to pull, muttering to herself when her efforts didn't pan out. Smugly, I exaggerated the placement of my hand on the handle, using my best Vanna White impersonation to underscore the sign before attempting to pull. Celine shot me a scowl. However, my gloating was cut short when the door didn't budge. "What the—" It was the middle of the afternoon. The shops in Winterspell tended to close fairly early, especially in the off-season, but not this early. On second glance, I noticed the hours were also posted. I'd been too caught up in the push-pull situation to notice. "Well, Merlin's beard," I muttered, shaking my head. "She's closed on Wednesdays," I told the cat. "We'll have to come back tomorrow."
"Can't we look her up in the directory?"
Celine asked, glaring at the sign on the door as though it had personally offended her. I doubt Mystic May is her legal name, so it might be a little tricky to find her information. Shrugging, I pulled a notepad and pen out of my purse and scribbled down a note, asking the woman to call me, then slipped it under the door. "There," I told Celine, as I put the notepad and pen away. "Maybe she'll see it and call us back before then." Celine shuddered.
"Just not in time for tonight."
I considered the cat, having rarely seen her so unraveled. But before I could prompt her for more answers, Mom pulled up alongside the curb in my SUV and rolled down the passenger window. "I decided to come get you since it started to rain. I figured you'd be here. Any luck?" "She's closed." I hitched my purse a little higher on my shoulder and approached the passenger door, but I left a note to have her call my cell phone. Mom unlocked the vehicle and I climbed inside, letting Celine step over me to get to the back seats. "Well, that's too bad." "Thanks for coming to get us," I said, grateful for the heat blowing through the vents, especially as fat droplets of rain pelted the windshield. "It's really starting to come down, huh?" "No problem, honey." Mom patted my shoulder. "Back home, then?" I nodded. "Yeah, we should have time to get one more batch done before Wicked Wicks closes up for the night. Poor Lily. She's probably at her wit's end." Mom smiled, but there was an edge of tension in the corners of her mouth. "She'll be all right, but a final batch of candles will definitely help. Clint said it's like nothing he's ever seen before. People are really rattled about these nightmares." Shifting a glance into the rearview mirror, I considered Celine in the back seat. She didn't say anything, but the tip of her tail twitched like a metronome as she stared out the window, and I could tell her mind was busy. I left her alone, hoping she'd come up with a solution before Lily wound up with a revolt on her hands. "Is that the last of it?" Clint asked, surveying the cargo loaded into the back of both of our vehicles. "I think so," I replied with a heavy sigh. Clint offered a sympathetic smile and closed the trunk of his BMW before moving to shut the hatch on my SUV as well. "We'll get it all over to the shop so you have everything you need for the morning." I groaned, not even wanting to think about having to get up and do the same thing again tomorrow. Clint gathered me into his arms, holding me close as I exhaled. "We'll get a good night's sleep and things will look better in the morning." "Will they?" I asked. "Would looking at the stack of sales reports make you feel better?" Clint asked. His voice was light and infused with a teasing tone, but it raked against me like sharp bristles. "No!" I exclaimed. "I feel like I should be giving away the candles for free since it's my familiar's fault we're even in this mess." Clint frowned. I exhaled again, more deeply this time, and pulled away from his embrace. "Let's just drop it, okay? I just want to go to bed early." "All right. So, I'm guessing this would be a bad time to mention that I set up a couple of consultations with wedding planners while I was in Bellevue." I gawked up at him, blinking a couple of times, as though not quite sure whether I'd heard him correctly. "You're joking, right?" He shrugged. "Halfway, I guess, but not about setting up the meetings." "Clint," I scrubbed my hands down my face. "There's no way I can take a day off anytime soon. Especially not until we get this whole nightmare situation under control." He frowned. "What is there to do? It's a spell, Cora. Don't spells just wear off? I'll bet that by this time next week no one will even remember this, although hopefully we'll get some repeat customers out of the deal." "How can you even say that? We don't know if the spell will just go away. There's no guarantee. And doesn't it bother you in the slightest that we're profiting from this terrible mistake?" "I think you need to let yourself off the hook a little here," he replied, gently steering me around to look at him face to face. "You didn't tell Celine to cast the spell, and I'm pretty sure you would have stopped her if you'd known what she was up to. You can't control her. That's abundantly clear. That doesn't mean that I'm not partially responsible. She's my familiar. According to the law, was this illegal magic or just unfortunate magic?" I stopped, not entirely sure. It wasn't like I'd gone to speak with a lawyer, and I definitely wasn't planning on running it by Sheriff Templeton to get his take on the matter. "I'm sorry," Clint added quickly, before I could gather my thoughts well enough to respond. He ran a thumb over my cheekbone. "I don't mean to interrupt. It's just, I hate seeing you beat yourself up about things like this. No one is getting hurt. They're just dreams, right?" I shook my head. "You heard what Aunt Lavender said at dinner last night. If the veil between worlds thins enough, then this could become something much more dangerous than just bad dreams." Clint considered this a moment. "Can we just table this for now?" I asked. "And the wedding stuff, too? It's been a stressful couple of days. Weeks, really, if I'm being honest." Clint's eyes softened and he brought me in close once more. "I'm sure you're right. The spell has to burn out eventually. Celine and I are still working on tracking down some leads. Hopefully tomorrow brings some answers." "Fair enough," he replied with a nod. "But at least let me treat you to dinner. We can talk about anything but candles. How about that? And then I'll draw you a nice bath." I smiled weakly, grateful for his understanding. "Okay, that sounds nice." Chapter 14. Unfortunately, Wicked Wicks was even busier the next day. To my horror, it seemed that the nightmares were only spreading through town, and the news about my candles having inadvertent protection properties was spreading just as fast, judging by the line at the counter by midday. Mom and Aunt Lavender were back at my house, working to make as many candles as they could, Or at least get them to the stage where I'd only need to inject my own magic. Lily, Celine, and I worked the shop. And at least when considering Celine, the term work was largely inappropriate. She mostly paced around, snapping at anyone caught trying to break the 2 candles per household rule we'd had to enact. Clint bounced between the 2 locations, making deliveries and running errands, occasionally popping in to answer a customer question if it was something he readily had the answer to. It was all I could do to keep my head above water, while fighting back the pressure and tension that made me feel like the holiday princess Barbie caught between my warring nieces last Christmas. We were about to wave the white flag and close for the day when the door swung open, allowing the last lingering customers to finish their shopping. Their expressions were caught between trepidation and irritation as they considered their paltry purchases. We'd had to temporarily disable the charm that twinkled with every swing of the door, as it had grown too annoying to listen to it going off every 5 seconds. But the clacking of heels on the floor caught my ear, and I glanced up, offering my best, if not a little harried, smile to a petite woman in a business suit. "Hello," I said, already regretting my next words. "I'm so sorry, but we've only got a couple of dream candles left." Lily came over with the last basket, the ones at the bottom chipped and damaged during the course of the frenzied day. "Will these work?" The woman smiled warmly at each of us in turn. Her suit's eggplant-colored fabric set off her short-cropped red hair, which almost looked like a crown of flames dancing around her face, as the various shades of red and burnt orange caught in the lights overhead. A wire-rimmed pair of spectacles, also a deep shade of purple, perched on the tip of her nose. Behind them, large hazel eyes widened as the smile crossed her face. "Oh, I'm not here to shop, darling. I'm here because of this." Still smiling, she held out the note I'd left under Mystic May's shop door. "I believe you left this for me," she added, her voice thick with a sweet southern drawl. "I'm so terribly sorry it's taken this long to get back to you, but I was out of my shop until this afternoon. I'm Mystic May." "Oh!" I offered the woman my hand, my smile growing more genuine. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Cora Harth." "Now that is just a beautiful name, Miss Cora. I'm pleased to meet you, too." We shook hands, and she tucked the note I'd left back into the pocket of her blazer. I noticed she didn't carry a handbag, which struck me as slightly odd. But then, that could be due to my own preference of carrying around a little bit of everything, never to be caught unprepared. "I've not yet been to your store and figured why phone you when I could simply walk on over and speak face to face." She leaned in, lowering her voice to a stage whisper. "Besides, it makes for a good excuse to shop. Heck, I could even write this off as a tax credit if we talk a little business before I go." She laughed, and the sound was smooth and slow, like golden honey. Leaning back, she glanced around at the cubbies over my shoulder before meeting my gaze again. "Now what is it you wanted to talk to me about, sugar?" I smiled at the woman's warm voice and friendly accent, though the edges faltered as I tried to find a delicate way to raise my concern. "Well, it's just, Mystic May smiled encouragingly, though one of her well-trimmed brows crinkled. "Sorry," I said with a soft laugh. "I guess I'm just not sure how to say this without it sounding like an accusation." "Then allow me," a cranky voice said from over my shoulder. I stiffened, the corners of my eyes creasing as I winced. Before I could stop her, if there was even a chance of that happening, Celine launched herself from her cozy cubby and landed smack dab in the middle of the counter, where Lily was trying to bundle up a package of battered rose-petal pink taper candles, speckled with dreams of rose gardens in spring. "Scat, cat," Lily scolded, blowing on the candles to remove any trace of fur, as Celine stalked down the counter toward May. Mystic May's eyes went even wider at the sight of the talking cat. Most people took a minute to warm up to Celine, although I had a feeling that would be the case even if talking animals were commonplace. "Well, now just look at you," May exclaimed, clasping her hands together in front of her like a bright-eyed child standing before the window display of a fantastical toy store. "Glory be, a talking cat! Aren't you just something special?"
"Oh, I'm a delight,"
Celine drawled. I rolled my eyes.
"The reason we left that note was to tell you that your bird shoplifted from me,"
Celine continued, not assuaged in the slightest by the woman's compliments. Mystic May glanced up at me, confusion tugging at the features of her delicate face. I was never very good at guessing ages, but I would put her in her 40s, if only because of the slight appearance of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes when she spoke or laughed. "My bird? I'm so terribly sorry, but I'm not quite sure what you mean, honey." Celine pulled a face at being called honey, and it was all I could do to keep from laughing.
"You have a white kestrel, do you not?" she demanded.
"Floyd is not a kestrel. He's a full-blooded ether wing. I got him from a wizard while I was visiting Tokyo nearly 12 years ago. He's a fine bird and would never—"
"He looks like any other bird to me. I'm not one for bird identification," Celine muttered. "After all, they all taste pretty much the same."
Mystic May gasped, her hand moving to cover her mouth as she reared back from my foul feline. I jabbed the cat in the side with a finger. "Celine."
"What?"
she asked, blinking up at me.
"A little poultry seasoning, perhaps a good rub, salt and pepper."
I didn't let her finish. Conjuring a burst of wind, I snagged the cat around the middle, using the airflow as something of a lasso. Gently, or at least more gently than she deserved, I lifted her and shuttled her to the storeroom at my back. When I turned around, I found a half a dozen people staring at me, unblinking. Nothing to see here, folks. It took a minute, but Lily managed to get things back under control. When she did, I leaned in toward the psychic with my most contrite of expressions. "I'm so sorry, May." She recovered somewhat, at least removing the hand from her horror-stricken mouth. Celine is like one of those shock jocks, on the radio. Half the things she says are just meant to get a rise out of people. May blinked a few times, but then reached inside the pocket of her blazer. "What I was going to say is that Floyd is a fine bird and never means to steal anything, but he does have an affinity for shiny things." She paused, holding up one finger before digging into the interior pocket of her blazer. As she pulled out one item after another, a lipstick, then a makeup compact, a wooden comb, and then a plastic contact lens case, I realized the reason why she didn't feel the need to carry a handbag or purse. Clearly, the pockets of her blazer were magically altered in some fashion. Finally, she produced a small, cellophane-wrapped package. "Maybe this explains things. You said your cat's name is Celine, right?" she asked, considering the package for a moment before handing it to me. I recognized Celine's business logo immediately. "Floyd has a history of bringing things home that don't belong to him. Sometimes it takes a few days to track down the proper owner." Wrapped in the clear plastic was a silver necklace with an oval locket as a pendant. I'd have to ask later what its intended use was, but I was already pretty sure I wouldn't like it. After all, Celine had nearly cursed half the town with a sleep mask. One could only imagine the damage she could do with a locket. Was there a photo inside of some long-lost monster, just waiting for some poor, unwitting soul to open it and unleash it on the rest of us? Or maybe some type of genealogical curse, stemming from an old tiny photo of someone's great-great-great-grandmother? He likes shiny things in particular, May continued, half of her mouth curving back into a smile. Anyway, I do apologize for any trouble. I slipped the package into my pocket, nodding my thanks. I'll make sure she gets it back. She's got it in her head that she's running her own charm business, and for a while she was using a pack of pigeons for her delivery services. I was giving the pigeons their daily work when Floyd stopped by and snagged the necklace. I thought he was just another one of her birds. I stopped, shaking my head slightly, continually amazed by the bizarre situations I'd found myself in since becoming Celine's guardian. At least life was never dull. May nodded like she understood, but how could she? I'd bet anything her familiar wasn't plotting world domination via cheap, charmed trinkets in his downtime. Lucky witch. Beside me, Lily finished with the last customer in the line and stepped away from the counter to check on a few patrons in the front of the shop, debating between the meager remaining options. May followed my gaze, then shifted her eyes back in my direction. I have to ask, darling, what is your secret? I've never seen my shop even half this busy, not even on opening day when I gave everybody who stopped by a 50% off coupon. The guilt weighing on my shoulders sagged a little more, until I felt ready to collapse onto the counter like a cheap lawn chair. I wish I could give you a secret. Unfortunately, this recent flood of business stems from some rather disturbing trends in the neighborhood. Have you heard anything about the nightmares people are having? Oh. Recognition dawned in May's wide hazel eyes. Why, yes. I'd heard about that just yesterday afternoon, in fact. Any idea what's going on? I kept a poker face. At least, I hoped I did. I don't know for sure, but it seems the barrier between the shadow realm and our own is thinning, allowing nightmares to creep in a little easier than normal. I'm not sure who discovered it, but apparently my dream candles can fight away the nasties, so I've been having trouble keeping them in stock since this all started. Frowning at the basket of marked-down candles Lily had left on the counter, I snagged 2 white pillar candles and pressed them into May's hands. Here, take these with you. The nightmares won't be able to come as long as they're burning. May took the candles in one hand, then dug awkwardly into her magic pocket with the other. What do I owe you? I shook my head. They're on me. Think of them as a welcome to Winterspell gift. How sweet. Thank you kindly, dear. May relaxed her hand, no longer digging for her wallet. And thank you for the information. It all makes a bit more sense now. I frowned. What does? May leaned in, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. See, the past few days, I've been able to reach people's dead relatives a lot easier than normal, but I couldn't understand why. Sometimes my magic fluctuates, and at first I thought it was just some kind of natural surge. But it felt different, you know? I nodded, though I wasn't sure I did. I was thinking about putting on some kind of special deal to help people take advantage, figuring my magic would fizzle back to its normal strength sooner rather than later. But I don't know. It feels a little questionable to use something like this to my own advantage. She trailed off, glancing over her shoulder once more, considering the empty display shelves and the group of eager customers pushing through the front door. She gave a slight shrug and turned back toward me. I just might do it after all. Thanks for the insider scoop. Gently, she placed her palm on the counter between us. Well, darling, I best be going. But it was a pleasure to meet you. And once again, I'm so sorry about Floyd's misbehavior. I'll give him a talking to, you can bet on that. Oh, don't worry about it. It's no trouble. Thanks for returning the necklace. I'll see that my surly familiar gets it back. Mystic May tossed me a wink, then turned around and sashayed out of the shop, waving at Lily as she left. After Mystic May left, I poked my head into the storeroom to check on Celine and gauge just how angry she might be with me over her impromptu removal. Instead, I found the storeroom empty. The back door cracked open ever so slightly. Celine was gone. Chapter 15. All right, everyone. I've got the goods, Clint announced, bustling into the kitchen of our home with 4 large pizza boxes stacked in his arms. My wine glass stilled halfway to my mouth, and I blinked. Got the goods, huh? Aunt Lavender teased. She glanced around the kitchen, her smile twisting into a frown before she looked back at me. Where is Celine? She'd never let an opportunity like that pass by without making some crude joke. Clint's face reddened as he slid the boxes onto the island. Aunt Lavender's smile returned as she patted his arm. I do miss her sometimes, I'll admit. Believe me, you're welcome to come by and borrow her whenever you'd like, I muttered into my wine. Steam billowed from the first pizza box as Clint lifted the lid. Oh boy, what did she do this time? Mom flashed a knowing smile as she went to the cabinet and pulled down a stack of plates. I'd already ranted to her while Clint was out getting dinner, and Aunt Lavender was busy at the wine store, good to the last drop, buying something to wash away the hectic day. Mystic May, the psychic who took over Hannah's shop, came in to see me today. Her bird had, in fact, taken one of Celine's goods, but it wasn't the mask. It was just some locket, I told Clint. Anyway, in typical Celine fashion, she insulted the woman in 3 seconds flat and nearly ruined the entire conversation before I could even get a word in edgewise. I shook my head, frustration bubbling up anew. I swear it's like she's purposely trying to make me the town pariah. Aunt Lavender gave a knowing chuckle. Maybe we need some kind of symbol. You know, like from that comic book about the man who likes to wear black underwear. 3 sets of eyes blinked at her. Aunt Lavender shrugged. A bat signal, I believe. Ooh, the 3 of us said in unison. You can put some kind of cat signal in the sky, and Checkers will come and get Celine off your hands. I laughed, though it sounded a little brittle. I'll brainstorm some ideas. Mom loaded up a plate with 3 slices of my preferred pizza, setting it in front of me while the steam was still rising from the melted cheese. Here you go, dear. You need to eat up. The way you've been burning through your magic reserves lately, you need the extra sustenance. I eyed her suspiciously, thinking the logic was a little wobbly. But then, who was I to argue against an excuse to gorge myself on delicious pizza? Mom moved aside the top box, then recoiled as she opened the one beneath it. Oh, it's all fishy. A tiny smile ghosted across my lips. Anchovies. It's the only kind Celine will eat. Oh, and she doesn't really even want the pizza. She just wants the fish. Mom's nose was still scrunched as she slammed down the lid. That's just revolting. Cora, I don't know how you've put up with her for this long. Just think, Lilac. If you'd been the oldest sibling, Celine would have been yours all these years. Aunt Lavender bubbled with laughter and poured herself another glass of wine. Across the room, Checkers was entertaining himself with a spider that had wandered in through the crack underneath the glass doors leading to the patio. I'd wanted to shoo the thing back outside whence it came, but Aunt Lavender insisted that Checkers could handle the problem. Unfortunately, the tiny cat's idea of handling it seemed to mean chasing it around the tiles surrounding the large fireplace. Turning toward him, I raised my voice slightly. Checkers! Do you like anchovies? The tiny cat didn't lift his head from his hunt, lowering the front half of himself, ready to pounce. Yay for cleaning spider guts off the slate later. What's an anchovy? He asked. I looked at Lavender. She smiled. He'll eat it. He's not picky. Gee, what must that be like? I muttered. If she doesn't want the pizza itself, then why not just ask the pizza place to put the anchovies on the side in a little dish? Mom asked, seemingly to herself as she shook her head. Because, for starters, she likes them warmed up. And not just warmed up, but warmed via the melted cheese. And not in a microwave like some kind of barbarian. Her words, not mine, obviously. Mom's mouth dropped open, and I continued. Secondly, she says it would be rude if I were to leave her out when ordering pizza. So, she gets anchovy pizza, and I spend the evening plucking the disgusting slimy little things off one by one. Then she eats about half of them, complains that they're barely room temperature, and wanders off without so much as a thank you. I glanced up at Clint. Did I leave anything out? Nope, that sounds about right. He chuckled. You know, when you get engaged and they tell you that you're not just marrying the person, you're marrying their whole family? Well, in my case, I'd take the family in a heartbeat. It's the talking familiar that I'm struggling with. Picking up my first slice, I took a large bite, chewing thoughtfully. I don't know, I said upon swallowing. You two seem to be getting along just fine these days. In fact, if not for your little morning coffee chats, she might not have come up with this harebrained idea about running her own business. And by proxy, all of this. I waved a hand in a general gesture. Clint frowned, though a flicker of humor still danced in his dark eyes. Oh, really? I'm the reason for the nightmares? How was I supposed to know she would try to pull something like this? Mom, Aunt Lavender, and I exchanged a look. Checkers giggled from across the room, right before pouncing on his 8-legged prey. I'm barely a teenager, and even I could have told you that. Clint tossed his hands up and reached for the third pizza box. Celine still wasn't back home by the time we'd finished the pizza, discussed the game plan for the following day, and packed up the leftovers and stashed them away in the fridge. When a knock sounded on the front door, followed by the ringing of the doorbell, I glanced around the room, unsure who would be calling. I'll get it, Clint volunteered, rising from his seat at the kitchen island. He abandoned the beer bottle he'd been nursing over the last half hour and padded down the hallway. Quietly, I rose and followed after him, arriving in the entryway just in time to see Sheriff Templeton's scowling face waiting on the other side of the door. With a twitch of his bristled mustache, he pushed his way into the living room without so much as a greeting, his beefy frame dominating the entryway. What's going on here? He demanded, his eyes darting around the room. I've been getting reports of some strange happenings in this town, and I've got a feeling that you two might have something to do with it. What are you talking about, Sheriff? I asked, trying to sound as calm and collected as possible. Don't play dumb with me, he growled. There have been reports of strange nightmares plaguing the people of this town, and folks are saying it's got something to do with you and your fancy candles. I want answers, Cora. I took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Sheriff Templeton, I said carefully, my candles are meant to keep the nightmares away from people, not conjure them. Honestly, Samuel, you should be ashamed of yourself. Aunt Lavender's voice boomed from over my shoulder, her hurried footsteps following as she came to stand beside me. Harassing young women like this, in the middle of the night. Templeton's mustache bristled, though his eyes blazed all the brighter. Lavender, I should have known you were involved, too. I stepped forward, trying to diffuse the tension in the room. Sheriff Templeton, I said again, my candles are meant to bring peace and tranquility to people's lives, not nightmares. The sheriff scoffed, his eyes narrowing. So you're telling me that this is all just a coincidence? That you're not involved in any way? 'Cause, if you ask me, it seems like a mighty convenient business marketing scheme. That's where you went wrong, Samuel. No one asked you, Aunt Lavender huffed. Would you like to take a candle home and try it for yourself? I asked, firmly crossing my arms over my chest. He let out an incredulous snort. Oh, you'd love that, wouldn't you? It would give you just the opening you need to do me in once and for all. Aunt Lavender threw her hands in the air. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Samuel. Hold your peace, you old shrew, he snapped, then leveled me with a stare. I'm going to keep my eye on you and your troublemaking cat. And if I find out that either of you are involved in anything illegal or suspicious, there will be consequences. He shot us one final glare before turning on his heel. You hearth witches are such a blister on my behind, he huffed, storming back out of the house. He stopped short of the first step on the porch, turning back to glower at the three of us from the doorway. You mark my words. This isn't over. Aunt Lavender scoffed and turned her back. Nighty-night, Samuel. Hope you have sweet dreams. Lavender, Mom scolded, joining us in the entryway, though she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Sheriff Templeton's mustache bristled as he glowered up at me. There's still hope for you, Cora. You're young enough yet that you don't have to be like those two witches. That's where you're wrong, Sheriff. I'm proud to be one of them. With that, I shut the door and ushered Mom and Aunt Lavender back into the other room, while they giggled like schoolgirls about just how red Sheriff Templeton's face had gone. Where are you going? Clint asked from his place, reclining in bed. A pillow lay across his lap with a hardcover copy of a political thriller atop it. His reading glasses slid down his nose as he looked at me over the wire rims, giving a particularly alluring look that was hard to resist. However, I'd already made up my mind and was pulling on a pair of leggings. I'm going to find Celine. I don't want to go to sleep before talking to her. She might drive me crazy, but I need to apologize for yanking her off the counter with my magic. I know she hates it when I do that, and I don't want hurt feelings to linger. And I'm also a little worried that she hasn't come home yet. Clint groaned, closing his book. Cora, I know she's a cat, but essentially she's an ancient woman in a cat's body. I think she can handle herself. Besides, she can still use your magic even from a distance, right? If she gets into trouble, she seems to be able to get herself back out. I chewed on the corner of my lower lip, contemplating. She can, at least to a degree. I think she loses some of the potency the farther away she gets, but within the city limits, she should be fine. Although, these days, I'm not feeling fully charged myself. All of these illusion spells, simple though they may be, are taking their toll. I hope we can get to the bottom of this mess soon before I wind up completely sapped. How are you going to find her? I don't like the idea of you wandering around aimlessly in the middle of the night, Clint pressed. He had one hand on the top corner of the covers, as though still debating whether to get back out of bed again. It's Winterspell, I told him. What's the worst that could happen? I cringed as we stared at each other, and wished I could take back the ominous words. Clint tossed aside the covers. I'm coming with you. I'm fine, I promise. Before she left, Aunt Lavender showed me a new trick. It's something of a familiar detection spell. There is an incantation I can use as sort of a magical beacon to help find her. It's actually pretty cool. Clint grinned. Oh, I'll bet Celine just loves that. I smiled. I'm sure she will. It's not lost on me that we've been bonded for over a year now and she never mentioned such a spell. Clint chuckled and settled back against the pillows, putting the blanket back over his lap. You're sure you'll be okay? I nodded and reached for a hooded sweatshirt. It won't take me long. She couldn't have gotten too far. Winterspell's not that big. For all I know, she's down at the shop working on her next batch of charms. Clint's smile faded, and he looked down, picking at the seam on the flannel sheets. Cora, did you mean what you said earlier at dinner about me being somewhat responsible for this mess? I sighed and came over to sit beside him on the edge of the bed. I took his hand and squeezed it gently. No, of course not. I was just upset. I shouldn't have said that. You and Celine have been getting along, and I actually think it's nice you helped her get things off the ground. After all, it's not your fault she's been so unbearable and gloating about her success. Although, to be fair, we both should have seen that coming. Clint chuckled and leaned in to kiss me. Well, for what it's worth, all you have to do is say the word and I'll start feeding her really terrible advice. I laughed. You do that for me? Oh, yeah. He smiled and ran the tips of his fingers over my cheekbone before tucking a wispy strand of hair back. I'll tell her she should ask every customer for their email address, phone number, and zip code. I'll tell her people don't mind paying for bags. Oh, and that she should charge a surcharge on purchases under $25 and blame it on the credit card reader. I giggled and kissed him again. Yes. And she should come up with some kind of punny slogan and sing it to everyone who orders. Clint's laughter grew louder, and he raised a finger. Speaking of singing, we should take her to that ice cream shop. You know, the one that sings every time someone leaves a tip? We could convince her that's a winning strategy. Still cackling, I ran a hand over my face. Oh, goddess, imagine if she made people start tipping her. I'll think of some more ideas while you're out, Clint assured me as I rose from the bed. Once outside, it didn't take long to activate the spell, and I found it worked exactly as Aunt Lavender had said it would, which shouldn't have surprised me. After all, Celine and Aunt Lavender had been together for almost 2 decades. It amused me to think of Aunt Lavender storming into a night like this, on the warpath for her familiar. Now that I knew how to do it, I was sure it wouldn't be my last time using it either. The sensation was a little strange, unfamiliar, but there was a tickle in the back of my mind as I stepped out onto the driveway, reaching for the handle of the driver's side door. An image flashed in my mind, and I knew where I needed to go. A handful of minutes later, I eased into a parking spot across the street from the darkened facade of Mystic Maze. Old memories crept around the shadows of my mind, threatening to drag me back to another night, not all that dissimilar to this one, when I'd pulled up in front of this very shop under far more dire circumstances. The enchantment tracking Celine started to fizzle and fade now that I was within close proximity to her. I exited the car and crossed the street, which was virtually empty, save for a couple of cars parked at the other end of the block, outside a new watering hole that had popped up last summer. Liana and I had checked it out, but quickly decided it wasn't for us, and reverted back to our usual spot, Merlin's well. After all, nobody made a margarita like Jerry. I made my way across the street, keeping my head on a swivel as I looked for Celine's exact location, half expecting her to pop out from one of the shrubbery-heavy planter boxes lining either side of the shop's doors. It would be just like Celine to jump out and scare me, only to burst into uproarious laughter like the little gremlin she was. Instead, I somehow managed to get the drop on her, at the mouth of the alley between the psychic shop and the shop next door, a nail salon that was decidedly stuck in the 90s. It wasn't my familiar's silhouette that first caught my eye. Instead, it was the casual strutting of a white bird, picking through the remains of a cardboard sleeve of French fries from a fast food joint. Someone must have tossed it into the trash only for the snack-happy bird to pull it loose for a midnight snack. Then I spotted Celine, crouched in the shadows, her blue eyes the only giveaway to her position, shining in the light from the lamp post beside the psychic shop's back door. Judging by her posture, she'd decided to take out her aggression on the poor bird. I didn't think she would actually hurt it, but then it was one of those things I'd rather not risk. I didn't need to make enemies in Winterspell. The town was far too small for that. Besides, we had bigger fish to fry. Celine's crouch moved even lower, her hindquarters lifting, and just as they started to wiggle, I burst into the alley with a loud, "Boo!" Celine shrieked, jumping so high she was nearly level with the top of the dumpster, her back arched like the very best Halloween cat. The bird flew off, reluctantly abandoning its cold, fried treat.
"What's the meaning of this, Cora?"
Celine demanded as she rounded on me. I laughed, tears welling up in my eyes as I sauntered over to her. I have no regrets, except for maybe that I didn't get it on video. Aunt Lavender would have loved this one for sure. Celine's ears went flat as she glared up at me, her blue eyes sparkling with rage.
"You might not be able to kill me, but that doesn't mean you can just go around giving me heart attacks."
I shrugged, still laughing. Wiping at my eyes, I remembered my purpose was to come and make peace, but the opportunity had simply been too good to pass up. Besides, I wasn't the only one getting into trouble tonight. "Maybe this should be a lesson to you," I told the cat. "What were you even thinking? Were you really going to eat that bird just to punish me?"
"Who said this had anything to do with you? Maybe I was just hungry."
I folded my arms, my laughter fading. "Celine, you know better than this. You can act all innocent and wide-eyed, but I'm not dumb." Her mouth opened, and I sharpened my glare. "Don't you even dare." Sighing, she plopped onto her rear end, her tail flicking back and forth as she continued to glower at me.
"I was just going to ask it some questions. Speak to the disease-ridden thing, familiar to familiar, you know?"
"Aha. Questions like..." Without responding, the cat stood once more and marched around to the front of the building. Throwing my hands into the air, I scoffed and followed. "What is this?"
"There,"
Celine declared, jabbing the side of the wall with the tip of her tail in a truly cartoonish fashion.
"I'm sure you thought I was just off sulking and licking my wounds after your barbaric treatment of me back at the shop."
She paused long enough to shoot another round of icy daggers at me before continuing.
"But I was actually working."
"On what?" I asked.
"Tailing that Mystic Maisel."
"Mystic May."
"Whatever."
She scoffed and scratched her ear with her hind leg.
"Great. I should have known just being near that rat with wings would give me a flea infestation."
I frowned. Hello? You use literal pigeons to deliver your packages." Celine sniffed and lowered her back foot to the asphalt, ignoring my point.
"Anyway, I waited in the alley and followed the witch after she left Wicked Wicks. She went and got a coffee, then she went to the print shop, and then she came back here and put up these signs." She jabbed her tail again, and I finally looked at the sign on the front window. The majority of the 18 by 24 poster was filled with a headshot of Mystic May herself, enchanted, so the fiery glow of her hair actually danced like realistic flames, and a spectral glow cast over the picture in the background. Along the bottom, in large bold font, it read, "Unlock the mysteries of the outer realms and connect with the afterlife through a transformative seance session. Experience the profound sense of peace and healing that can only come through connecting with the spirits of the departed. Take my hand and venture with me into shadow and stardust and beyond." At the bottom was her phone number. "Wow, guess she doesn't like to waste time," I quipped, thinking back to my brief conversation with the woman. Nodding slightly, I shifted my focus back to Celine. "You clearly see this as some kind of smoking gun, but I'm not sure I follow. What's so scandalous about a psychic offering medium services? That's kind of their bread and butter, isn't it? And besides, if you had behaved,
and not gotten yourself booted earlier, you would have heard her say that lately, since this whole nightmare thing began, she's been having an easier time connecting with the shadow realm. It makes sense to me she would want to highlight those services, especially since she's a new business in town.
I know that bird stole from me. He stole at her discretion.
Sighing, I reached into the pocket of my coat where I'd temporarily tucked the locket. Apparently, he likes shiny things. Celine's eyes narrowed for a moment as she considered the locket in my hands.
Well, now, isn't that just adorable? Also a little cliché, if you ask me.
Stuffing the package back into my pocket, I shrugged. I don't know, Celine. I think you're tilting at windmills here.
I still think it's her,
my familiar stubbornly insisted.
It makes perfect sense for her to steal the sleeping mask. She said it herself. Using it can enhance her powers. And with that comes ka-ching, ka-ching.
I frowned, stopping just short of reminding the cat that she was the reason for the chaos, regardless of who might have used the mask. If she hadn't created the thing in the first place, none of this would be happening. Then there was also the point that Celine had, so far as I knew, no link proving Mystic May knew about the mask's invention, let alone how its powers might amplify her own. But before I could raise any of those points, a sharp scream pierced through the night. Chapter 16.
Let's go,
Celine exclaimed, already zipping down the alley and around the corner.
Celine,
I hissed, forcing my legs into motion. What was it going to take to keep the cat from running headfirst into danger? Maybe I could try a leash. Another shriek sounded as I reached the end of the alley and stopped short of the street. A shadowy beast with antlers and long, clawed hands that looked like gnarled twigs and twisted branches swung for a parked car. To my horror, the shadowy hand did not pass through the metal like a phantom, but instead gouged into the metal and dragged down the side, producing an ear-splitting screech. A woman in bright orange jogging attire, who appeared to be the source of the screams, scooted back. The beast turned its head, the twisted antlers casting threatening shadows across the street, revealing menacing red eyes. Celine? I stammered as I scrambled back into the alley. But before I could locate my familiar, another chorus of shouts and screams sounded from the other end of the street. The shadowed beast snapped its terrible eyes toward the new sound, and I dared a shaky exhale. People stumbled out of the bar at the end of the street and shouted as they rushed for their vehicles.
Cora?
Jolting backward, I bumped into the side of the building, my fingertips digging into the cold brick as though they could somehow anchor me. Don't do that, I hissed. Celine dropped down from the top of the dumpster across the alleyway, casting a quick sidelong glance at the commotion along the adjacent street as the sound of police sirens rose above the screams of the terrified bar patrons. What is that thing? I asked, daring another peek. A second shadowed monster appeared from the night, descending in a blur until a shape formed, that of an enormous wolf with raised hackles and jagged teeth. It, too, had ruby red eyes. The antlered beast scratched a second car, setting my teeth on edge at the horrible sound. The wolf snarled and snapped its jaws in reply. I shuddered to think of the damage they might do.
They're from the shadow realm,
Celine said.
They're literal nightmares. Lavender said this might happen. I halfway hoped she was wrong, but here we are.
Halfway? I screeched. My blood ran cold as a pair of red eyes spotted me. The antlered creature held me in its gaze and raised its gnarled hand. Suddenly, its tree-trunk torso was illuminated with alternating red and blue flashes, and I slipped into the dark, while it searched for the source of the strange new light. I didn't need to ask if they were dangerous. The deep gashes left in the sides of the vehicles was proof enough. What do they want? How do we get rid of them? Celine didn't answer. She stared at the unfolding scene in the street as the titans squared off against each other, preparing to fight. The wolf lunged, snapping its jaws and vicious, curved fangs, before barreling into the twisted creature, knocking it off kilter. The antlers slammed into the side of the building, blowing out a huge plate glass window. The shattering of glass only enraged it further, and it swiped for the wolf with a shriek that sent chills down my spine. "We have to go," Celine hissed, sliding into the shadows of the alleyway. Fear pulsed thick in my veins, making my limbs feel too heavy to move. The night was dark and cold and hopeless. My teeth chattered and gnashed together. Hooded figures raced in from both sides of the street, silently at first, but then with an explosion of magic. The street was once more flooded with noise. Flames and sparks flew at the shadows in a two-pronged assault. "The sentries are here!" A tiny surge of hope rushed back into my chest, and I found the strength to move again, stumbling in the direction Celine had gone moments before. Dark robes billowed as the Winterspell sentries threw wards and spells, shouting to one another as their tactics changed. Police cars roared into view, boxing in the monsters and sentries. Deputies poured into the street, but they hesitated, their weapons drawn, looking nervously at one another. I turned and watched, feeling a brush at my ankles a heartbeat later. "Fools," Celine hissed as she shook her head. "They aren't fully in this world. Bullets won't get the job done, and neither will puffs of wind and fancy firework displays." "Well, then how do we get rid of them?" My gaze fixated on the flames, which seemed to be the only thing able to battle the shadows back, fleeting though it might be. Chunks of the shadow would vanish, only to instantly materialize once the flame died. More sentries poured in from both sides of the street, surrounding the shadowy creatures while dispensing a myriad of elemental powers. Ducking behind a parked car, I peeked over the hood, watching in awe as the sentries worked together to weaken the monsters. One sentry called forth bolts of lightning, while another summoned a fierce wind that whipped around the beasts, tearing at their shadowy forms. A third sentry encased the creatures in a sphere of pure light, which pulsed with energy like a beating heart. Suddenly, the wolf let out a piercing howl, and it began to fray at the edges, tiny flecks of darkness peeling away like flakes of ash from a dying fire. Another sentry seized the opportunity, calling forth a powerful beam of light that pierced the creature's heart. The howl that followed made me slap my hands over my ears, only to quickly drop them again in horror as a third shadow monster appeared. This one, unlike the others. It appeared as a void, like the wolf, but even as bits touched the ground, it didn't shift or materialize into anything. Instead, it swirled like a cyclone of pure darkness as it moved toward the closest sentries. The mages responded quickly, creating a dome of light that surrounded the beast and held it in place. Then they began to chant words of power in unison, weaving their magic together into an even more powerful force. As they cast their spells, I could feel a strange, tingling sensation throughout my body, and my eyelids felt so heavy I could no longer stay upright. A burst of brilliant white light snapped me back to the present, and my heart lodged in my throat again. The antlered beast disintegrated before our eyes and vanished without a trace. All that remained were faint particles, like campfire smoke lingering in the air. The street erupted into cheers as people emerged from their hiding places, and the Winterspell sentries changed targets. locking in on the whirling black cloud. A flash of pink spark snagged my attention just before a jolt of electricity hit me in the rear end.
"Cora, move!"
Celine bellowed. Turning. I couldn't even let loose the scream rising in the back of my throat before the phantom of a terrible bird swooped low over our hiding place. The darkness descended quickly, and my eyes slammed shut as my arms went over my head, as if it would make any difference. My last thought was of Clint. The sound of metal slamming hard into something solid was quickly followed by the sound of a woman's voice calling my name. I opened my eyes to a glow of warm candlelight and nearly burst into tears as the terrifying bird exploded, sending ashy bits of shadow scattering overhead like confetti before blowing away on the wind. "Cora? Here, take this." It was Mystic May. Relief surged through me as I exhaled and sagged forward, grasping for one of the candles. My candles in her hands. May didn't stay long, already running past us to hold a second lit candle out to the nearest sentry. "Here," she cried. "Use this." The sentry turned, his hooded face revealing a sliver of a creased brow, but he took the candle and hoisted it up toward the cyclone of blackness. The dark pool seemed to shrink. The sentry hoisted the candle a little higher and shouted a few words in a language I didn't understand. The flame glowed brighter and larger, impossibly so, and I realized the sentry must be a fire mage. The candle took on a life of its own, suddenly shining as brightly as a lighthouse beacon along a dark and rocky shoreline. The final shadow dissolved into nothingness, just as a booming voice bellowed down the street. "What in tarnation is going on around here?" Celine's hackles rose.
"Templeton."
"It was Baba Yaga!" a man shouted, already running toward the sheriff as he emerged from the safety of the squad car. Templeton bristled. "You're sure?" The man nodded vigorously. "I saw her just before those things appeared. It can't be a coincidence. She brought them here, as payback to those speaking out against her." Templeton snapped his finger and directed a deputy to step in and get a full statement. In unison, Celine and I skulked backward into the shadows, trying to escape notice. But it was too late. May approached the sheriff and pressed a fat pillar candle into his hands, lighting it with a lighter from her pocket. "Here, Sheriff, you'll need this just in case." Templeton's mustache twitched as he stared down at the candle. "They're enchanted candles," May said. My eyes squeezed shut. "Cora makes them. They're the only thing that—" "Oh, believe me," Sheriff Templeton interjected, his voice somehow even louder. "I know all about Cora's little magic candles."
Cora?"
Celine whispered. Reluctantly, I opened my eyes and found the sheriff's narrowed gaze swung firmly in my direction. My heart sank. Somehow I think the nightmare bird would have been kinder. "I knew you were behind this," the sheriff declared as he barreled across the street, leaving his deputies to deal with the fallout from the chaos. The sentries moved past the line of police cars, scanning the skies for more beasts, with my candle still burning, thanks to the magic boost of the fire mage in the lead of the procession. Templeton stopped in front of us, his face glowing red as he stepped into the ring of pale light from the overhead street lamp. Something told me he wasn't about to thank me for the candles. "So, you two are working with Baba Yaga, then?" he said, pointing an accusing finger at Celine and me. Celine scoffed and rolled her eyes.
"I've heard some doozies in my day, but this might top them all. You're out of your mind, Templeton."
"Am I?" Templeton retorted.
It's no coincidence that you were here when this happened. You all knew it was coming. Maybe you even did all this to get back at me for interrupting your little family get-together. Or maybe you just wanted an opportunity to show off your special candles. Drive sales even higher, huh? I'll bet that's it.
I think I can explain, Mystic May said, inserting herself into the conversation with an apologetic look. Glancing briefly at Celine and me, she continued, You two were here to see me for an after-hours tarot reading, she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. We finished just before the shadows appeared. Isn't that right? Slowly, Celine and I nodded, playing along with May's deception. Templeton wasn't buying it, but before he could respond, one of his deputies called out for his attention. Sheriff, we've got a situation down at the old mill. Templeton swore darkly under his breath and turned to leave. Don't even think about wandering off, he warned, before scurrying away. Goddess, I breathed, once he was out of earshot. Smiling at May, I struggled for words. Thank you.
What's your angle here?
Celine asked, her tail aloft as she stared up at the woman. May smiled, but there was something far off in her eyes as she watched the sentries getting farther away. Something tells me you two have a part to play in this yet, and you can't do that if you're in the back of a squad car wearing a pair of shiny silver bracelets. A part to play? I repeated. Dread coursed through me. How much did she know? In the past, I hadn't put much stock in psychics, as the bad ones were a dime a dozen, even in the magic world. But after our dealings with Hannah Snowberry, I'd come to realize there was some validity to the practice. Perhaps May was legit? May nodded. I don't know more than that, at least not yet. More might come.
Right,
Celine replied, already backing away.
Come on, Cora. Let's take our chances while we still can.
Cutting a glance at Templeton's turn back, I knew my familiar was right. Nodding, I thanked May again, then chased my familiar into the darkness, hoping there weren't any other horrors lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. Chapter 17. I don't know if this is a good idea, I exclaimed between panted breaths. Celine, slow down.
Are you crazy? We're on the run from the fuzz, Cora. Hurry up.
Goddess, I breathed, urging my legs to pump faster. It is shocking how fast the stamina goes once you hit 30. A cackle echoed from the streaking dark blur up ahead. Yeah, I muttered, racing around the corner after her. We circled the strip of shops, sticking to the shadows before daring to get back on the main road and make a break for the car. When we reached it, my nerves cinched even tighter. There was no hiding in the shadows now, thanks to my tendency to park under street lamps whenever possible. The one time my common-sense safety training was a mistake. Figures. I fumbled with the keys, unlocked the doors, and we wasted no time jumping inside. Celine hopped onto the passenger seat, her tail swishing back and forth in anticipation as she slammed the door behind her with a burst of borrowed magic.
Let's get out of here, she exclaimed. Templeton has probably sicked his deputies on us by now, and some of them are bound to be faster than the old geezer.
I jammed the key into the ignition and fired up the engine. We peeled away from Mystic May's shop and headed off toward the campgrounds, where the self-proclaimed Baba Yaga was supposed to be staying. The drive was long and winding, taking us out of Winterspell proper, through miles of dense forest, before eventually leading to our lakeside destination. It wasn't warm enough yet for the campgrounds to be open, but in a few more months the acreage would be teeming with families and tourists on vacation to our magical town. But tonight, the parking lot was empty, except for the long, strange shadow cast over the faded white lines. The idea of a metal chicken house sounded ridiculous on its face, but seeing the monstrosity in person ratcheted things up to dizzying heights of absurdity.
Is it just me, or did you also think people were exaggerating about the whole chicken house thing?
Celine asked from her lookout perch on the dashboard. I honestly don't know. They said it ran down the highway, so I kind of figured the legs part was true, but I didn't expect it to look like, well, this. I gestured wildly at the shiny structure. Moonlight bounced off the metal exterior, though it was clear even in the dim lighting that the scraps of metal fused together were of varying ages and conditions, making it appear like a steely patchwork quilt with legs. That was a hard thing to get past. "What's the game plan here?" I asked the cat, though I was 99% sure I wouldn't like whatever option she gave me. "What if she won't talk to us?" Celine flashed her canines.
"We'll use magic, Cora. You're a witch, aren't you?"
"Yes," I said with a heavy sigh. "Yes, I am."
"Then let's get to it. If she stole the mask, we're going to get it back,"
Celine declared, already jumping down from the dashboard. With a flurry of magic, she threw open the passenger door and made her way toward the metal chicken house. I followed her lead, reminded yet again of my lack of immortality as a knot formed in my stomach. As we got closer, I looked for signs of an engine or levers for steering, but found none. Craning my neck, I looked up, and up, to the chicken's head and its closed eyes. "Celine," I whispered, "it's not alive, is it?"
"Why are you asking me?"
"Hello?" I called out tentatively, my voice thin. "Is anyone there?" A soft cluck sounded, and the large metal feathers flanking the wings creaked as they moved with the wind. My heart took a cannonball dive to my toes. The silver legs were as thick as the tree trunks in the old woods surrounding the campground, and were carved with realistic, scaly details. Another cluck startled me as I reached out to brush my fingers over the textured steel.
"Are you nuts?" Celine hissed. "Don't touch it."
Overhead, footsteps sounded, and another cluck broke through the silence. I stepped back, my heart pounding in my chest, as a metal door opened on the side and a ramp descended. The metal chicken squawked awake, shining black eyes finding Celine and me in the light spilling from the open doorway. A woman appeared, hunched over a gnarled old walking stick. She was short and wide, with a tangle of wild white hair and a large flat nose. A tattered shawl draped over her shoulders, though it seemed too thin to provide much protection from the chilly night air. The chicken's glittering black eyes remained fixed on us, but it did not move. The little bits of the interior I could see beyond the witch were far cozier than the cold metal exterior suggested. "Who goes there? If you've come to tell me to move Egbert, the answer is no," the old witch declared, her voice raspy around the edges like a long-time smoker. "We aren't with the police," I assured her, holding out my hands. "My name is Cora Harth." The woman considered us, canting her head in a bird-like manner. After a moment, she appeared to have made up her mind about us. Straightening as best she could, she thrust her chin up, her hair catching slightly in the breeze as she took a shuffled step down the ramp. "I am Baba Yaga."
"Yeah, and I'm the Tooth Fairy,"
Celine quipped, stopping at the patch of grass where the metal grate ended, though she stopped short of putting so much as a paw on it.
"Tell me what you know about the nightmares. Did you steal the mask of Melinoy?"
The witch's face pinched.
"The mask of who's it?"
I don't have time to give you a history lesson, Celine scoffed. The people in town said they saw you pass through before the beasts of the Shadow Realm crossed over.
I glanced around the dark campgrounds, noting there was no sign of such things here. If she had the mask, wouldn't the monsters have followed her here? Whipping back around, I kept my hands out. Please, if there is anything you can tell us. The chicken's sharp beak gleamed in the moonlight as it shifted its head in my direction.
Shadow Realm? Baba Yaga scoffed. It doesn't exist, and you're clearly fools for thinking otherwise. Now leave me alone.
Well, that clears that up. She's definitely a fraud, Celine snorted. Imagine thinking the Shadow Realm isn't real. What a loon. You sure you're getting proper ventilation in this hunk of junk?
This time, she smacked a paw against the metal ramp and unleashed unholy hellfire. An ear-piercing squawk erupted from the metal bird, along with a nails-on-a-chalkboard screech as the metal wings unfurled and began flapping.
Egbert!
Baba Yaga wailed, thrown off-kilter by the infuriated fowl. She clutched at the doorway before she was tossed down the ramp. Nice work, I shouted at Celine as we bolted back out of the path of the thundering metal legs.
Bad chicken,
Baba Yaga screeched, her voice straining as she beat her stick on the side of the so-called house. A gust of wind slapped me in the face as the chicken stood higher and flapped its wings. The realization that she couldn't control the thing sent my pulse thundering in my ears. Time to go, I called, narrowly avoiding being hit by its razor-sharp beak as I turned and made a break for the car. I glanced over my shoulder just as the beast's neck swung down and pecked the ground where I'd been standing only moments before.
You think it likes worms?
Celine yelled from somewhere on the other side of the dirt road cutting through the campground.
Or maybe it eats car batteries?
Egbert!
A blast of pink sparks flung open both front doors of the car, and Celine and I wasted no time throwing ourselves inside. I gunned the engine, and we peeled out, leaving the metal beast choking on the cloud of dust in our wake. You just had to tick off the chicken, didn't you? I scolded, my hands white-knuckling as I grabbed the wheel tighter. My eyes ping-ponged to the rearview mirror, convinced the giant bird would come bursting through the tree line, with murder in its cold eyes. Celine scoffed, but I caught her craning around to look out the back windshield as we drove down the hill back into town.
If anything, this just proves I was right all along. The town's education system needs a complete overhaul if that woman and her possessed chicken can have half of Winterspell thinking she's some kind of ancient Slavic hero.
I frowned. I'm not sure I'd call Baba Yaga a hero. Didn't she eat children? Celine shrugged.
Meh.
What are we going to do? I asked, deciding to delve into Celine's nonchalance over the consumption of children at a later date. We have to find that mask. This is all getting out of hand, and now Templeton's going to be out looking for us. I groaned. We should call Mom and Aunt Lavender to let them know. There was a larger issue, too, even beyond the prickly sheriff's suspicion. What were we going to do with the accursed mask, even if we could find it? Was it too late now? Had the veil between realms torn completely? I'd not yet asked the cat about that part of the plan. All I could do was hope she had an idea for its disposal. Although, knowing Celine, her idea would involve a trip to an active volcano or the banks of the River Styx, since apparently that was a real thing. My head pounded, but a shiver of relief surged through me when the lights of downtown Winterspell shone in the distance. Looks like Templeton ordered all the lights in the city turned on, I said, gesturing with my chin, not daring to take so much as a finger off the wheel.
Of course he did. Fat lot of good it will do him, Celine groused.
What do you mean? The sentry's light seemed to work?
Yeah, because it's born of magic, not regular old electricity.
Celine shook her head.
Honestly, Cora, if it was as simple as a light bulb, you wouldn't have sold out of your dream candles. Which, by the way, I've noticed you still haven't thanked me for.
I cut her a sharp glance. Don't start that up again. We don't have time.
All right.
Celine stood on her hind legs and looked out the passenger window, her front paws braced on the window.
I have an idea. But we're going to need a little bit of time, more dream candles, and a whole lot of pigeons.
Groaning, I dropped my head against the seat. And here I thought we were done with the bird portion of the evening. Chapter 18.
Home sweet home,
Celine quipped, as I slid the key into the lock of our room at the Twilight Traveler Lodge. Lucky number 7, I said, gesturing at the number on the door before turning to close it. Celine slinked past me.
I doubt these beds are orthopedic,
she muttered under her breath, her tail flicking irritably. I found a light switch and turned it on. The room was simple, with a queen-size bed, a small dresser, and TV. The fabric choices for the bedspread and curtains were questionable, but everything looked clean. We couldn't go home, or to Wicked Wicks, not with Sheriff Templeton hot on our tails. The motel on the edge of town seemed like our safest bet for the night. Believe it or not, Your Highness, sometimes sacrifices have to be made, I retorted. Celine jumped onto the bed, her whiskers twitching with disgust.
More lumps than in Lilac's gravy.
I rolled my eyes and took off my coat. You think I'm happy? I don't even have a toothbrush.
Remind me to steer clear of you come sunup,
Celine muttered, stalking to the nightstand. That would be my preference as well, I replied, my gaze going just to the right of her, looking at the digital alarm clock and its glowing red numbers. Almost 10. I'll call Mom and she can pass the message to Aunt Lavender. Oh, and Clint. Oh, goddess. I smashed a hand to my face. He's probably worried sick by now. Celine eyed me from her newfound perch between the lamp and the clock.
Interesting he wasn't the first one you thought to call.
I paused, my hand on my phone, and looked up at her. What's that supposed to mean? Celine flicked her tail.
I don't know. Seems like something a psychologist would have a field day with, though.
My eyes narrowed. All right, Dr. Phil, that's enough. Before she could dig in further, I called Clint and filled him in, leaving out the more terrifying parts of the evening, like the near miss with the bird, and then the chicken. What was it with birds lately? Had I slipped into some kind of bizarre Hitchcock film? Do you want me to come there? Clint asked when I finished the recap. We're fine. We just need some sleep. I sighed and sagged back against the pillows, distressed to find Celine's lumpy assessment wasn't off the mark. It was going to be a long night. What is happening tomorrow? Clint asked, the worry evident in his normally unruffled voice. I slid another look at my familiar. I'm not 100% sure, but Celine has a plan. Clint scoffed. Gee, why doesn't that make me feel better? I smiled. I know, but I promise I'll call as soon as everything is in place. All right. He hesitated, and I wondered if he was about to try and convince me to come home. We're all right, I assured him. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I love you. I love you too. Night. Cora, wait. Tell that furball she better look out for you or else. I smiled, knowing I would do no such thing. Will do.
You two done yet?
Celine asked, as I lowered the phone from my ear.
I was about to step outside to throw up in the bushes.
How considerate. I texted Mom, giving her an even shorter version of events. The gist of it being that Templeton was on the warpath and that she and Aunt Lavender needed to stay clear. Taunting him was fun, but I had a feeling it would lead to disaster if they tried it tonight. Okay, I said, looking up again as the final text blasted off into cyberspace. What's the plan? Celine launched herself to the foot of the bed. still scowling as she tried to get comfortable.
We're calling in a favor to Rosella Midnight. She works on the Gazette. We'll have her put a full-page announcement out in tomorrow's edition, letting everyone know to expect a special delivery. That's where the candles and pigeons come in. Then tomorrow night, everyone, or most everyone, will have their dream candle lit. That will leave very little room for the shadow beasts to go. They'll be drawn to the mask. That's where the veil will be thinnest. So, we wait until nightfall, follow the shadows, and bam!
I blinked, waiting for more. Celine considered me.
Why are you looking at me like that? I just told you the plan, and you look as vacant as a ventriloquist dummy. Did you hear me, or do you have candle wax in your ears?
Why would I shut my eyes and shook my head once. Never mind.
It's simple, Celine exclaimed. We follow the shadows to the mask.
I got that part, I replied, a scowl tugging on my lips. Between the events of the day and the late hour, I was in no mood. I'm just a little fuzzy on the part after that, once we find the mask. And also, how do we keep ourselves safe from those shadow things while also stalking them through town? Oh, and then there's also the part about where we're going to get that many candles. Winterspell might be a small town, but there's still a lot of people. What if we don't have enough?
Then we'll improvise. Maybe we can get some of the fire sentries to help. The main thing is we need the mask. Once we get it, I can destroy the enchantment.
You're sure?
What do you take me for, Cora? Some kind of soft-headed... Okay.
I held up a hand. Okay. You made your point. My phone chirped. It was Mom. I replied quickly, asking her and Aunt Lavender to make as many candles as they could, and apologized for not being there to help. Sheriff Templeton couldn't arrest one of them, though he could make their lives more difficult. But if I showed up at the house, I was almost certain he would try and throw me in a cell, even if just for the night to prove his point and placate some of his anger. When that was done, I called Rosella Midnight, wincing at the late hour, a myriad of apologies on the tip of my tongue. Luckily, when the witch answered, she sounded alert, if not a little confused. Hey, Cora, how are you? Hi, Rosella. Listen, this is going to be a really strange request, and I completely understand if you can't...
Put it on speaker,
Celine insisted, swiping a paw at me. Hey! I recoiled my arm, inspecting the skin for signs of a scratch. Goddess help me, I muttered. Sorry, Rosella, it's Celine. Rosella chuckled. I had a feeling she was involved. I tapped the speakerphone icon, and Rosella's voice filtered out and filled the small motel room. Hi, Celine.
We don't have time for all that, the cat replied. You still have your job at the Gazette, don't you?
I do. Hesitation lingered in Rosella's voice.
Good. We need your help. Do you have a pencil? Write this down very carefully.
When the sun began to rise, Celine and I checked out of the motel room and drove back to the house in the dappled early morning light.
Drive past the house the first time,
Celine advised from her place in the passenger seat.
Make sure Sheriff Templeton doesn't have one of his goons lying in wait.
I indulged her paranoia and drove past, scanning the street for any strange vehicles. The new house was in an established neighborhood, with spacious lots and well-maintained yards. Most people parked in their driveways or garages, so it was easy to spot when visitors were in the area. Looks clear to me, I said, before hanging a right to loop back around at the next intersection. The Winterspell Gazette waited for us on the front walk, and, as promised, a brightly colored flyer had been rubber-banded to the rolled newspaper. Despite Celine's insistence that the instructions had to be printed on the paper itself, Rosella had convinced her this was the only option. Rosella was only a junior writer and didn't have much sway, and besides that, the layout had already been finalized by the time we'd called. We owe Rosella and the whole Midnight family big, I told the cat, unrolling the paper to pull out the printed flyer. Every letter was just as Celine had dictated it. I can't believe they stayed up all night to get these assembled before delivery.
Ha! They should be thanking us. If we don't stop the nightmares from crossing over, there won't be a Winterspell.
I cast the cat a surly glance. It was early, and I hadn't yet had my coffee. And whose fault is that again? You keep forgetting that you're the one who started this whole mess.
Cora, honestly, must you fixate on such things?
She hoisted her tail a little higher and ran a paw impatiently down the front door. "Stop," I exclaimed, flipping through my keyring. "We just had that painted and you know it."
Then you'd better hurry up. I need to use my litter box. I feel like an absolute beast after you made me do my business in those scratchy bushes back at the motel.
Rolling my eyes to the eaves overhead, I found the house key and let us inside. Celine took off like a lightning bolt, and I sighed heavily. "You're home." Clint came in from the kitchen, set his coffee mug on the entry table, and gathered me in his arms. He breathed deeply into my hair, though I was certain the smell of my shampoo was long gone by now. If anything, I smelled like sweat and stale motel room air. He didn't seem to mind, though. "Has Templeton been here?" I asked when we parted. Without asking, I snagged his coffee mug and drank like I'd been wandering the desert for days and only just found a freshwater spring. Clint chuckled at my desperate chugs. "Come on," he said. "Let's get you a refill, and I'll make some pancakes." I sighed happily and let him lead the way. "Templeton came by last night, not too long after you called. He insisted on coming inside to look for you, but your mom and Lavender put a stop to that." I cringed. I texted Mom and told her to behave. Clint snorted and pulled open the fridge. "Safe to say, message not received." But it worked. He left in a huff, saying something about getting a warrant, but I think it was an empty threat. Sitting at the island, I unfolded the paper flyer. "Thanks for holding down the fort." "Of course." He set milk and eggs on the counter beside the stove, then bent to retrieve a large glass mixing bowl from one of the lower cabinets.
"All right, which one of you is going to feed me?"
Celine asked, marching back into the kitchen.
"I'll take 2 servings, and no lip about any kind of diet."
Clint's mouth twisted to one side in a crooked smile. "Good morning to you too, Celine."
Yeah, less talking, more working."
She leaped onto the stool beside me and stared expectantly over the countertop. "Honestly," I shook my head. "Speaking of work," Clint said, "I'll go to the shop after this and help Lily. Do you have more of these flyers?" I shook my head. "No, but there's one attached to every copy of the Gazette, and almost everyone in town should have one by now." Clint nodded. "Well, just in case, I'll make copies at the shop to hand out, along with the candles from the back of my car."
"Way to be a team player,"
Celine crowed. Clint raised an eyebrow. "Why do I feel like she's being sarcastic?" Celine snickered into her cat food. After breakfast, and 2 more cups of coffee, I wandered upstairs to the workshop and saw the work Mom and Aunt Lavender had done the night before. Merlin's beard. They must have stayed all night, I exclaimed, upon seeing the rows and rows of candles lined up on the large work table.
"Good. Now for the magic,"
Celine said, jumping up to one of the few empty spaces. I rolled up my sleeves and mentally calculated the amount of magic I'd need, hoping my well didn't run dry midway. We're going to have to keep the enchantments simple.
"Simple works."
Celine watched intently, her bright sapphire eyes never leaving my hands as they moved with practiced precision over each candle, infusing my illusion spells into each one. Air swirled around my fingers, weaving the magic into the still soft wax, while I whispered the incantations under my breath. For hours we worked tirelessly, crafting each candle with care and determination. "Last one," I announced, holding up the last simple taper candle from the pile at the far end of the table. As I spoke the last words of the spell, a shiver ran down my spine, and I knew that our efforts had been successful.
Nicely done,
Celine purred, hopping off her stool and stretching, as though she'd been the one working all morning.
Now let's get some lunch. I'm starving.
My own stomach grumbled in agreement, and I nodded. All right. Whimsies?
Race you to the car,
Celine shouted, a blur of gray fur as she streaked out the door. Her light footsteps sounded on the stairs a moment later. I paused in the doorway and looked back at the assortment of candles. All I could do now was hope they would be enough. After lunch, Celine insisted on taking a detour to the nearest city park.
You got any French fries left?
She asked me as we stopped near the swing set where a few children played. How can you still be hungry? You ate an entire cup of tuna salad.
It's not for me, it's for the birds.
She gestured with one paw, pointing out a handful of pigeons strutting around a garbage can on the other side of the picnic area. Oh, right. Yeah, there's a few here in the bag. I opened the grease-splattered bag from Whimsy's and counted. What do I do with them? Celine blinked up at me.
Do I really have to spell it out for you? Throw them at the birds, Cora.
Frowning, I did as she asked, my lips pressed tightly together to keep from offering the cat a few choice words. Within moments, a small flock of pigeons found the fries and began fighting over them. This was when Celine made her entrance. She wandered up to the birds, her nose twitching, like she'd caught wind of something unsavory.
All right, peons, time to listen up.
So that's where the whole peon thing started, I muttered to myself, before popping the last fry in my mouth before Celine could realize I'd held one back. Lovely.
You're back on the clock,
Celine continued, the pigeons miraculously getting into a line, the way they had back at the shop.
I have a mission for you, one of utmost importance.
The pigeons cooed, as if understanding her completely. Celine, are you sure they can handle this? I asked hesitantly.
Please, Cora,
she scoffed, flicking her tail.
These aren't your average birds. They're the best of the best.
All right. It's just, seems like a lot of pressure to put on a bunch of pigeons. Celine ignored me and continued doling out her flying orders. The pigeons bobbed their heads in agreement, then took to the sky.
They'll get the others and meet us at the shop,
Celine said, finally turning back to me. All right, I said, feeling the weight of our task pressing down on me as I watched the birds vanish from view. Okay, so we're all clear on the plan? I asked, looking hopefully at Mom, Aunt Lavender, Clint, Lily, and Celine.
Yes, Cora. My goodness, you do like to hear the sound of your own voice sometimes,
my familiar replied with a flick of her tail. I drew in a deep breath and reminded myself that she often got extra snarky when she was nervous. Her sarcasm and barbed words frequently served as both her shield and weapon of choice. In this case, they were the former, so I tried not to take offense. Little footsteps interrupted before I could chide her anyway, as Checkers strode into the shop via the storeroom door, which we'd left propped open for him. It's getting awfully dark out there now, he announced, his little chest puffed with importance.
Yes, we can all see that,
Celine replied, swinging around to stare nose to nose with the young cat.
You're not on weather watch. You're supposed to be looking for Templeton.
Checkers shrank back a little, his ears flattening as he ducked his head. I know. I cleared my throat. Ease up, Celine. We should get going, Mom said, offering a tension-breaking smile. People will start lighting their candles soon, I think. Let's hope. My stomach churned with doubt and nagging worry. Lily placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. It will all work out, Cora. Thanks, Lily. And thanks for coming in to help. The more boots on the ground, the better. Lily frowned down at her faded white sneakers, which had clearly seen better days.
Everyone grab a basket,
Aunt Lavender said, reaching for one of the 4 baskets on the counter.
And a lighter, too. These will be your best chance if you run into one of the shadow beasties. I don't think I know how to use a lighter,
Checkers replied, blinking up at his guardian, his golden eyes wide. Aunt Lavender smiled at her familiar.
Don't worry, I do.
Celine's whiskers twitched as she surveyed the kind exchange. For a moment I wondered what was going through her mind as she watched her former guardian. But there wasn't time to pull her aside and make sure she was all right. It would have to wait. Even still, I couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the way Aunt Lavender was with Checkers and how she'd been when Celine belonged to her. Then again, Celine often made it hard to be patient and gentle. I should know. Please be careful, I said, dragging my focus away from Celine. And check in on the group text chain as often as possible. We'd already made sure everyone's volume was turned up as loud as it could go, as some people, Aunt Lavender, had a tendency of turning off the ringer and vibrate function. Everyone grabbed a basket and their designated buddy, and we left the shop. Clint was going with Lily and Mom to the neighborhoods in the south. Aunt Lavender and Checkers were going to the northeast, while Celine and I took the northwest. We'd start in the center of town and work our way out, driving through the neighborhoods and stopping at any home without a candle glow in the front window, as the printed instructions had requested. We had extra candles on hand to pass out in a pinch, but Celine insisted her birdie flight crew had covered most of the city. Be careful, honey, Mom said when we reached the parked cars. She pulled me into a quick embrace. When she pulled away, she looked down at Celine. Look out for her, you hear me?
It's kind of my whole job, Lilac.
Celine trotted ahead a few steps, barking her own last-minute instructions at Checkers. Poor guy, I said, watching him eagerly nod along with her orders. Mom smiled softly. He'll find his voice. He's still young. Clint approached and took Mom's basket of candles to load into the back of his BMW. We should get going. I hugged him tight, promising for the dozenth time I wouldn't do anything dangerous, and that I would call as soon as we spotted the nightmares, and that we wouldn't go off chasing them on our own. I love you, he said when we parted. Be careful. Right back at ya, I smiled, hoping the twilight hid the quiver at the edges of my lips. Celine circled back once Aunt Lavender and Checkers drove off. She muttered something under her breath as she came to stand beside me. Everything all right? Let's just go, she replied, not waiting for me as she made her way to the passenger side of the car. Mom raised her eyebrows but didn't say anything further before joining Clint and Lily. He opened their doors, ensuring they were safely inside, before going around to the driver's side. He paused, and our eyes locked over the top of the car. An unspoken understanding passed between us. Then he opened the door and got in behind the wheel. Moments later, the engine turned over, and the 3 of them drove off in the opposite direction from Aunt Lavender and Checkers. I climbed into my car and glanced over at Celine, who sat in the passenger seat, her eyes fixed out the windshield. All right, Cat, time to go. Let's just hope our fellow Winterspellians can follow directions.
Winterspellians?
Celine looked at me.
Tell me you're joking.
I shrugged and turned the key in the ignition. We drove through the streets of the older neighborhoods to the northwest of the lake, and the downtown spread. It was amazing to see so many homes already glowing with the light of the dream candles, and the residents of the few homes we came across without a candle in the window were eager to help once we knocked on the front door and filled them in on the situation. Well, most of the situation. The abbreviated version left out the part about the cursed mask and its source. Celine monitored my phone as I cruised the streets, giving me real-time updates from the others via the group text chain.
"No sign of the shadows yet,"
she reported, as we made our way into a newer neighborhood, this one with rows of adjoined townhomes, their facades designed with clean, contemporary lines and a minimalist approach to landscaping. "Everything looks good here," I replied, mentally checking off the homes one by one as I rolled slowly down the street. I made a right turn at a four-way stop and looped around to the other street in the development. Hours had passed, and it was properly dark outside. If the shadow beasts were going to make their appearance, it seemed likely they would be here soon. And, judging by Aunt Lavender's grave prediction, they'd be even stronger tonight, as the veil thinned more with each passing day. "I still can't believe Templeton was too stubborn to come and ask for some candles himself," I commented, shaking my head. Earlier in the afternoon, as we'd worked to send out the pigeons, the fire mage we'd seen the night before came in to ask for enough candles to outfit his crew of sentries. We happily provided them, and asked about the Winterspell PD. But the sentry informed us the two departments didn't work that closely together. The Winterspell PD handled crime, whereas the sentries were concerned with securing the enchanted boundary around the magical community, ensuring non-magical beings couldn't accidentally stumble into the town's invisible borders. They also patrolled the woods for any type of magical creatures who might sense the town's magic and draw near. The sentries reported directly to Warden Quinton, not Sheriff Templeton.
"You should be glad he didn't," Celine said. "I think we'd both be in a holding cell by now if he had, as payback for skipping out on him last night."
"I know, but his deputies are out there now unprepared." My mouth twisted to one side as I chewed the corner of my lower lip. Celine scoffed, but offered no further commentary on the matter. A burning question twisted in my gut, though I hesitated to even speak it. But with each passing house, it grew louder and louder until I finally spit it out. "What happens if the person with the mask lights the candle?" I glanced sidelong at the cat. "We don't know who has the mask, so there's every chance the person who has it will have seen the flyer in the paper and had a candle delivered. For all we know, they're tired of the nightmares too."
"The mask is powerful enough it won't be affected by the candle,"
Celine said, without missing a beat, and I wondered if she'd already mentally worked through this scenario.
"The creatures from the shadow realm want the mask's power. They're drawn to it like a moth to a flame. That's why I thought it might have been that Baba Yaga cosplayer, since she was seen in town last night before the chaos. But I should have known it wasn't her as soon as we got to the campground and didn't see any shadows or nightmares around her ridiculous hunk of junk house."
She paused and shook her head.
"Still, it was someone near Mystic May's shop. I'm sure of it."
I glanced at her, slowing as I spotted a dark window ahead. "You don't still think May could be the one who took it, do you? I mean, she saved us."
"Maybe she was compensating. Feeling guilty about being the reason why the shadows are loose. It's not like she could just say, oopsie, and hand it back after all this."
"She has a motive, maybe, with the seances and all that," I agreed, albeit reluctantly. "But we don't have a link pointing to her even knowing about the mask's existence, let alone proof she broke into the shop and stole it." Celine shrugged this off.
"I don't know. That's in Lavender's part of the map, so we'll let her find out."
"Celine?"
"Look,"
she interjected, gesturing with the tip of her tail.
"There's one without a candle."
"I know, but can we—"
"No, Cora, not now."
Exhaling through my nose, I slid the SUV into park and reached into the basket resting on the floorboards in front of Celine's perch. As I leaned over, scraping the bottom of the basket to find a candle, a sense of dread washed over me, stealing the air from my lungs as though I'd fallen and landed hard on my back. Glancing up, I peered over the dashboard, just as a midnight black shadow descended from the sky, writhing and contorting until it formed a giant octopus, complete with 8 shivering tentacles so thin they looked like tendrils of smoke and stars. Celine arched her back, her sapphire eyes narrowing.
"Here they come,"
she whispered, her voice laden with both dread and determination. "Are you ready?" I asked Celine, grabbing the candle and straightening in my seat. She turned to me, her eyes steely in the low light.
"Let's go show this nightmare who's boss."
I gripped the candle tightly as I shoved open the driver's side door. Ahead, the shadow octopus lunged toward the dark townhouse, its sinister tentacles stretching and reaching hungrily for the dark windows.
"Candle,"
Celine hissed. "Working on it." I fumbled with the lighter, but got the wick lit, and the warm golden light flickered to life, casting a protective glow around us. The shadowed beast turned its bulbous head, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes. Celine and I braced ourselves for the battle that was about to begin. Swallowing hard, willing my heart to go back into my chest where it belonged, I raised my hand higher. With my other hand, I conjured a burst of wind and sent it barreling into the shadowy form. After a long week, and an especially long day, enchanting candles, my magic was diminished, and the wind barely sliced through one of the outstretched tentacles. Still, the beast screeched in response, a sound like nails on a chalkboard that set the hairs on the back of my neck on end. A thick tendril swiped toward me, slashing through the air like a whip. I raised the candle higher still and drove the tentacles back. One by one, the tendrils recoiled, the enchanted light searing their darkness away to shadowy ash. Pink sparks whizzed past my cheek, and I jolted.
"Blast!"
Celine exclaimed.
"Why didn't you tell me you're running on empty?"
"It's not like we could just pull up to a supernatural gas station," I replied through gritted teeth, as I dodged to the side, narrowly missing the octopus's retaliation for whatever spell Celine had slung its way.
"In that case, we're going to need more candles."
I cringed, looking at the one in my hand, as a glob of melted wax rolled down the side. This might be the last one.
"Cora!"
A tendril sliced through the air, but hit the ring of light from the candle, and the entire tentacle dissolved into shadowy ash. The beast screamed in rage, rattling my bones. A sudden surge of energy pulsed through the octopus, and it lashed out again, more frantically this time, in a desperate attempt to extinguish the source of light. I twisted at the wrong moment, and instead of meeting the tentacle with the light, the shadow solidified and hit the hand holding the candle, sending it clattering to the street. Seizing its opportunity, the beast rolled toward us, lightning fast, shadows billowing out in every direction from its remaining tentacles and thick body. "The candle!" I lashed out a flicker of wind, pitiful as it was, and tried to create enough suction to pull the candle back into my hand. Instead, the wind snuffed the flame, and with it, our last shred of defense. Chapter 19. "Back to the car," I howled at Celine.
"Cora, look!"
My hand grabbed the driver's door handle, but I paused and looked for the cat. A bolt of lightning shot from the sky, followed by a loud thunderclap. Blinking, my vision cleared enough to see through the shadowy beast, where a group of sentries came charging down the other side of the street, led by the fire mage. Another sentry raised a staff, and a second bolt of lightning shot through the air, striking the octopus directly. The fire mage swept in, using one of my candles to disintegrate the beast.
"Are you all right, miss?"
he asked, still holding the candle aloft. The other sentries fanned out, searching the street for more activity. "We're fine," I replied, my breath ragged. "Thank you."
"You shouldn't be out right now,"
he continued, giving me a skeptical look before turning it to Celine, who perched on the steps of the townhouse.
"Mind your own business, Sparky," she growled. "We have work to do."
"Celine," I grumbled. "Sorry about her. Low blood sugar, you know. We're headed home. Thanks again." The sentry's expression pinched tighter, but after a beat he glanced past my shoulder and saw his team had moved on without him. "You take care," he said, before breaking into a jog to catch up. "You could be a little nicer to the people who save our hides, you know," I told Celine, bending over to pick up the extinguished candle before joining her on the stoop. "Come on, let's give them a candle and be on our way. We need to text the others, too."
Yeah.
Catching my breath, I knocked on the door, prepared to offer a warning and the slightly used candle to whomever answered. The door creaked open just a crack, revealing a bleary-eyed woman. Her thin blonde hair was a tangled mess around her shoulders, as if she'd been tossing and turning all night. She squinted up at me, her eyes puffy and red-rimmed from lack of sleep. Who are you?" she stammered, clutching the front of her silky turquoise robe. Atop her head sat a black velvet sleeping mask, adorned with intricate embroidery. Celine gasped.
"That's the mask of Melinoy."
A sad puff of pink sparks sailed from her, startling the bewildered woman.
"Give me that,"
Celine hissed, lunging forward. With lightning-fast reflexes, she launched herself onto the porch railing, then made a truly wild vault, using the door frame and another belch of magic to springboard herself up high enough to snatch the silk mask right off the woman's head before she could even react. The woman let out a terrified shriek, her arms flailing, as Celine landed gracefully back on the steps beside me. The mask of Melinoy glimmered in between the cat's canines, like an unfortunate field mouse. "I'm calling the police," the woman threatened, as she stumbled backward, trying desperately to shut the door. Grimacing, I stopped it from closing with the toe of my shoe. "Wait, please. You don't understand. We're trying to help you."
"Hey, what's going on over there?"
a man shouted from behind us. "Leave her alone," a woman chimed in.
"Oh, great. We have an audience,"
Celine muttered.
"Who are you?"
the woman at the door demanded, her voice going shrill. I twisted so I could address both her and the small cluster of neighbors gathering in the street near where my SUV sat, its engine still idling, the emergency flashers blinking lazily. I snatched the mask from Celine's jaws and held it up. "This mask is cursed, and it's been causing all of the nightmares." The woman frowned, still bewildered. "But it was a gift from my sister, Addie. She said it would help me sleep better." "Addie?" I repeated, my brow furrowing in concern.
"I knew it,"
Celine screeched. I winced at the volume of her voice. "What?" I jolted at the sound of a fourth voice, coming from the dimly lit hallway behind the young blonde woman. The blonde turned, one hand still holding the gathered fabric at her chest. "Addie, these people are saying the sleeping mask you gave me is causing some kind of curse."
"It's not causing a curse, it is a curse,"
Celine corrected. Her sapphire eyes narrowed dangerously as she peered deeper into the house. A slightly shorter figure came into view, a stark contrast to her sister, with her jet-black hair and pale skin, which went darn near ghostly as her face paled further at the sight of Celine. Still, she maintained a stone-cold poker face as she crossed her arms and planted her feet beside her sister in the doorway. "I don't know what they're talking about, Ash. It's just some sad cat lady and her lunatic familiar." "Sad cat lady?"
"Lunatic familiar?"
Addie shrugged, letting the statement stand. Ash turned to her sister. They're right, though. Ever since you gave me that sleeping mask, I've been having the worst dreams. I told you about them, remember? And you just told me to stop eating Cheetos in bed.
To be fair, that's probably solid advice, too,
Celine muttered.
But no, it's not the cheese puffs. The mask is cursed, and it's bringing creatures from the shadow realm right here to Winterspell.
Addie shrugged, her lower lip sticking out in derision. Whatever. Take the mask and do what you want. Just leave us alone, she said, trying to pull her sister back from the doorway. Ash pushed her sister's hand away and glowered down at her.
I can tell when you're lying, Addie. You did this on purpose. You knew what the mask would do to me, didn't you?
Addie started to back away, but her sister was faster. With shocking speed, the blonde scurried into the living room, leaving the door wide open for Celine and me to see inside. She snapped out a hand toward the sofa and snagged a slim, leather-bound book. She jerked it over her head with one hand, and in the palm of the other conjured a purple flame, flecked with threads of gold. Realizing her sister's intent, Addie shrieked, "Give me that back, you little witch!" Addie lunged at her sister, but between the pulsing flame and her sister's height advantage, she didn't stand a chance at getting the book back. The blank cover led me to assuming it was her journal, and as someone who often journals, I couldn't help that my heart went out to the witch, at least a little. Celine, on the other hand, was incapable of such empathy.
Need me to run to the corner store and get you some lighter fluid?
She offered Ash, almost cackling with glee. You're sick in the head, I told the cat. She beamed up at me. Tell me why you gave me the mask, or else your diary is toast, Ash shouted when Addie lunged a second time. I'll do it, Addie. She raised the hand holding the flame a little higher, the tips of the purple and gold flames dancing dangerously close to the journal's cover. Addie shrieked again, but stopped reaching for the journal. She stumbled back, grabbing hold of the side table for stability. Okay, fine. I'll tell you the truth. Yes, I gave you the mask on purpose. I knew it would give you nightmares. Are you happy? Ash's eyes widened, giving her all the innocence of a young child, shocked to find her parents wouldn't indulge her request for a candy bar in the checkout lane. Why? Why would you do something like that? That's really messed up, Addie. Addie sighed melodramatically and threw her hands into the air. You know why. Ash narrowed her eyes, confusion clouding them, before they snapped wide again. Her fingers trembled slightly as the journal tumbled back to the sofa. This is about the promotion. Oh my goddess! You were trying to sabotage me? Addie cast a look toward her journal as her hands found their way to her pockets. You're always so perfect, Ash, and it makes me look bad. I work just as hard, probably even harder than you do. I just wanted Mom and Dad to see my potential, to stop and think for like 2 seconds that maybe someone other than their precious little cherub could do a good job. Ash pinched her lips together so tightly they all but vanished. Addie continued. We all know you need a solid 8 hours of sleep to function, or else you turn into a raging witch. So, I just thought, if you had a bad night of sleep or two, it might give me a chance to shine bright enough to get their attention for once.
Oh, for hecat's sake. That's what this is all about? Some stupid job promotion and jealous sibling rivalry? Ugh. Send me back to the Middle Ages, where at least there were real things to fight about.
Trust me, Celine, if I could, I would. I folded my arms and considered the young siblings. All right, ladies, now that we've got to the truth of it. Celine brightened.
Ooh, what should we do with her? You know, your Aunt Lavender would turn her into a toad. It's a surprisingly effective punishment.
Addie looked up at me, her dark eyes just as wide as her sister's now. You wouldn't. She can't. My heart went out to the girl, who looked genuinely terrified at the prospect of being turned into an amphibian. as much as she deserved some form of punishment, I couldn't bring myself to allow it. "Celine, no," I interjected firmly, surprising both the cat and the two young women. "We're not going to turn her into a toad."
"Fine,"
Celine grumbled, clearly disappointed by my intervention.
"but she needs some kind of punishment. She's a thief. Now, back in my heyday, we would have—"
"I am begging you not to finish that sentence," I interrupted. "Now, Addie, listen to me. We'll leave you two to patch up the rest of this on your own. But you have to promise this is the last time you'll go fiddling around with magic you don't understand. This mistake could have cost people their lives." Celine scoffed.
"You're too soft, Cora. Come on, at least let me do one leg."
Addie jumped back behind a reclining chair, her hands gripping the top for dear life. I ignored Celine. My magic was way too tapped out anyway. "How did you even find out about the mask?" I asked instead, then smiled slightly. "See, my mom and aunt and I have a little pool going, and my money is on Celine being the one who blabbed about it." I paused and looked down at my familiar. She glowered up at me. Addie cleared her throat. "I like to hang out at the used bookstore on Starling Street." I pinched my lips together to suppress a smile. "And I heard Celine telling some wild-looking lady about the mask, and it sounded cool. I'd been trying to come up with ways to get Ash out of the running for the promotion." She paused and shot her sister a sidelong glance. Ash stood with her arms folded over her chest, her expression furious. Addie winced, but continued her story. "Celine said something about needing help with deliveries, so I thought if I volunteered to be her assistant, I could get close enough to snatch the mask." She shrugged. "It really wasn't that hard. You basically handed it to me on a silver platter." Celine shifted her glare, now directing it up at me.
"You hear that, Cora? On a silver platter. If you had just stayed out of my business, none of this would have happened."
I held out my hands. "It doesn't matter now. All that matters is we can destroy it and everything will go back to normal." Celine grumbled something under her breath as she turned and padded down the stairs. I said goodbye to the two young ladies, figuring a nasty argument would launch as soon as I closed the door, but that was no longer my concern. We had the mask. And, as it turned out, I'd won the betting pool. The night seemed lighter as we wandered back to the car. The sentries had circled the block and returned, along with a few of the neighbors from the other townhomes. They all looked at us expectantly. Celine paused on the last step.
"Cora, the mask?"
I frowned, but gingerly set it down in front of her. She turned the stoop into her own personal stage, relishing in the attention of the crowd as she spoke some kind of long enchantment. At the end, the mask burst into blue-green flames, and howls echoed through the night. Whispers and a few shouts rose from the crowd, but quickly turned to exclamations as the darkness seemed to lift, and the sky shone clear and bright, with not so much as a single cloud rolling across it now. "Is it true?" the fire mage asked, blinking at the cat. "You banished the nightmares back to the shadow realm, just like that."
"Yep, all taken care of,"
Celine proclaimed proudly, puffing out her fuzzy chest even more as she descended the final step, leaving the ashy remnants of the mask to blow away in the wind.
"Just leave it to your friendly neighborhood immortal cat. And you especially should remember that, Mitchell."
She glowered at one of the sentries robed in silvery blue, a water mage.
"You know, maybe think twice before you toss me out of the fish shop like some common criminal. It's not against the law to lick the glass. I don't care what the sign says."
I gaped at the sentry. He blinked, his round face contorting as he held out his hands. "The sign on the door says no cats," he said, looking at me and then back at my familiar.
It's discriminatory, Celine exclaimed. I should get a lawyer and sue.
The crowd started to rumble in agreement, and someone in the back even offered to buy her the biggest fish in the shop's display window. Celine, come on, I muttered, trying to get her away from the crowd before she could take on her ultimate form and become Winterspell's first official cult leader. The night was quiet, with no sirens sounding in the distance, but it was only a matter of time. And if Templeton showed up, we'd be in for a long night.
Fine,
Celine grumbled, clearly disappointed by the prospect of cutting short her moment in the spotlight.
But let it be known, I'm the hero of Winterspell.
A few cheers went up. Yeah, I'll order you a trophy next week, I agreed, rolling my eyes as we climbed into the car. Celine launched herself into the passenger seat.
Only if it's made of real gold. Don't cheap out on me.
As we headed for home, Celine hit the dictation button on the text message app, and we took turns speaking as we messaged back and forth with the others. So on a scale from 1 to 10, how much trouble are we in for not calling them the second we saw that octopus? I asked when the microphone was turned off. She flashed her canines, the pearly whites gleaming in the moonlight.
I think you mean how much trouble you're going to be in, she corrected. If I recall correctly, I told you we should call before we got out of the car, and you were all, who needs them?
My mouth dropped open. No, you didn't. Celine snickered and flashed an even wider grin.
It's your word against mine, Cupcake.
I groaned and hit the gas pedal a little harder.
All I can say is that it was a good thing I was there,
Celine concluded, putting a cap on her long and somewhat embellished version of events upon returning to the house. Wow, Celine, Lily said with an amused smile. I had no idea you were such a powerful little sorceress.
Of course I am,
Celine huffed indignantly.
You know I'm an immortal cat, right? It's in my job description.
Anyway, I cut in, trying to steer the conversation away from Celine's inflated ego. The important thing is that the curse is broken, and everyone can finally sleep easy again. Clint reached across the table and gently squeezed my hand. I'm just glad you're home safe and sound. Mom shot me a pointed look. Although I still don't see why you couldn't have called for backup. The group chat was your idea in the first place.
She has a point, Cora,
Celine said, once again giving me her best version of a feline smile. Mom swiveled her hard stare in the cat's direction. Oh, you're not off the hook either, Celine. You need to swear on your robotic litter box that you're not going to be cooking up any more curses anytime soon. Celine's smile vanished as her blue eyes went wide.
Sure, Lilac, of course. Now can we please move on to more important matters? Like what's for dinner? I'm famished.
Even Mom couldn't hold back a laugh as the cat jumped down from her chair and trotted into the kitchen. I buried my face in my hands, but laughed along with everyone else. The adrenaline had crashed, leaving me exhausted and spent. But the shared moment of levity made me feel lighter than I had in weeks. All right, I said, pushing to my feet. I suppose you've earned something a little more satisfying than a bowl of diet cat food. Celine stopped short and glanced back at me, blinking.
I should think so. I deserve an entire roasted chicken.
Don't get too carried away, I warned the cat. I was thinking more along the lines of a can of tuna. Celine's whiskers twitched, clearly unsatisfied. I shrugged. I'll put a little sprig of parsley on top and give it to you in one of the fancy bowls.
Lily, order me a pizza with extra anchovies.
Chapter 20. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting warm hues of orange and pink across the sky. Celine and I sat down in the cozy living room, taking a moment to bask in the last bits of the warm glow. I'd spent the day kayaking and wandering around the far side of the lake, and my muscles gratefully relaxed as I sank back against the couch. "All right, Celine," I said, taking a deep breath. "You ready to talk?"
You're the one who called the meeting.
Her sapphire eyes gleamed with mischief as she stretched out on the plush rug, her gray-blue fur blending with the soft fibers.
You know, being immortal has its perks, but it doesn't make me any less bored when you take forever to get to the point.
What has gotten into you lately? You've always been disgruntled and picky, but this is a whole new level. Not to mention, you still haven't shown any remorse over nearly plunging Winterspell into the shadow realm. Celine stared out the window, watching a bird flap by. I was about to scold her for getting distracted when she turned back around to face me.
Fine, you're right. It wasn't my best idea, the whole Mask of Melanoy thing.
I pressed my lips together, fighting the urge to argue she was putting it a little too lightly. She watched me for a moment, as though daring me to push back. Then she deflated, her head drooping. "What's wrong, Celine? You know you can talk to me," I told her, shifting to set my tea on the side table at my right elbow. "That's the point of this whole guardian and familiar bond, right? We help each other?" Celine glanced up, wariness lingering in her eyes.
I didn't mean for all this to happen. All I wanted was something of my own.
I cocked my head, not understanding, at least not fully.
Oh, come on, Cora. Even you can see I've been struggling since everything happened with Lavender.
I bristled. I'm going to let the even you part of that sentence slide. Celine swished her tail through the air.
It's taking longer than I expected to get my sea legs. It doesn't help matters that you're always so busy at the store. And now there's all this wedding talk floating on the breeze.
She paused, her whiskers quivering as she flicked a glance at the fireplace.
Lavender and Checkers don't want my help with whatever it is they're planning. They've made that quite clear. I went over there a few weeks before any of this started, just to see what they were up to. Maybe offer to do some potion work with Lavender. For old time's sake, I suppose.
What happened? Celine sniffed.
Oh, you know how Lavender is. Prickly as a hedgehog in heat. I made one little comment about the state of her place. You know she's ruined all of our organizing, don't you?
I nodded. The cat scoffed.
Anyway, after that she asked me to leave. Said her and Checkers were just fine on their own.
Oh, Celine, I'm sorry.
Stop right there, the cat interjected. I don't want your pity.
I don't pity you, I replied. There's a difference between saying I'm sorry something happened and feeling sorry for you. She considered this for a moment, then dropped her chin in a slight nod.
Opening the business was just something to do, really. We both know I don't care about helping people, so that wasn't it.
My lips twitched. Are you sure about that? Because I think you kind of liked helping people.
I liked making sales and getting to brag about it, she protested.
I smiled. Okay, if you say so.
I do.
So, what now? You're not going to close shop over this mess, are you? I wasn't sure what I wanted her answer to be. There was a part of me that wished she would say yes, if only to avoid such a catastrophe in the future. Not to mention, I was really sick of listening to her crow about her record-breaking sales. Even while my own shop was busier than ever, it still grated on the nerves.
No,
she shook her head.
I don't think so. I mean, what would my adoring customers do without me? Poor souls.
I leaned back and grabbed my tea again. There she is, right back in the saddle.
Here's what I'm proposing,
she began, pausing only to leap up onto the cushion beside me.
I need a dedicated workspace, somewhere here in the house, where I can research new spells and make my charms.
I already told you that you could have part of the garage. Her blue eyes narrowed. No dice, huh? All right. What about the guest room upstairs? On the condition that should we ever have overnight visitors, you clear out without complaint or whining. Celine swished her tail back and forth.
Can I paint the walls? And by that I mean, can I order you to paint the walls for me?
I sighed, but nodded in agreement. Within reason. We're not doing oxblood red or anything that would make people think you're in there sacrificing chickens to Cthulhu or something.
I don't think Cthulhu even likes chicken.
Celine? I groaned, pressing the heel of my free hand against my forehead. He's not. Okay, you know what? No, I'm not taking the bait this time. Celine cackled. 1 room of the house. No more pigeons at Wicked Wicks. And a sliver of a corner to sell your wares at the shop so you don't have to hire delivery people. But you will pay a percentage of the utilities from your profits, and you will, under no circumstances, heckle any of my customers. Or start acting like a carnival barker to get them over to your side of the shop. Got it?
Marvelous,
Celine exclaimed, a shower of pink sparks flying as she flicked her tail.
I can't wait to get started. Oh, and Cora.
I lifted one brow. Yes?
Try not to interrupt me when I'm casting spells in there, will you? It's dreadfully annoying.
With another peal of wild laughter, she launched herself from the couch and bolted for the stairs, undoubtedly on her way to mark her new territory. Good goddess, what have I done? A few weeks passed. The weather warmed, the balancing act of running 2 stores started to become more natural, and, most importantly, the nightmares and shadow beasts remained in their own domain. One Friday night, after a lovely dinner at Elephant's Palace, Clint surprised me with a printout confirming a romantic getaway package for a weekend stay at a rustic lodge in Stevenson. No talking cats allowed. I expected Celine to be grumpy over being left behind, but if anything, she was suspiciously overjoyed. And right up until the moment we were packing the car and preparing to leave, she wouldn't stop crowing over the pleasures of having the place to herself, finally. In the end, Clint had to drag me away, promising she couldn't cause any damage that wouldn't be covered by our extensive homeowner's insurance policy. The drive out of Winterspell was filled with laughter and anticipation. As we wound through the verdant hills, Clint regaled me with tales of his childhood summers in the area. I'd heard some of the stories before, but I was just relieved he didn't immediately start talking about his next idea for the Bellevue shop, or something to do with the pending kitchen remodel. It was freeing to leave all of those worries behind. Here we are, Clint announced, as the car came to a stop before a charming mountain lodge nestled in a secluded valley. The warm glow of its windows seemed to beckon us inside, promising warmth and comfort after our long journey. Wow, I breathed, taking in the breathtaking vista that greeted us. Majestic mountains loomed above, their peaks wreathed in mist, while the shimmering waters of the Columbia River stretched out below like a mirror, reflecting the vibrant hues of the setting sun. Isn't it beautiful? Clint murmured, his eyes shining with love and pride. Absolutely, I agreed, squeezing his hand as we stood side by side, drinking in the view. And you're right, there's something truly magical about this place. Just remember, no actual magic, he said, leaning his head a little closer to mine. I laughed. Got it. I think I can handle that. Although I did pack one of my romance candles, in case you fancy a magic carpet ride along the Nile later. Clint's eyes gleamed. You stole it from Aladdin, didn't you? My cheeks warmed. It was one of my favorites when I was a kid. He kissed my cheek. Come on, my love. Safe to say you've piqued my interest. We might have to push back our dinner reservations, Clint suggested, guiding me toward the inviting warmth of the lodge. Giggling, I looped my arm through his as a young man in a snappy uniform came to unload our luggage. Lead the way, Once inside, we were shown to our cozy room, where we quickly unpacked and freshened up. As dusk fell, and the first stars began to appear in the sky, Clint took my hand and led me outside once more, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. "Where are we going? I thought we had dinner reservations," I asked, when he headed in the opposite direction of the parking lot. "You'll see," he chided gently, guiding me along a lantern-lit path that wound through the fragrant gardens surrounding the lodge. The path sloped gently, and a beautiful pavilion appeared in the distance, its wooden beams entwined with even more glittering fairy lights, casting a soft, romantic glow on the purple wisteria hanging from the beams. Beneath the eaves, a table for two had been set, with fine china and crystal, while the faint strains of violin music floated through the air. "Clint," I whispered, holding more tightly to his arm, even as I swirled around to find the source of the music, and realized we were the only ones there, aside from the musicians in the corner. My heart swelled as I took in the enchanting setting. "This is incredible. This is all for us?" He smiled and pulled out my chair. "Just for you." We laughed and reminisced as we dined beneath the stars. When all that was left of the meal were the crumbs of a divine chocolate torte, Clint stood and placed his linen napkin on the table. Smiling, he extended his hand to me. "May I have this dance?" he asked, his dark eyes twinkling. "You don't even have to ask," I replied with a watery smile, allowing him to draw me close as we swayed together beneath the moonlit sky. The cool night breeze billowed around us, enveloping us with the scent of the wisteria hanging overhead as we danced beneath the twinkling stars. Clint's hand was warm against my waist, his other securely holding mine, guiding me gracefully across the pavilion. Before his mother had passed, I'd made a point to thank her for forcing Clint into dance lessons as a boy. He had a way of making me forget my own awkwardness any time we twirled around a dance floor. "Tomorrow," he began, his voice a gentle whisper against my ear, "I thought we could start with some kayaking. After breakfast in bed, of course." My heart swelled with gratitude for his thoughtfulness. "That sounds perfect," I murmured, resting my head on his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "And then, later in the day," he continued, "I've arranged a meeting with a wedding coordinator here at the lodge." His words took me by surprise, and my breath caught in my throat. "Really?" Our pace slowed as he pulled back a bit in order to look me in the eyes. "I hope that wasn't overstepping. I know you don't need more on your plate, and I thought speaking with a coordinator could help. They have an all-inclusive package if you like it here at the resort, anyway. We could get married right here, under this pavilion." "Clint," I stammered, struggling to find the right words. "I can't believe you did all this. You never cease to amaze me." He smiled warmly, his dark eyes filled with love and devotion. "Cora, I'd do anything to make you happy. We're in this together, every step of the way." My vision blurred with tears, and I clung to him tighter, overcome with emotion. How had I become so fortunate as to have found someone who understood and embraced not only my passions, but also the very essence of who I was? "Thank you," I whispered, the words hardly adequate to convey the depth of my appreciation. "Thank you for being the most incredible man I could have ever wished for." He tilted my chin up, brushing a stray happy tear from my cheek with his thumb. "And thank you," he replied softly, "for making every day of my life brighter just by being in it." As we continued to dance, our bodies swaying in perfect harmony, I couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of our shared journey. In Clint's arms, I knew I'd found not only my true love, but also my future, regardless of what adventures lay ahead.